Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I like how you wave.
Don't I? It's my little thing.
Is it?
Yeah. Always give a little wave.
Oh, nice.
Sometimes blow a kiss.
You didn't blow a kiss this time. What's wrong with...
Mwah.
Oh,
Good morning.
isn't she kind? Hello, Bex. Thank you for having me back in your potting shed.
I love having you in the potting shed.
Thank you so much. I love being here. My name's Dan. Thank you for having me. You are watching YouGarden TV, the Sunday 4-hour extravaganza.
It's our lovely little marathon that we like to do on a Sunday morning.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, whether you're watching via the website, via YouTube, via the Facebook page, of course you can comment. And I feel like there's no better time during these 4 hours because Stu, who's in the shed next door,
Indeed.
Are you waving, Stu, or blowing kisses? Both.
Both at the same time.
Or maybe it's just like that, like a proper
Maybe.
showbiz.
I quite like it.
Hello, people. He will say hello after all. What's a windmill wave like that? I think that's what he meant.
Okay, good.
Yep.
That's your morning exercise right there.
It could be. People tuning in now being like, Sean cracks on. Come on. If you want to comment, then of course you can do. Say hello. Maybe there's something you want to see early. You can see everything on the website, of course, YouGarden.com. What's in store?
Lots. Oh
Yeah.
my word, we've got lots for you. We have got a bit of everything because, as you know, our tagline here at YouGarden is gardening for everyone. So whether you're an experienced gardener, whether you're brand new at gardening, whether you think that you're no good at gardening, we do have something for everybody. You might have an allotment, you might have a tiny little patio, maybe just a small space, or maybe you've got acres of land. We do have something for absolutely everybody.
It's really, really exciting, so do get ahead of us. And say maybe you want to see something nice and early, maybe you want to ask a question. Maybe we'd also like to take, because we've got the most amount of time. This is the longest show we do,
It
right?
is, yeah.
So what were you telling me about? The dream starts in January, right, for gardening.
Yeah.
So if you've got any thoughts on that, what are your plans, or do you want some ideas, or maybe discuss them with us? Comment, particularly on Facebook, just in the comment section. We'll read them out, and we'd love to hear from you. Like, maybe of certain plants you want to put somewhere, maybe you're going to do completely regenerate, or landscaping. Who's saying hello already? Was it Elaine?
Elaine and
Neil.
They're in every single
Oh,
time.
good.
So very much a couple of our regulars. So good morning to you two.
Are you guys waving? Are you windmilling? Are you blowing kisses? Blowing
Let's do all
kiss,
of them
windmill.
at the same time.
Yeah,
I
off we
like
go.
it.
Now then, I'm not here very often, but I watch all of the time, and I know there's a promo code Bex. So let's get that on the screen. YGTV 0224. What does that mean? Should we start with the potential of offers? Should we start?
Well, you get a whole
giveaways?
bunch of things. So this code is very important to enter every single time that you place an order with us at YouGarden. First of all, you do get a free gift with every single purchase, and this is what this code will do for you. So when you make your order and you enter that code, we will automatically enter into your basket this particular item here, worth £19.99.
Wow.
100 of our Narcissus short mixed bulbs. Absolutely
Wonderful.
free with purchase, and it's not too late to plant them out. You can get these planted out and they will still do absolutely fine for you, I promise. You do need to get onto it though, as soon as possible when you get them home.
Yeah?
Crack on, get them planted out. You'll probably be able to plant them out into your borders. I've been doing lawn drifts with my short Narcissus, putting them through the lawn.
Lawn drift.
I'm very excited.
How do you lawn drift?
Well, the best way to create a drift is grab a whole load of bulbs and throw them. Literally.
Windmilling through your garden.
Windmill through your garden, throw them.
Easy.
And then plant them.
There's a lot of movement
where
in the
they
potting
land.
shed this morning. A lot of windmilling.
But the reason you do that is you get the most natural look, basically. If you try
Lovely.
and place them, it looks placed, whereas if you throw them and plant them where they land, you get a really nice natural look going on.
How exciting. Maybe there's a million items in your basket, maybe there's one. Make this another one as well. Now, to get that, do I only need YGTV 0224, or do I need the item number at the top?
You don't need the item number, because when you enter the code YGTV 0224, we will automatically put these into the basket. So with whatever else you're purchasing, if you put that code in, it will put the free gift in. But it will also unlock all of the other deals that we've got. And
Good
there are
point.
multiples of those. We've got double up deals. We've got buy one,
Yep.
get one free. We've got savings on certain items. We've got free postage deals on certain
Yeah,
items.
obviously get your basket to £40 or over, you're going to get free P&P. Now,
Absolutely.
if I order right now at the start of the show, 10 o'clock, I know what I'm going for. I see the trees, I've been on the website, or maybe my lilies, etc., and I put that in, great. And then I go for lunch, then I come back on, we'll still be on.
We will still be here.
I forgot my compost, I forgot my Struch, for example, and then I check out again. If I put that code, I keep pointing down there, it's on your screen, just down there. Will I get another 100?
You will, yeah.
Okay.
So it's with every single purchase that you make. And by all means, if you want a bunch of these, you can absolutely place multiple purchases. So my best advice here is buy something that's already got the postage included, like the compost.
Yep.
So you need some compost, place that as one order on its own, put your code in, you'll get a bag of bulbs. Then come back and place another order for a load of other stuff. You'll get another bag of free bulbs included.
Okay.
And of course, if you get your order to over £40, we will knock all that postage off for you as well, so you won't pay any postage. But you will only ever pay one postage cost anyway if your order is under £40.
We are really, really passionate that you get all this free stuff and double up, so we'll say it a lot. YGTV0224. Direct YouGarden.com is the place to go to get these items at the best possible prices. So let's crack on. Where are we going to start, Beck?
Well, we're going to start with our Patio Rose collection. This is something that I've actually got
you do.
in my garden. We do talk about them a lot. We don't tend to feature them enough, so that is why we're bringing them out first off for you. So you will get 4 of these. They are bare roots. These are all wrapped together.
How it arrived? This is what gets delivered to my door?
This is exactly what's going to get delivered to your door. And I don't want you to worry about this because I planted these about this time last year. And in the first year, the displays I got from these were incredible.
Is this your place?
That is outside the front of my house, just in around, I think it was about May, maybe early June time.
It's vast, isn't it? Like the size of the head on that, yeah.
So yes, they looked exactly like this in the studio, and that is what it looked like when I planted them out about May, June time. Look at all the flowers on there, but also check out how many buds you can see on that particular one.
Yeah.
There were loads. I mean, I'm going to say hundreds of roses per one of these that you plant, and you will get all 4, those 4 different colours, the yellow, the pink, the white, and the red, and these will be in your garden for so many years, every year giving you the most beautiful display.
Now, your ones there, they're in a pot, right?
Yes, I had them in pots, so I got 4 pots, all the same, and I planted them there. And what I do is I bring them out to the front of the house. I have one on either side of the front of the front door when they're in bloom, and they look absolutely gorgeous. So easy to look after. A little bit of deadheading is all that's required. So as the blooms fade, I just deadhead, take away that bloom, and that encourages more and more to come through. And as you saw from that little video of the one that I've got, there were so many of those roses. Well,
there's 4 in there, right? So they should be $19.99 each, hence the RRP of $79.96. Look at your price by shopping right now this show, $29.96.
I know, it's incredible value. It's the biggest saving of any item that we bring you. And when you think about how long you will have these in your garden for, because honestly, these will be in your garden for many, many years, just getting bigger and better every single year. They are grafted onto dwarfing rootstock, okay? So this process of grafting up at the top here, so you've got the dwarfing rootstock, and then the grafting happens up at the top. Now that means that these are never going to get ridiculously tall. Plus, it's a very, very meticulous, highly skilled process. This is not topiary. You can't do this with a rose bush. It is the grafting process that gives you this. What it adds is this beautiful height, this beautiful structure, and as they mature and age, this stem will just get a little bit thicker, and then it holds this beautiful ball shape up at the top. It gets stronger, and then it gives you more and more flowers every single year. It is stunning, honestly, and to get 4 of those colours, 4 of those varieties for you in your garden for many, many years to come, that's where that saving really does add up for you.
Maybe it's a gift to yourself, as Bex was saying. Maybe it's maybe you haven't got a huge, vast garden, and maybe you want to be out the front to display and to show off, etc. Your item number, whatever item you are after, of course, the item number at the top left of your screen, we'll put that into your basket, 530199. Use the offer code YGTV0224, and then 100 bulbs of daffodils, narcissus will be on its way to you as well. But let's make sure our basket gets over £40. So we're looking at basically just over £10 here, aren't we?
Yes.
So hopefully there's something for just over £10, which will get us to 40, which will then activate that free P&P.
Yes.
What's this?
Well, this is one of our, excuse me, amazing pot deals that we have on the show for you today.
And then some.
Now, if you were looking for some pots to go with those standard roses, I'm going to suggest that these would be a fantastic addition because...
They're big, aren't they?
They're big, they're beautiful. They are normally £12.99 each. Have I got that round the right way? Yes, I have.
Yep.
So £12.99 for one. We have taken £1 off. We've made it £11.99, but we have then also given you an extra one.
Now, buy one, get one free. That's why I need the code.
That is
That's
where you
why
need
I need the code. So
yes.
you don't need to put 2 in, I understand. 130278. The code will do it for you. And
Indeed.
YouGarden will add in another one for nothing. And then that $11.99 tips me over £40 in the same basket as our roses, which then activates free P&P. So therefore there's no no P&P attached to your roses and to these, and also to your 100 bulbs as well.
Indeed.
That's how you shop here, right?
Absolutely. And of course, if you're going for this with your Patio Standard collection, you're probably going to want 4 of these, in which case you need to put 2 in your basket. Enter the code, we will automatically put another 2 in your basket so that you're getting 4 of these to go with your
yeah, because I think,
collection.
right, so I need to put 2 in, but I'd end up getting 4.
You would, yeah.
Wow, and why not? So, okay, so here's your basket as you enter in. So there we go. There are your roses. They've been popped in the basket there, $39.96, because I haven't used the code yet. And then you've put your quantity of 2 of your Tuscany Roman planters as well. Therefore, $66.93. Plus your P&P. We want to use our code, don't we? So YGTV0224. Apply code.
Oh, look!
So now I've got 2 more planters that we have done for you. The extra £50 comes off the roses. The mixture of daffodils goes into that basket as well. Ooh.
Price is, wow, okay.
Well, hey,
it's less than we were saying, but anyway.
Press checkout and go for it. Then your total order's under £50, of which, that price anyway, your P&P would have tipped you over there. Delivery cost, 0. Total saving, 101 odd pounds.
Wow. And look, okay, so there is a further saving that you can make here. So can you see where it says save a further £5 by becoming a YouGarden Discount Club member?
Yeah.
So if you press that, it will cost you £5 to join the club, and you're saving the £5. So you've paid for your club membership.
I'm saving £100 right now, I'm up for that. Yep.
You've paid for your club membership already with this one order, and now everything that you buy for the next 12 months will come with a 10% discount.
So I don't need to put £5 every
Not
day, every month.
time, no.
Sometimes these subscriptions, or whatever you want to call them. Okay.
Absolutely not. It will. That club membership lasts you for the full year. It costs you just £5 to join. It will always automatically renew at £5 for the lifetime of your membership, as long as you don't cancel it, because you can cancel that auto renewal if you want to. But then every year when it renews, it will always renew at £5. Even if we change the price, even if we put the price of the club up, yours will renew at £5. So if you think about how many times you're going to place an order over the next 12 months, you might be somebody who shops every week. We have people who watch regularly who are shopping every single week. Maybe you're somebody who places 3 or 4 orders in a year. You can see how quickly you are still going to be making money, no matter how many times you place that order.
Terribly exciting. Thank you so much for watching this morning. Loads of you on the website, on YouTube, on Facebook. Just heard that George has purchased the roses. George. I wonder if the pots are already at home with you now, George, or maybe you're putting them in the same pot. Maybe, George, are they going in the garden? Let us know. We are live after all this Sunday. We'd love to hear from you. Bill in Scotland is watching.
Good morning, Bill. He tunes in quite regularly as well. Good morning.
A windmill hello to you. Anyway.
So, George, if you need some pots, I do recommend these ones. They're a great size. Your patio roses will live beautifully in here for many, many years. They are just, I mean, if you're a fan of our heavy-duty pots, and we'll talk about those in a little while, they're a very similar size, but maybe you just want something a little bit more decorative. That's exactly what you're getting with this. They are made of plastic, but please don't be a plastic snob like I used to be. I used to think that pots had to be terracotta or ceramic. Or I used to spend more on the pots than I did on the plants. But these pots are UV stabilised, they're frost resistant, they look amazing. You wouldn't know they were plastic.
And they're lighter than terracotta.
They're much lighter, they're designed to last you for a long time, and they already have the drainage holes drilled in the bottom. There is no drilling or knives you need to get in. They are there already for you.
Now, there's lots of different ways for you to accessing YouGarden, of course, all those different ways I was saying about, but not forgetting going direct to YouGarden.
Absolutely.
You've got the best prices.
Yes,
right
you
now.
have.
Okay, the planters we were just talking about is 130278, and of course, just pop one in your basket, use the code, you'll get another one, whether you like it or not. I only want one. Tough.
Get a free one.
You're going to get 2 for $11.99. Well, let's see what happens at checkout. Right, let's continue on then to all things cherry.
Cherry bush Athos.
Okay.
Yeah, we bought, was it Porthos we had last week? Now we've got Athos.
Okay.
Maybe we'll have Aramis at some point.
Just up the road.
Sure, yeah.
Don't know what that means. Sure.
Now we're very keen on the whole grow your own idea. Now you don't need an allotment. You don't need a big space in order to go on your own sort of grow your own journey. I've got what you would call a very traditional family garden. I've got a patch of grass, and then I've got borders around the edge.
That makes sense.
But I still do a lot of grow your own in my garden, and I do a lot of that in pots. You can plant your cherry bush out into a border somewhere. This one is designed not to get absolutely massive, but you could happily keep this in a pot as well. In fact, it would live quite happily in here for a little while.
Now, this is really intriguing because is that the right word? All the little buds I see. This is, especially at the end. Well, actually, even down the main stems, covered in little buds in here. Absolutely divine, aren't they? Look at all these.
Well, yeah, but so if you get hold of this now, and it's a great time to get these now because you can get it in the ground, you can put it in a pot, you can get it, thinking about getting its roots established. And that's the wonderful thing about planting things at this time of year, because they can put all of their energy and focus into creating a really nice, strong root structure. And then come the spring, what you will get sort of April, May time is some beautiful blossom on here, which is obviously going to attract the wildlife and things into your garden. Pollinators will adore any kind of blossom, particularly cherry blossom. And then later on in the year, you will start to form cherries on here. Now, this is what you are going to be able to grow. Yeah, I mean, look, it can get to 2.5 meters height and spread. So if you want this as a plant in the border to cover up a fence or something like that, it will look absolutely gorgeous. But what you are going to get is something productive as well, because you will get, once this gets established, you're going to get pounds and pounds worth of cherries from this every single year. Up to 5 kilograms, I am talking, every single year once this gets established. Okay. And if you think about the cost of cherries, because they're not the cheapest, are they, to buy in the supermarkets? They're one of the more expensive fruits.
I now purchase them as treats.
Yes.
Like, it's just been payday, I'll get some cherries.
I'll get some cherries.
Yeah, just to nibble on all day.
Well, you can grow your own, and you can grow them very successfully and very easily here in the UK. As I said, only about 2 meters by 2 meters. So these are not those tall, traditionally cherry trees grow really, really tall. That's where the term cherry picker comes from, because you needed one of those cherry picker, machines to raise you up really high to be able to pick the cherries. You can pick at waist height here, because these are never going to get ridiculously unruly and tall. And every single year you'll be able to pick the glorious cherries from this bush.
Like even just for yourself or for the grandchildren coming around or neighbours or for feasts or for baking, whatever you're going to use them for. Maybe just for feeding. Birds love cherries after all, so if you...
Absolutely, well the birds do love cherries. If you want to feed the birds, that's absolutely fine. You might want to consider throwing a net over it at some point in the future as well to stop the...
Little joke for you there on Sunday. 20 minutes in.
Stop the birds from getting to them. But other than that, this is going to be really easy to grow.
It's half price, Rebecca. $14.99 300-178 300-178. Maybe you're going to get ahead of us and put all the things you think you're going to like in the one transaction. That's what I do when I shop online. Yes. And then you have a look. If it works for your budget, great. If it doesn't, remove something if you wish. But always use that code YGTV0224. Get £40 free P&P, you're going to get 100 bulbs included.
Indeed.
And then if you happen to have stumbled across an item that has an activation code of buy one, get one, or double up here, it just happens anyway.
It just happens.
So when you get home, you think, I only ordered one pot, you sent me two.
I've got two.
It's right. 033-175. We're getting busier and busier. Thank you so much for joining us. Quick, this way.
Apparently we've got to skip.
Okay. Can't skip too much. There's not a whole lot of skipping.
Skip over to this side, so I'm just doing as I'm told.
That's what we're going to do. By the way, you've done very well, team, setting this up, because this was an empty room.
It was an empty room.
And then you've put everything back, and I feel like you've hit it nail on the head, like zero room back here.
Know, right?
Which is how you like to operate. So well done. You've done very well.
It was chaos when we arrived this morning.
Does it look the same? I know a lot of you watch all the time. I watch every single time we're live on Facebook. Yeah, it does.
It definitely feels the same.
Well done.
Thanks.
Putting all these bits back up. Well done. It's not real. Anyway, we're starting here, team. Geraniums.
Oh, the most hard-working plant.
I see the red banner in the box. Buy one, get one. If it's in like red like that, I need the promo code to make it work?
Indeed you do. But with a buy one, get one, you put one in your basket, we automatically put the other one in. With a double up deal, you put two in your basket. I'll tell you when we come to those.
Okay.
But when you're doing buy one, get one free, put one in your basket, enter the code, we'll automatically put another one in for you. So with this, you're getting 5 bare roots in one bag, but as long as you use the code, you'll get another 5 bare roots in the second bag.
Great.
So we will deliver 10 to you. Now, the reason we love geraniums is because they're just ridiculously hardworking. They're like you, Dan. They just never stop.
Waltz in. Needs little looking after, but you should probably keep an eye on. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all.
Okay, wakes up a lot in the night. Is that what these do?
3 times was it? That's the problem.
Sean said it happened. Oh, there's a fly. I'll tell you more about it later.
No, tell them now. Do it.
Do it now.
So we've got houseplants. We've got a few houseplants on the show.
Here,
One of them is the Venus flytrap.
Yes.
And Dan is desperate to feed it something.
Yeah.
He really wants to see it working live. He wants to see the trap shut. So I set him on a little mission this morning. I was like, go and find a fly.
Because I was like, oh, let's make it work. But you're quite right too. These are living organisms. So if you faux feed them, obviously they take a bit of energy and they need to conserve that energy.
Absolutely.
Now, normally, I don't know about you, but anywhere like. There's flies everywhere, right? And there's a dead bug down there. Like, just out and about, there are these things.
Could you find any?
No!
He went wandering looking for a dead fly.
For a fly. I was like, hopefully alive. Anyway, this is boring, is it? The second living fly I've seen, the first one I felt I caught.
Yes, you caught it and then let it go.
And then let it go. Got scared. And that one just then, maybe it's the same one taunting.
Maybe it is, it's taunting you.
They're quite wispy. It's not like a buzzy fly. You're like a bar fly. Like really
lazy,
bobbing,
bit drunk.
A bit drunk.
Yeah.
Maybe this show. But I really want to I don't want to hurt it when I catch it.
We want to feed the fly trap, but this is available on the show if you want it. It's a larger fly trap than you will be able to find in in the shops and things. And I actually was in a garden centre and saw some, and they were tiny. These are much bigger than you'll be able to find anywhere else. Plus the traps, they can reach about 1 inch in diameter. So these are really big, healthy fly traps for you. They obviously will feed on things that land on them. So a fly buzzing around in here, if it lands in one of the trap will snap shut. This is us pretending to be a fly. It'll hit, there's little hairs on the inside. 2 or 3 times, if it senses movement in there, the trap will close. And then it will stay shut for about 10 to 12 days. It will digest the fly, basically. And that's how it feeds itself. You do not feed your fly traps. We often say make sure you feed your plants. You don't need to do that with these at all. They feed themselves, absolutely. But please don't try and close the traps, because then they're exerting energy. This is what I was telling Dan off for this morning. They exert energy in order to digest something, but
I just watched before and I saw that clip and I was like, okay, so and it's so tempting when you get them home.
It is. Maybe do it once.
But let them
leave it to do its thing.
Yeah.
But yes, that's available for you if you would like to get hold of that one.
You saw that opening VT where you see all the fields and everything. That's exactly where we are here, right?
It is,
and so obviously lots of outdoor space. There's cobwebs and stuff around. I thought, man, we'll be over like literally shuffling like through snow, like plough my way through flies, I thought. Not one. Here we are. You'd think there'd be flies all over here, or bugs, or spiders. Nothing.
Couldn't find anything.
Where are they?
They were there. You just weren't looking properly.
Maybe it's a bit chilly for them.
I can see a fly now.
Where?
It just flew across the studio.
Anyway, YGTV0224, we will send a bag of flies with the fly trap. I've made that bit up. Alongside. Anyway, let's get back to where we were.
Yes,
it just shows the variety of what you bring here in all seriousness. Like indoor plants, outdoor plants. On the website, by the way, there's furniture, there's things for pruning, there's power tools, there's garden weeding tools. You can see lots of them around us. And I could still, if my basket right now, and you're watching, gets to £40,
yes,
I can order a load of furniture and it's delivered for free.
Oh, yeah.
Via our website.
Absolutely.
And probably get 100 bulbs as well.
And you'll probably get a discount on that as well.
Yeah.
Maybe not 10%, I think it's 5% discount on the furniture. Yeah. But you'll get a discount on those as well.
That's why you go direct.
Absolutely.
YouGarden.com. Okay, what are you foraging around for in there?
There's a heater on and it was switched on, so I just switched it off.
I thought you'd seen
I can feel the heat on my head.
Yeah.
Let's talk about geraniums, shall we?
Yeah, let's get back to where we were.
So 10 of those bare roots, and I absolutely adore having geraniums in the garden because they have a ridiculously long flowering season. And there's very little that you need to do to these. So somewhere around May, June time, they start flowering and they just keep going right the way through to October. I had geraniums still in November because we had such a mild October. I did very little to mine. In fact, I didn't deadhead them. Sean and I have both been saying we didn't deadhead our geraniums. You're supposed to.
Okay.
And it will help to encourage more flowers to come through, but I didn't touch mine and I got so many flowers from the geraniums. The wonderful thing about geraniums is that they spread as well. So they'll reach about 30, 40 centimetres in height, but they will spread probably double that distance.
Okay.
So these are great as ground cover. And this is why I think getting a buy one, get one free and getting 10 of these is great, because if you've got any gaps in your borders, weeds will grow. Weeds, they love to find those gaps and they'll fill those gaps, and it gives you an absolute headache because you've then got to go and remove them. But if you fill those gaps with a wonderful, productive, easy to manage plant, the weeds can't get in there.
Good advice.
And that means you've got a gorgeous display of flowers for a really long time with something that you don't need to do much to, but will also come back for you year after year after year, and they just keep getting better. Perfect time to get your bare roots planted out right now. Because as I said earlier, if you get them planted now, they can put all their focus into creating a really nice, healthy root system.
Yeah.
They don't have to divide their focus. They don't have to grow roots and shoots. They just have to grow roots.
Roots and shoots.
They just have to grow
I think I got their
roots
first
at the
album,
moment.
their early stuff.
They only have to think about growing their roots right now, and then when spring comes, they've already got a nice, strong root structure, and then they can put all their focus into the shoots. So what you get is a really nice, strong, healthy plant.
Can live in pots?
Yeah, absolutely,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, as I said, great at putting into your borders to fill those gaps, but if you want a wonderful display in a pot that's going to last you all spring, well, you know, end of spring into summer, and then into early autumn as well, really low maintenance and a beautiful display. And you get a lovely mix of colour in there too.
Here we go then. So maybe this is that item that's going to tip you over £40 to get free P&P. Let's buy one, get one free with the code YGTV0224. It's basically £1 each.
I mean,
that
is
code.
incredible, honestly. If you think about when we bring you potted geraniums, and we will, they can be $14.99, maybe an offer at $12.99 on a 2-litre pot. And that is great value, by the way. That is wonderful value. But you can plant these for £1 each.
Yep.
This is where bare roots really are the gardener's way of shopping.
Well, this is why you're a fan, like, I know on the forums you're known as Bare Root Bex, because you're a big fan of Bare
I am
Roots.
a big fan of the bare roots, yeah.
There you go, exactly.
I might change my name to Bare Root
want
Bex.
you to.
I think I might do, yeah.
What do you think? Because on social you're...
And Bex Edwards, My Garden.
My Garden.
Yeah, I didn't really think too hard about it, but I do a lot from My Garden, which is why I called it
it's
that.
the perfect name. However,
maybe
just
Bare Root Bex.
Just for the rhyming of Bare Root Bex.
I might do it.
Works for me.
I like it.
There we go. She's just there.
There I am, by the way. If you do want to give me a little like and a follow, I do try and show you my garden journey. I do try and tell you stuff about what's happening with the shows. Obviously, Sean Ryan, who's normally here with me. Dan's filling in for him today.
Dan's here. I was expecting Sean, to be honest. I'd have taken Joe as well, but you're here.
We do try and share what we can about what we're doing with YouGarden.
You are both
TV
very good and very sharing and very open. I really appreciate it. I always like watching there. So yeah, do follow Bex. We'll get it changed to Bare Root Bex. Why not?
I might do it.
580-005. Let's crack on. Oh, Philip on Facebook.
Good morning, Philip.
Blow a kiss. Windmill wave for you.
Degsy's on YouTube
Degsy's
as well.
on YouTube.
Degsy's been tuning in quite regularly lately.
Ooh.
Oh, he's had a question and we're going to ask the question later.
Sure.
I'm excited.
Is that like a cliffhanger, like keep them watching?
Like
Is that how they do on professional TV?
I hope I can answer the question.
Oh yeah. I think that's what Dermot and Josie do. I'm pretty sure that's what they do.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Do the little cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Make sure you stay watching.
Find out later. It's like telling a joke and then telling the end later. I'll tell you a joke in the first hour and I won't tell you the punchline until 2 o'clock.
Just see if you're watching.
Won't be worth it. Do what you want. Anyway, can we talk Astilbe, please?
Oh, yes, please. Okay, so what we've got over here on this table is some of the favourites from this week.
Yes,
some of the really popular sellers.
Another buy one, get one!
Another buy one, get one. And the Astilbe have been an incredible plant for us this week. And it's because, first of all, look at that gorgeous colour mix that you've got going on there. How wonderful do those all look together? That gorgeous lilac and the pink and the red and the cream, they really do pop against each other, don't they? But these are quite valuable plants, I think. And I've actually got some to plant out in my garden. The reason being that their ideal situation in the garden is dappled shade and slightly moist areas, okay? Now that can be quite tricky if you've got a moist piece of land that's in dappled shade. Not lots of things will grow there.
Thrive in there, yeah.
Exactly, but your Astilbes will. That is their perfect scenario, that perfect place to live. What you get here is something bright, bold and colourful, not only from the flowers, which is the main focus I appreciate, but the foliage is really glorious as well. It's almost got this lovely fern-like foliage going on to it. They are incredibly fragrant. They're really gorgeous smell that come from these, which also will attract the beautiful beneficial pollinators into our gardens. They form clumps too, which we love a clump forming plant. Do you know why?
Why?
Free plants.
Okay.
Because as you get those clumps that are forming, they need dividing. and spreading around, and then you can spread them around your garden.
Yeah.
So you get 3 plants around your garden. And in actual fact, after about 3 or 4 years, they do need dividing. It's not just for the free flowers, but in order to maintain their vigour, to keep giving you beautiful displays, you do need to divide them as well.
That use reminds me a little bit of like, do you say gypsophila or gypsophilia?
Gypsophilia, I say, but I'm not precious on how you pronounce it.
It reminds me of that because I think gypsophilia then, in flower arranging, help fill in and really enhance the main feature, right? The rose or the peony or whatever. I feel like these, on their own, they look beautiful here, but actually, in amongst a larger flowering flower or plant.
Absolutely, these are going to work and play so well in a mixed border.
That's probably the most succinct thing I've ever said in the potting shed.
I like it. You did well.
Guys at home, I know you don't know me that well. It's either that or stuff about flies. There's no in between. That's where we're going with that. But yeah, absolutely beautiful. Should be £20, £12.99 by shopping it today, plus your postage, unless you go for that code and get over 40, then it'll be free P&P, but use the code anyway. Maybe you're ordering one thing, right? Maybe I'm ordering one thing, which is this, 580058. Good item number, that. It's all back to front in that. You will, with the code, get 10 bare root plants, and I'll get 100 of our Narcissus bulbs too.
Indeed, yeah, the short mixed ones. So those are the miniature daffodils, and I love the miniatures because I just think they're so much more versatile. You can plant them into window boxes, hanging baskets, pots, borders, into your lawn as drifts.
Yep.
I wouldn't do that with the taller Narcissus varieties, but you can do all of that with your shorter ones.
There you go. But 580058 if you want to get hold of the Astilbe side of things. I mentioned larger feature flowers, if you like. The peony could be exactly that.
Ah, well, we love peonies, don't we? Peonies, we anticipate their flowering season. We keenly anticipate it. It's a shorter, but do you know what? It doesn't matter. It is so worth it growing peonies in your garden, because what you get from these are beautiful, big, frilly, blousy blooms from these.
That's exactly what they are. That's an excellent description.
They're some of the most beautiful flowers that you can grow in your garden. They do want as sunny a spot as you can give them. They need 6 to 8 hours minimum of sunshine in a day. So please don't do what I often do, try and shoehorn it into, well, I want them, I'll try them there.
Yeah.
If they're going to get too much shade, you won't get the gorgeous displays, and you do want the displays from these. So plant them in a sunny spot. What you get from your peonies is just a beautiful display that gets bigger and better as the years progress. So when you're planting your bare roots this season, you'll get a couple of flowers. I'm not going to lie, you'll get a couple this year, but you're very much investing in your future garden when you plant your peony bare roots, because next year you'll go to maybe 8 or 10 flowers. The year after that, maybe 15 flowers. They're beautiful, they're gorgeously scented as well, and they are all about getting maximum impact for minimal effort. Because you'll plant these bare roots, water them in, feed them over the summer months, and then they will come back for you every single year. So 3 bare roots, so I get 1, 2, 3, the 3 different varieties, 3 different colours, and I'll get that again for free with the YGTV 0224. I guess each bulb isn't one flower, it's a plant. I was going to see if I'd opened one of these. I haven't opened one of these. I'm going to do it.
Go on then.
So you can see, because this is a bare root. Oh, it looks really weird. I know.
Oh.
Can you imagine?
How do you know which way up it goes?
Well, normally, I mean, it's this way, basically. So basically, it's sort of all the roots and the hairy bit down. But you can see there are some shoots coming off here. This is the life, okay?
So it's on its way.
You can see that these bits here, these are going to be the shoots that are going to grow above the ground. You can see little pink bits. Yeah, honestly. So once you plant this, so what you'll do when you get this home is you're going to soak this in water, because your bare roots they're in a dormant state right now. They're delivered in a bag with sort of semi-moist soil in there, and it is important to do something with it as soon as possible. You don't want to leave them to dry out, otherwise they will die. So soak them for a few hours. The planting instructions are all on the front of the bag. It tells you planting depth and spaces and all the rest of it. Dirty finger. So planting spaces and depths go on there. So after you've soaked it, you plant it in. You might want to add a bit of mycorrhizal fungi into the hole that you plant it in. This is a great addition, helps to really create a secondary root system. It basically just gets those roots working really hard straight away. Absolutely wonderful basket addition, particularly if you want to get yourself over that £40. You can use this on everything, bare root, peonies, your trees. Honestly, we highly recommend using this. Put a little bit of that into the hole with it, water it in, and then wait.
Well, that was my weight, isn't it?
No.
People there on the website. So a lot of you watching on the website thinking, oh no, my stream. 1000666 to get hold of that, working with everything else on the show. But the peonies is what we were just referring to. Absolutely beautiful. Nearly forgot the bag at the front.
Yeah, no, we can't forget the Struch. Now, this is a really important one, and I think particularly at this time of year, your Struch is going to be one of the best things that you can buy for your garden.
You've got some.
I got some here.
Of course you do.
So, a lot of people are mulching right now, and your Struch will act as a beautiful mulch. This is a multi-purpose product, though, so bear with me because there's lots to tell you. But first of all, as a mulch, this is absolutely fantastic. So we've got some frosty nights. Yeah, of course. Yep. There are certain plants that are going to need just a little bit of a blanket. They want to be kept nice and warm. And if you think about frost, okay, so normally frost, it's surface frost. It's the top layer of the ground that gets frosty, the first inch or two. Once you dig down into the ground, it's not so frosty down there, unless we get really, really cold spell for a really long time. So it's only ever the top layer of the ground that really gets frosty. So by adding your Struch around plants onto the ground, what it does is it just gives them a little duvet, stops that top layer of frost getting to your plants.
Now then, you may know a chap called Martin Parker. Is a good friend of ours. You may know him from your screens as well. He was at work, like literally when was the last in? That's not important to the story. The other day. And his wife texted him being like, please get some wood chippings for their palm trees in the garden to do exactly that, some bark, Could this be that?
Indeed.
Exactly, to stop the frost and away you go.
Exactly that. But the benefits of going for Struch over just the bark chippings is that this then has multiple uses as well. So
absolutely.
it works great as a mulch first off. But here's the list of other things it will do for you. Slugs and snails. Now, slugs and snails, they love a bit of wet weather, don't they? We've had a lot of that lately. They also love the new shoots coming out of the ground. There's a lot of things that they love the new shoots on, like delphiniums and things like that. As they start popping up, the slugs and snails like to eat those, and they can destroy your plants within a day, within a night. They can eat them and get, they have a feast and get rid of them. This stops the slugs and snails. So there's something in it that they don't like. It sort of, it just gives them a little tingle. They don't like it. They go up to it. They will not slither over it. They will just crawl off somewhere else. So there's no pellets. There's no poisons. It's quite a nice way of keeping them away from your plants.
It looks beautiful as well.
Well, there's another reason. Creates a beautiful, even, uniform look in your garden. It also works as a wonderful weed suppressant as well. So I think this is a great time to get this because, there's not loads of weeds coming up through the ground at the moment. There's a few. But what you want to do is go around, do your weeding, lay this down, and then it will stop so many weeds coming through. And it works beautifully as a moisture retain. So there you go, retains moisture as well. So particularly over the summer months when it's hot and dry, it helps to retain that moisture, which means you don't need to water as often.
I'm getting loads.
You get so much.
2 nights at 18 kilograms.
Well, we don't often do this big bag deal, this double bag deal. Often we do an offer on 1, but to bring you an offer on 2, this is why this is such a big deal at the moment, because we don't do this very often.
That is exceptional value. Gosh, it's nearly at £40, isn't it? So
it says dual action. It's more than dual. It's multi-action.
Come on, descriptions. It is £3 and a bit shy of getting you to £40 for free P&P with the code. So let's make sure this goes in with another item. Most baskets have more than one item in. Let's make sure if this is one of them, it joins in with something else. 100149. You will get 2. Now, this isn't like you need the promo code to get 2. You're just getting 2.
You're just getting 2, yes.
Brilliant
it's a
news.
deal on 2.
What you do need the promo code for, again, is the Agapanthus, which is the next one.
Yeah, so this one's a buy one, get one free. So this is put 1 in your basket. We will put the code in. We will automatically enter the next one in your basket, which means that you will get 10 bare roots. There's 2 bags there, 5 in each. And this is the Africanus.
It's really striking, isn't it?
We love the Africanus. I mean, I just love Agapanthus anyway. There's a few different varieties, but the Africanus is the really tall one. You can get shorter varieties reaching 40, 50 centimetres in height. But this, when it's in full flow, you get these tall spires of the flowers here, reaching about 90 centimetres, maybe even more. I'm sure some of the ones that we were bringing, but back in August, September time as potted ones, I'm sure they were taller than that.
Oh!
This is the kind of display that we are talking about. Those strong stems, really really nice sturdy stems.
Wow.
Do not need staking. There's certain flowers that need staking. Your Agapanthus don't need it at all because those stems are really
Those
strong.
leaves are lovely as well, aren't they?
Yeah, the foliage is beautiful. You get this lovely bed of foliage at the bottom, nice colour green, nice strappy leaves, and then these tall spikes coming out the ground with the firework explosion of flowers. I love the way they open. You can see there how you've got some flowers open, some buds waiting to open. It does look like a firework in mid-explosion, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I love the colour as well. That blue colour is really, really stand out. It's known as the African lily because that's its origin. So it does want a sunny spot. You do want to give it a bit of sunshine in order for it to do its thing. And my other top tip when it comes to Agapanthus is that they like a hug.
Oh, what does that mean? Does that mean physically I get in there?
Don't go and hug it. I mean, you can if you want to, but no, they like their roots to be restricted, so they like to feel that restriction on their roots.
Okay,
so when you're
interesting.
planting these out, a pot is wonderful. You know, they work beautifully as a pot plant because then you can keep them nice and restricted. You need to keep them in a small pot, though. Don't go for a big pot. They need to be in a small pot to feel that restriction.
Okay.
What you can do, though, if you want to plant them out into borders and into the ground, there's a couple of things you can do. You can put them in a pot and bury the pot.
Clever.
Still feels like it's being restricted and you still get that beautiful display as if it's out in the border. Or if you don't want to do it that way, what you can do is you can dig the hole and you can line the pot. So you can line the hole, so you can line the hole with stones.
Yeah.
So that again, it feels like it's being restricted.
Okay.
Or you can plant it out into a really full border. So if you've got loads of plants, put it into that lovely, you know, tight space in the border because then it still feels restricted.
That sort of information is exactly why I watch YouGarden.
Well, yeah, I
Because
mean,
you can't put all of that on a sticker or the packaging and stuff, and it's obviously experience talking from yourself, from Sean, from Peter, of course, head gardener here.
Yeah, I learned
It's
a lot from him.
That kind of experience to get the most out of your purchase,
Yeah.
and if it's not necessary, you won't mention it. You give loads of advice, but that kind of thing, I wouldn't even have thought in a million years. I'm like, how? So it's got to be in a pot then, not necessarily, yes, in a pot, but in the ground. It's very clever.
Well, it's important because we want you to get the most out of them. You know, we don't want you to plant these out and go, well, nothing happened. You know, of course, we want you to get the most out of these. Now, they do take a little bit of time to establish, I will say that. So I'm not going to expect flowers in the first year, but again, you're investing in your future garden by buying from us with the bare roots, and particularly with the Agapanthus. But the display you'll get from these will be divine.
And let's make sure we're getting 5 and then another 5. You get the item number 580023 on our website, yougarden.com. And thank you all for watching us on YouGarden on the website or on Facebook or on YouTube. We've popped everything we've just been to, geraniums, peonies, the Agapanthus, the Astilbe, all in there as well. We haven't used the code, so we're saving £20. That's it. So we get the code, today's code, that's unique for this week, YGTV0224. Now we're saving over £100, a free peony, a free geranium, and I say it's another bag of 5. A free Agapanthus as well, another 5. So that's already 15 bulbs. Astilbe as well, that's another 20 bulbs, and then 100, I can't remember what I got up to there.
100 daffodil bulbs.
Another 100 daffodil bulbs for only you putting in those 8 digits of the promo code, and then you've got free delivery because it's over 40.
That's a great
and it's only just over
example,
40,
isn't it? Look at that.
45.96.
Yeah, save some more money though. Join that club. Costs you £5 to join, so you're going to nearly pay for that membership with this one order. But do remember that membership lasts you for a full 12 months. So every time you place an order from then on, you don't need to pay another £5. You are a member, so you will always save that 10% every single time you place that order.
It's good, isn't it? And
it's good.
The best prices are direct, yougarden.com. Okay. Details have changed onto one that I cannot pronounce.
The Ceanothus. Californian lilac.
That's better.
There you go. Call it that one. Yeah, Joe struggled with Ceanothus last week as well.
Well,
but,
yeah, we all.
Do you know what
We're at the
Californian
same mould.
lilac? I do not. I like learning the proper names, but there's plenty of common names, and I'm not fussy when it comes to this at all. This one is an incredible deal. Okay, so £6.99 for a Ceanothus in a 2-litre pot. This is a well-established Ceanothus.
Wow, yeah.
Now I
It
do
looks
want
really well, doesn't it?
It does. It
They
looks
all
really
do, but this this one particularly, yeah, beautiful.
I do want to point out what an amazing deal this is, because normally an offer price on this would be maybe $12.99 or $9.99 if we're feeling very, very generous. The only reason we have dropped this down to $6.99 is that we've got way too many of them. Somebody over-ordered.
I love that.
It's not that people haven't been
we
buying.
said 100, not 1,000.
Yeah, exactly. I think somebody added an extra 0 at the end of an order or something.
Okay.
So we've got loads of them. So that's why we're bringing this at an incredible deal. It looks really, really healthy because this is an evergreen plant. And I've been saying it a lot over this last week or so. I have noticed I have too many deciduous plants in my, or herbaceous. I've got too many herbaceous or deciduous plants in my garden, which means over these winter months, I'm really struggling for anything interesting to look at because I've got twigs or nothing.
Yeah.
This is where having evergreen plants in your garden really, really do help you over these winter months, because this will always have these glorious, glossy evergreen leaves. And I actually really like the interesting detail you've got on there, the deep veining that's on those leaves as well. So you get glorious evergreen leaves on them, but this is when, it's in the springtime when this really comes into its own, okay? Because it's called California lilac, because in about April, May time, this gets absolutely covered in beautiful little pom-poms of lilac blue flowers.
Whoa!
That is exactly what I'm talking about. So this is my parents, Ceanothus. Went to visit them at some point last year, about April, May time, and I was just blown away by how beautiful their Ceanothus looks. My mum's a really keen gardener, always has been, and they've got a nice big garden. But the one plant that stood out in their big garden was this Ceanothus.
Look at this, wow.
Wow, it draws your attention. It really does make you want to just sit and look at it because it's the most beautiful plant in the garden at that time. And I think successful gardeners, and I'm not there yet, I will be one day, I'm sure, but successful gardeners really do try and find something in their garden that is interesting in every month of the year. At least one plant that looks good in every month of the year. April and May, that's your Ceanothus. You're covered for April and May if you plant a Ceanothus.
I know you said it at the very start of the show, the dream starts in January, right? So
the dream starts in
January. To track what you're doing so you know what you've planted in January, and then obviously like 4 or 5 months later, boom, this one comes alive. Or the daffodils are going to be earlier than that. That's why everything's ready to go right now.
Well, this one also has the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, and it's an important one to point out to you because the Royal Horticultural Society, they know a thing or two when it comes to plants. And they have trialled
they've been around the block a bit, haven't they?
Yeah, they sort of know what they're doing. They've trialled it, they've tested it, they've rigorously put it through its paces, and they have awarded it this accolade, and it's a really important accolade. What it means to us as gardeners is that we can plant this with confidence because we know that it's a proven performer, that it works well in our UK gardens. It also is winter hardy, it's fully winter hardy, and that's something else I need to point out to you, because when you shop with us direct at YouGarden, what you get is a lifetime guarantee on anything that is fully winter hardy. And that really does mean the lifetime of the plant, or your lifetime, whichever comes first, without being too miserable.
Keep yourself warm, get some Struch, eke out the years, yeah?
So if this fails to thrive in your garden, if it dies, basically, you've done everything you're supposed to do to look after it, but it still fails to thrive, all you have to do is get in touch with us at YouGarden. We will replace it for you.
Yeah.
All you have to do is cover any postage costs to get it out to you, but we will replace it free of charge. And that is the guarantee that you get from us by shopping direct at YouGarden.
Now then, I'm going to ask a bit more about delivery in just a second, but your item number for this one is 510886. I know I talk too quickly, and we've got lots to tell you. You can also recap, of course, on the website and see everything there for you. Now, are we skipping this way? That was like Gangnam Style. I feel like you just like that going across. I wanted to say, because after all you meant like
we're going
keep going.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry, stop.
Sorry.
These plants are beautiful, right? So you're thinking about the bare root systems, you're thinking about the Venus flytrap, whatever it is, like the one we were just talking about there. The delivery is so important, isn't it? So actually, there's a lot of care and consideration and research going into how it's actually packaged.
Absolutely.
The tracking details to get to me.
Yep.
All the systems around here, very eco-friendly. Talk a little bit about that if you can, please.
Okay, so all of the packaging is fully recyclable, which is an important point. We're all trying to, as gardeners as well, we are very much sort of eco-friendly and we try and do our thing.
Yep.
So yes, all the packaging is fully recyclable. So for example, we bought a massive reservoir here on the nursery floor, which saves us millions of litres of water every single year. All of the machinery here is fully electric as well. So, as a company, we're trying to do everything that we absolutely can to be as environmentally friendly as possible. A lot of work, research, attention has gone into the packaging as well. Not only to make it eco-friendly, but also we're sending plants out in the post. We want them to arrive to you in the absolute best condition that they can. So there's lots of construction within the packaging to make sure that it's supported, held in place, that it's held in, it's protected, because obviously it's got to go through that sort of traumatic experience of being sent through the post. So we do everything that we can to make sure that they arrive to you in the best possible condition. If there are any problems whatsoever, and bear in mind we send out millions of packages on a yearly basis, please get in touch with us, let us know. We want to do everything we can to make sure you get your plants in the best condition, but if it's not 100% as you would expect, just let us know. We want to put it right.
It's kind of testament to that fact of how many repeat orders people come back to order because you've had a lovely experience. That's the whole point of a company, and keeping customers. Anyway, so there you can shop in confidence, whether you're brand new or you've been shopping here for 1,000 years. It's completely up to you, of course. Anyway, right in front of us here, Gladioli, 100. Hang on. Hang on.
Wait.
I'm ordering 100 bulbs. I'm brand new. I'm coming along. I see that I am number 630002. I'm getting 100 bulbs. But then I get that promo code, which is just below it in the purple and white. Another 100 bulbs for the exact same price. Doesn't affect my P&P. No,
it does not affect your P&P at all. It is a buy one, get one free on here. So you will get 200 Gladioli bulbs. Now, some of you might think, hang on a minute, 200 is way too many. I don't need 200. Yeah. But I want you to think about how a gladioli grows. So you get lovely, tall, beautiful flowers from these, reaching probably 90 centimetres, a metre in height, but they grow really slender. They're not spreaders, they're really slender flowers. So you do not want to plant one gladioli bulb on its own, because it'll look really lonely on its own. It'll look a bit insignificant.
So that's one, that's one, that's one. Exactly. But there's multiple heads on there.
Exactly that. So you're going to want to plant your gladioli bulbs in groups together. So I would suggest at least 25, maybe 30 in a group together. So if you multiply that out to get you to the 200, you think you're going to get maybe 5 or 6 clumps, groups of gladioli.
How close are they? In the same hole? Are they individual?
You probably, I mean, the planting spacing and depth is on here, but probably about 10 centimetres apart. Let me see what it says on here. Plant spacing 4 to 6 inches. So yeah, about 8 to 10 centimetres. That is about right, isn't it? I'm not very good at the conversions. 4 inches is 10. There you go. So about that far apart. So yeah, you'd probably dig a hole and put them all into that hole together. 25 or 30 of them in a group together gives you, a few groups of your gladioli. So if you've got
a massive garden, a massive border, but you want something full and interesting there and inspiring.
And beautiful. And do you know what? If 200 still is too many for you, still get the buy one, get one free. Just give a packet to a friend, give it to a neighbour, give it to your auntie, to your uncle, to your son or your daughter or somebody. They will be very, very grateful of them, because
I reckon you'd find somewhere for them.
You'd find
Of course
somewhere.
you would, in the back garden, in the front garden, in a pot.
In a pot, beautifully, yeah. And gladioli don't generally need staking. They're quite strong, they're quite healthy plants, they work beautifully as a cut flower as well, and they're quite long-lasting as a cut flower in a vase. What you get with this particular collection is a gorgeous sweet shop confection of colours, and they work so well together. When I was at the flower shows last year, I did them all. I went to Chelsea and a few of the other ones, and I had a wonderful time. But they always have the
I did them all, darling.
I did them all. I'm going to try and do some more next year as well, because I had such a good time, honestly. But the gladioli stand was one of the most glorious stands. I mean, I walked up to it and I was just like that. It was so, so pretty, so beautiful, because you get all of these colours and they're really quite stand out. I like the way they open. They almost open in succession. They sort of start at the bottom, the flowers open, and then you've still got buds waiting to open at the top. This is why I think they work great as a cut flower as well. By the way, really easy to grow. They naturalise as well, so these will multiply over the years too.
Really interesting, especially like you see the cream ones there with almost like shots of red going through the inside.
Amazing summer bulb that. So yeah, get these ones, get these planted around June, July into August. That's when you will have the most wonderful gladioli display. And the bees, of course, love them.
Here we go, $14.98, but make sure you pop that code in your basket, YGTV0224. That's without it, $14.98. My P&P, $21.97, YGTV0224. Apply the code. Boom. Postage has gone down. My saving is 44. I've got an extra 100 free gladioli and 100 free of our miniatures, narcissus/daffodils as well. For the exact, well, basically £2 less because I've saved a bit on the P&P. But after all, if your basket can get to £40 or over, free P&P. Congratulations to everybody shopping with us this Sunday morning, nearly an hour into a 4-hour special. Forgot to say hello to Angela earlier, Barbara earlier. Hello everybody watching, a lot of people on the website, on YouTube. Aidan as well, good morning to you. Facebook is where I watch as well. You can see all the comments coming in.
Yeah.
It's really interesting when people comment, like you ask questions about products on the show, but then people are about like, I've just planted this. I've got the email saying this is going to arrive tomorrow. That's really exciting for us.
Those things, honestly. So Stuart, he's our technical director, he tells us who's there, who's watching, who's commenting. But I love going back after the show and looking at all the comments and seeing what people have said, and hearing about what people are planting out in their gardens. I love it when you send pictures. That's always really exciting as well. So it is very much about having a gardening community, and that is what we are building here at YGTV. And we have a wonderful community of people that constantly are joining us every single week and commenting. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it means a lot, so
it
bravo.
Does.
Victoria's with us as well. Good morning. Morning, Victoria.
Morning, Victoria.
Away we go. Let's crack on, though.
Oh, yes.
Because we're obsessed with the next one.
We are obsessed. This is our beautiful Nandina. We do a couple of these. This one is the Obsessed Nandina, reaching a little bit taller than the Firepower, about 4 feet in height. It is glorious, but I'm not going to tell you about it because our wonderful Sean Ryan went out onto the nursery floor just the other day with Stuart, and this is what he had to say about them.
Well, we've had a couple of really cold days here at the YouGarden nursery, and we thought we've got to come out and see how the Nandina are doing, because when it gets cold, these change colour and the leaves get this wonderful red. We've got two different varieties right now. This is called Firepower, and it's got, I mean, wow, the reds and the ambers are looking absolutely incredible. I mean, I've just been for a little wander. I've looked all the way down there, and the different tones of reds and oranges are incredible. Now, this one is the other variety, and this one's actually called Obsessed. And actually, seeing the two together, they're very different. This one is far more pinky, but again, as it's got colder, you've got so many really intense colours. And what you'll notice, even though we've got hundreds of these, they're all so similar in terms of their quality. And that's what we really pride ourselves. So I'm just going to close my eyes, randomly pick two. Okay, got my eyes closed. And there you go. They're both absolutely stunning, aren't they? They really are. So these are great, great plants all year round, but in the winter, they are spectacular. That's when the leaves change colour. The colder it gets, the redder the leaves will actually become. But then as we look forward towards spring, imagine the colours will change. They'll get a little bit more greener, but then they'll get the flowers, followed by the berries in the autumn, and then they'll do it all again. This variety, by the way, is a little bit more compact. So the Firepower will only grow to around about 50, 60 centimetres tall, the same in width. This one will grow taller, so probably around about 1.20 m when fully grown. Trying to work out which is my favourite. In fact, I just put them together. That's the Firepower, and that is the Obsessed. If I was you, I would definitely go for both.
Yeah, there's Sean there, doing something in London today. I don't know what, I don't know. But nevertheless, using exactly this. Morning, everybody. Welcome back to YouGarden. We are live this an hour into the 4-hour extravaganza.
Woohoo!
Plantstravaganza.
No. Plantaganza? No.
Better?
Plantaganza.
Still not good.
We're going to have to work on that.
Yeah, they're like, please don't, just crack on. But what Sean was just looking at there is this. And you're talking about there's a whole, as Sean was alluding to, colour changing element to this.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Okay, so this is where the Nandina actually starts to look its best, and you can start to see it. You can start to see the colour changing properties that this has. Now, normally when a shrub starts changing its leaf colour and goes those fiery oranges and reds and things, it's getting ready to drop its leaves, but that does not happen with Nandina. This is what I call a true multi-season feature plant. Because as we reach these colder temperatures, these are the kinds of colours that we will start to get on here. It matches its colours with the changing temperatures, but it doesn't drop its leaves. It keeps them on all year round. But when I say true multi-season feature plant, I really do mean it. Not just that it's evergreen, but you also, in the spring and summer, you get berries and you get flowers on here as well. So really on this one, there is something to look at through all of the seasons. And I think if you've got a smaller garden, you know, this is the kind of plant that you want, because arguably in a smaller garden, you need your plants to work harder for you.
Okay.
You can't have as many gaps or as many deciduous plants or anything, because those gaps will be more obvious.
Yep.
So this is where I think your Nandina in a smaller garden will really earn its place, as well as in larger gardens as well. It works fantastically in a pot, as you can see with the picture that we've got there. In that white pot, it really does stand out. But your Nandina Obsessed, I think particularly, will work great in a border too, because this is the slightly larger variety.
Okay.
It will grow to 3-4 feet in height and spread by about 2 feet. So in a beautiful mixed border, particularly if you've got a few, you know, deciduous plants in there, that's going to really earn its place. It's what we call, or what our head guy, I always use his line, tough as old boots, this one.
Yeah.
He loves that line, but it really does give you, you know, it evokes what this is, and that is really hard
So minimal fuss
and
for me.
easy. Yeah, totally, you'd be fine with this one.
Okay, good. By the way, without the code, $17.99, so to make sure you're using UGTV02. I know if you're watching from the start, I've said it a million times, but we are really, really passionate that you get the best experience with us here, and that code just purely lets us know who's shopping, to track what's going on, who's ordering what's going on. But you absolutely benefit. Like, I've worked on a lot of channels in my time. There's no better incentive than the YouGarden code. Like, when you first told me about it, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Doubling something and then getting to free P&P, and I haven't got to do anything but put a code in. I may not even realise my plant's on a code. Another 100.
This is why
Crazy,
it's great to
brilliant.
shop direct with us at YouGarden,
Yep,
to be honest with you, because you can really get some of the best savings, and particularly if you join that club as well. It's brilliant.
Here we go. Thank you for joining us this Sunday. My name's Dan. I'm not normally here. I watch all the time. I comment every time I've tuned in as well.
You do?
I do,
You
absolutely.
always say hello to us. It's nice.
I do. I always try and give Sean a little bit of stick.
But he loves it.
He needs to.
No, because he's
Every
always
time.
like that, Dan. You'll be glad, won't you, when he comes? He's more handsome, he's younger, he's more muscly. I'm like, yeah.
Shut up, Sean. Carry on. Oh, what?
Yeah,
What's he saying? Hello? No, I'm just jealous of his wardrobe. That man, I've never known anyone with more gilets.
I know.
The last person who had
He
more
loves his
gilets than him was
gilets.
Debenhams.
I went out shopping the other day to get some more outfits. This was my
We're all gone because Sean's been there before.
This is my new jumper that I bought, but I started looking at the
Lovely.
gilets because I was like, oh yeah, gilet would be nice. But I was like, I can't be a gilet twin.
I went for it this morning.
I know, well you can. I can't be a gilet twin with him, so.
Of course you can.
Have
Have you got one of those heated ones?
No, but I'm going to get one.
Yeah, you should.
They look great, don't they?
They're amazing.
Have you got any of those for the garden? They're great, aren't they?
What
the
a good
heated
idea.
gilets.
Yeah, a little button on it,
It's
fires you
brilliant.
up. I imagine Sean's are all heated. Yeah. Like at home, obviously, he's got a heated throw
he's
on his
got-
sofa.
Has he?
Yeah, he has, of course he has. Yeah, and on his bed, spread heated one. You know the one your nan used to have that like gets
he's-
really hot?
He's getting older, isn't he?
Get really hot. And you're like sweating in bed, but daren't move because of the electricity that's flowing around your bedroom right now. And I'm pretty sure they've never been tested, those sorts of ones,
Amazing.
back in the day.
Never.
Anyway, hello Sean.
He's not watching.
He'll be back. You're like, don't worry about it, he's not watching.
He's not watching.
He's not watching. He's working very hard. Anyway, that was the Nandina side of things. Something I'm very familiar with, the skyscraper lilies. Goodness me, these have been popular over the years. And it's all to do with, I guess, the success of exactly what you're hoping it's going to be then becomes.
Oh, this is one of the easiest but largest impact when it comes to, you know, summer flowering plants in your garden. Now, these skyscraper lilies are very aptly named because these are the kinds of lilies that are going to scrape the skies. They're going to get really tall. They're often known as tree lilies because you can almost form a tree from these. Look at how tall that is. Look at how it's getting right up to the guttering on that building. This is impact. This is absolutely beautiful. These are Stu's, actually, our technical director.
What are you, Stu? What do you refer to yourself as? What are you, Stu?
Director of
content.
Ooh.
That's posh.
Anyway, he planted these years ago, and he says they are so easy to grow. You plant these and you get some of the most glorious displays from here. Oh. Now, in your first year...
Can't take a bad photo, can you?
You can't. In the first year, these will probably reach about 4 feet in height. So that's really tall. Yeah. But we are talking 6 feet once these get established. So in subsequent years, 6 feet. That's as tall as you, Dan. Are you 6 foot?
I tell people, yeah. According to IMDb, absolutely. But I am DB.
That's how tall these are going to get. And each of those stems is going to create blooms. And we are talking 20 plus blooms per bulb once these are established as well. They are tall, they are beautiful, they are 6-inch diameter, they are fragrant as well. The heady, beautiful fragrance that you get from these. The mixture of colours is absolutely incredible, but you also get really strong stems on these. Okay? So these they should not need any additional support. Now, I grew loads of lilies in my garden last year. I did not grow the skyscrapers, but I am going to plant them this year. But all of my other lilies needed support. You should not need that with these, because these, I think they came originally from the cut flower market, and then they've been bred and blah, blah. So for cut flowers, you need nice strong stems, and that's exactly what you're getting with your skyscrapers. They are the wow factor. If you want somebody to come around to your garden and be absolutely wowed.
Like when someone grows a massive sunflower, and you're like...
Chin on the floor.
Like someone drives past, and they're like, maybe it's going to be in the back garden and no one's going to see, but to enjoy that architecture of, because you get like some lovely borders and some beddings, etc. But for those to be really towering over something, or maybe it's a cover-up for somewhere or something. Like
ugly fences and things like that, or against a shed. You do want as much sun as possible. They'll cope with a little bit of shade, but I would definitely recommend putting these in as sunny a spot as you can. And you are getting gorgeous 5 different varieties in here. The Saltarello, that is that sort of more apricot colour. The Amarossi is the wine red colour. The Melissa, which is that beautiful buttery yellow. The Rabina, which is the glorious pink. And the one that you are looking at there, which is the Matisse, which is that cream-edged red that you're getting in there. Love that one. I think that's my favourite.
So here we go. So you get 5 each of the 5 varieties, saving £26 off 630326. By the way, one of the most popular reordered items, we were talking about delivery a second ago, weren't we? It's not only these, but also the premium professional compost. It is on the show, it is on an offer, we are coming to it, so stay tuned. Of course you can get ahead of us and put it in the same basket, but the most affordable way to get hold of that compost, not only through the different mediums that YouGarden go to, but out there in the general market, it's right here, 630326.
Yeah, the price on those is absolutely incredible, by the way. If you've been looking at tree lilies, I mean, they're often called tree lilies, you'll find them in a few different places. I'm going to say our prices.
Like dinner plate lilies, sometimes they're called, I've seen them called.
It's amazing the price that we've got on these, and they are very good quality. All come in their individual bags as well, by the way. So you get 5 bags, they're all labelled so you know which variety is which, and then all you need to do is cross-reference that with the website. You don't need to remember what I'm telling you. Saltarello is apricot, Amarossi is the wine red. Just go onto our website, all the details are there, so you'll be able to see which is which.
There you go, 630326. We're going to move on to the King Charles lily. You've really got me thinking about how tall I am. I don't like when you change doctors, they do like the MOT and that kind of thing. I'm sure previously I went to the doctors with my mate. We joined at the same time, and I am definitely taller than him. Right. And he came out at 6 foot, and I came out at 5'11".
Oh mate, maybe you're shrinking.
Mate.
Maybe you're shrinking.
But literally, like walking out of the surgery, being like, oh yeah, blah blah blah, 6 foot, and I'm like, what? I got 5'11". And I'm looking in down here.
Maybe he tiptoed a little bit when they were doing it. Maybe he just did.
How tall is your Kev?
He's 5'11".
Am I the same height as him?
Yeah.
I'm taller than him.
Actually, I need to hug you to find out.
Why?
No, he's taller than you.
I'm not. And he's 5'11"?
He's taller than you.
Am I going down?
Maybe you're shrinking.
That's not how I thought this conversation would go.
That was just how I got a hug out of Dan.
I see. Tricky. I liked it.
I liked it.
We've moved on to the King Charles lily.
Yes, okay, so I love the colour of this one, and I really adore that beautiful white edge around it.
Wow.
How gorgeous is that? It looks like somebody has outlined that, and it just makes the colour of this really, really stand out, doesn't it? Isn't it beautiful? And the vibrant magenta, is it magenta? I don't know, but that pink colour is just
magenta,
the most incredible colour. Bright, bold, beautiful, and big. We are talking up to 25 centimetre diameter on these flowers here. It is a hybrid that's renowned for its vigorous nature. It's one of the earlier flowering varieties as well. So we're talking maybe even 4 to 5 weeks quicker than your stargazer, which is quite incredible. All lilies are going to prefer a well-drained soil. I mean, you can say that about most plants, to be honest with you. You know, if you look, I grew loads of lilies last year. I don't think I grew the King Charles, but I grew loads of lilies, and I have thick, heavy clay soil, and my lilies did great, to be honest with you. I did work the ground a little bit, added a bit of, you know, our premium professional compost in there. But yeah, just try and prepare the ground, particularly if you've got that thick clay soil. Adam, if you're watching, do you grow lilies? Adam is my brother in clay soil. I want to know how he gets on with them. And these don't get not quite as tall as other lily varieties, but we are still talking about 75, 80 centimetres potentially in height on these as well.
Okay.
With your lilies, remember, they are...
Go on. Yeah. She's left the best bit till last, by the way. Go on.
They'll come back for you year after year. They're perennial, so they will naturalise in the ground, and they will come back for you year after year.
I am no help, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Fine. It comes to me eventually. Sometimes my brain just, you know, clicks off occasionally.
You've got a lot of information up there. You do extremely well.
It is a lot of
thank you
information.
Absolutely, a lot of excitement with all the products here for you guys. 650131. Well, let's continue on. Is it pronounced papava?
I say papava.
Oh, okay.
But I haven't looked it up, so I don't know. I say papava, Patty's plum.
Let's say papava.
It's a poppy. And it's a beautiful
Very pretty. Maybe a little
poppy.
bit different than what you would think. It's very iconic with the centre of the poppy, especially.
Oh, my word. Yeah, I love it. I love that iconic black splotch that you get in the centre. I mean, it's supposed to be black, but actually, once you look at it really closely, it's not quite black. It's kind of a darker purple colour, but it is so interesting. It's so beautiful. What I love about this particular variety is the colour of the petals that you get on here. It looks like some kind of antique silk or some kind of, you know, beautiful taffeta. It looks like a silk flower. It looks like somebody has taken time to create that. But this is a genuine, real flower that you can grow in your garden. Oriental poppies, they can flower for up to about 6 weeks, which is a really good length of time. Sort of May, June time, you will get these, and you'll get multiple flowers per plant, obviously, once this gets established as well. They're tough, they're hardy, they're robust, they are ridiculously easy to grow. They are herbaceous, so they do sort of die back down, leaving, you know, nothing above ground, but then every single year they come back for you. And you can... So once the flower fades, you do get those lovely kind of poppy seed heads on there as well, which you can, I mean, you can then leave those on over the winter periods because they look beautiful, don't they, over the winter, creating a little bit of extra interest going on there. But they're just an iconic cottage garden favourite. You get a lot of foliage on a poppy, which is, I think, is great for filling borders. Sean was telling me that what he often does with his poppies is after they finish flowering, he cuts them down, because then sometimes what you get is a second flush of flowers later on in the season as well. I can't guarantee it, but he certainly had some success with that. So that's wonderful, isn't it? Not as many flowers as the first flush, but you can potentially get some second ones.
Maybe you've never grown poppies before and you're thinking, well, actually this variety that I didn't realise existed, how striking is this? It's my favourite colour, how about that? Or somebody else's? Then here we go. Only $7.99 RRP, $14.99. We are 99p shy of half price there. We sort of a bit, what's it called? No, not Ministry of Funny Walks. I was thinking more, this is, I
can't help you. I don't know.
Who sung Baggy Trousers?
Yes!
Madness!
That was definitely a madness walk,
It was, wasn't it? I saw them at Glastonbury a couple of years ago. They were so good.
I love them.
And you forget how many songs they've done.
Yeah, so many.
Yeah. Just another one and another one.
It's not
Wings
just
of the Dove.
Trousers,
Wings of the Dove, I didn't realise with them.
I wish I could name them. I'm not very good at that. I can remember lyrics quite well, but I can't remember song titles.
House of Fun.
House of Fun.
Baggy Trousers.
Yeah, there you go.
My House, or Our House, what's it called?
Our House.
That's it.
In the middle of
Must Be Love.
Love,
See,
there's loads of them.
Bomb, bomb. Yeah. Cecilia.
Good morning, Suggs, if you're watching.
Morning, Suggs. Suggs never buys
you imagine?
Struch, by the way. He doesn't like it.
How
Repels him.
Oh dear.
You get it? That's another one. Start the hour. One joke an hour. There you go.
One joke an hour. Okay,
Phew, thank goodness it was done early. This is one of the most repeat purchased items from YouGarden. Goodness me, it works a dream. And if you're not sure, which I'm never sure of things, of what goes with what, if you're ordering and you, for example, peonies over here, and then over there I see the lilies, or maybe it's geranium, or whatever you're ordering right now, the roses, for example, the plums, the apples, etc. This helps everything,
Absolutely
right? If in doubt, it's this.
Absolutely everything. So I used to get a bit confused about which compost to buy when I went to the garden centres, because they've all got different uses and numbers, and you need
ratios and...
Oh, it was so confusing. But we do not have that with this, because the special formulation that you've got within this compost means that this is fantastic for absolutely everything. What we often say is the seeds through to trees and everything in between. Mm-hmm. There's only a couple of exceptions here. So we've got a gardenia on the show that prefers an ericaceous compost, and we've got our Bollywood over here, our rhododendron, that prefers an ericaceous compost. That is it on the show today. Absolutely everything else will live so happily in here, and that includes our houseplants as well. I've been repotting my houseplants. This is the compost that I use. Now, this started its life as the nursery compost. It was a commercial product, you know, and the nursery's business is growing plants. They do not use inferior products when it comes to their business. Of course they don't. This has the most amazing ingredients in here. Let's break that down for you. As I'm moving it around, you'll see all these lovely little green balls inside the compost. Now, that is a slow-release fertiliser. The slow-release fertiliser means that plants can get hold of feed as and when they need it. And that's really vitally important when we're talking about feeding our plants. You're still going to feed your plants with your water-based feed, and we have Blooming Fast. Please check that out on the website. It's amazing. But this means they can get hold of that feed as and when they need it. That's really, really important. What we've also got, composted wood fibre. You can see all those fibres running through here, and I will point out it is incredibly well composted. There are no big lumps and chunks in here that I have found in more inferior products. That composted wood fibre helps with this beautiful light airy texture, which we'll go into in a second, but it also helps with even water distribution, and it helps with water retention as well. We've got 3 different types of peat in here, black and white peat. Now, that has been reduced over the years. We're keeping up with environmental concerns. We use the minimum amount of it for the maximum results. Lime to balance out the pH. That's what turns this into a compost that you can use for pretty much everything. No searching for which number on the bag that you need. What else? A wetting agent. And I think that's the majority of the ingredients in there. Now, those ingredients are made to a specific recipe every single time this is made, and it's made on a regular basis, by the way. It has not been sat in bags on pallets for months and months on end. It's made regularly, so you're always getting something really, really fresh.
So, I'm thinking like my house plants, or if I'm using my heavy-duty pots or my decorative planters, for example, absolutely 100% of this. In my garden, in my borders, in my clay soil, etc. Do I work this in there as well? Absolutely. It hasn't got to be my garden hasn't got to be 100% professional compost.
No, not at all. Although if you do want large quantities of this, by all means, if you want commercial quantities, get in touch with our customer services. We can do it for you. We can give you a tipper truck if you want. But no, you know, of course.
Imagine that being free P&P when you get to £40 or over.
No.
You've got Sean Ryan reversing onto your drive. Hello.
Now, what I do whenever I'm planting out this, and I do have thick, heavy clay soil, so gradually over time what I'm trying to do is work as much good organic matter into that as possible, and, you know, really improve the quality of the soil. But what I do is I dig a bigger hole than I need. I break up that hole, and then I put plenty of this in there as well. So this more than surrounds the plant that I'm planting in there. Over time, it's improving the quality of the soil that in my garden, but in the first part, it is really helping my plant that I've spent money on to get established beautifully. And It really does make you a better gardener, I promise you. Over the years that we've been bringing this compost, and we brought it on various shopping channels for 20 years probably, it has been the biggest selling, the most 5-star reviewed product. People write essays on this to us.
Isn't it funny? 'Cause it's not the most glamorous thing.
No.
It hasn't got a lovely colourful picture with it. I think it's just, goodness me, does the job, doesn't it?
It does the job so beautifully, and I always think when somebody writes an essay, or even if it's just a one-liner, best compost I've ever used, it's not often we rave about something really good, is it? We will shout loud when something doesn't hit our expectations, but when it hits your expectations, it is incredible that people write these.
Bought about 10 bags so far straight away from the door. No messing. Karen, no messing with Karen. Love this stuff. Karen's back again, look, it might be a different one. This is the best compost I've ever used. This one here, I've been buying this compost for about 3 years, always reliable, plants thrive in it. Another 5 stars from Kevin, another 5 stars from Lawrence, used many times, still the best so far. There are pages and pages and pages from Marion, from Reg, from Stephen, etc. Lovely stuff, great compost. Well, you know what? We've all been in a garden centre, and maybe you've gone to purchase. It can completely take over your order of what you're doing, because it's normally quite near the front, like in the big outdoorsy bits. But you don't want to carry a bag of compost around, and then you get a trolley. Then you don't want to wheel a trolley around like the food hall and where you get the card bits and all sorts of stuff like that. And then in the car,
it's heavy as well, and I'm sure there's plenty of viewers that are watching us that you just can't manage, carrying those things and getting it off the pallet and putting it in the car and then getting it out the car and putting it where it needs to go. This gets delivered to your door. It comes in 2 bags for you, and it comes also in a cardboard box as well. So if you are multi-ordering, you can stack them for use later on. Please, please, please check out those reviews. Over the years, as I say, in the various different configurations, thousands and thousands of people have told us how good this is. And I know because I've been using it as well.
Exactly. 100-125 24.98 for 2 50-litre bags.
Yeah, it's good.
You could be ordering for somebody else. That could be for you and mum or you and sister, for example. But definitely you keep it after all. 100-125 in your garden with YouGarden. We've had a message from the Peter Pan of gardening. Sean Ryan says, what did he say? Where is that good-looking, slightly older, ginger-bearded one? Where are you? Sean's in the big bad city this morning, isn't he?
He is. He's gone. He's down in London. He is on QVC today. I think his show is at 12 o'clock. So I imagine a few of you are probably going to go and tune in and see what he's doing on there at 12 o'clock. But do come back, because once he finishes his hour, we will still be here for another hour after that.
Grafting.
So by all means, watch him, watch us. Come back and watch the hour that you missed with us, because obviously you can always stream the shows that we do from YGTV. We load those shows up onto the website within 24 hours. They're on Facebook, they're on YouTube, so you can always watch us.
Guess what as well? Wow. When you're shopping, look at all those products over there, and then you come and look at all the products over here, and you think, very good value at YouGarden, maybe cheaper. So.
We've got a club you can join.
And there's
a
code here. Yeah. We get free P&P. Definitely see what Sean's up to, and do follow him on the social media as well. He's very, very sharing of his garden, as you are as well.
Yeah.
And goodness me.
He's there, look. You can see there's his details on the screen.
There you go at the bottom.
Give him a little follow.
Check him out. Is he wearing a gilet? If he
is,
I
bet he's wearing a gilet.
Email the studio there.
Let
I don't know
us
what it is. Studio@qvc.com. I don't know what it is. And nice gilet. Nice gilet. You can see that. Did BHS have a sale on? You could put that. Absolutely. That's still open, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll work.
BHS, CNA, Debenhams, all the greats.
Thanks for messaging, Sean.
We love you,
Sean.
Sean.
You're doing a good job down there.
You can have the shed back in a little while. 100-125, that is your item after all. And free gifts by shopping direct after all. Now, that code gives you buy one, get ones, and doubling up deals, and £40 free P&P, sorry, when you spend £40 or more. But you will also, with every time you order, get this, Bex.
You will indeed, yeah. So it's a bag of 100 of the Narcissus Short Mix. So you're getting multiple varieties included in that bag. It is worth £19.99. We sold it not so long ago at £19.99. So it is free with purchase. Now, please, I know we're getting towards the end of the spring bulb planting season. I do appreciate that, but you can still get these in the ground. You will still get displays from them this year. Sean thinks that they might come up a little bit later. They might come up a little bit bit shorter. I'm not sure. I think you might still get them at the same time. You might still get them at the same height. But the beautiful thing is that they come back for you year after year.
Yep.
So get them in the ground, plant them out. You'll probably get beautiful displays this year, but you'll get them for many years afterwards as well. And let's not forget, it's free. Whenever you purchase something else, you're getting £20 worth of freebies here today.
And in my experience, you've got to do nothing.
Nothing.
Just plant them and do nothing. I didn't realise, like in that, you've been to our house, like the walk up to the front door.
Yep.
That path is lined with daffodils. I had no idea until they started popping up this time last year. And then, now, literally right now, what we're end of Jan, nearly, no, mid. Mid, I don't know my dates. They're coming up already. So that's why you should plant them straight away. They're already on their way, and I've done nothing.
Yeah.
I've just cut over the top of them with the lawnmower.
Yeah.
That's literally, haven't even, like, zero, didn't even know they were there.
Yeah.
So you plant them now, obviously, a bit later on, and then next year, and then next year, and then next year, and next year. And I love the idea of, what did you say?
Lawn drifts.
Lawn drifts.
Yeah, I did a little video on my Instagram of planting them out, because I've done, what have I done? I've done crocus and I've done daffs in my lawn. And I literally got a handful of bulbs and threw them over my shoulder, and wherever they
next door's going to have a lovely spread.
Wherever they landed,
Sorry, Margaret.
that's where I planted them in the ground.
Okay.
It was great fun, honestly. So my lawn, fingers crossed, should look absolutely beautiful in a few weeks.
That's going to look spectacular. So again, that freebie, you don't need the item number, YGTV0224. Here comes a little review for you, but not forgetting on the website, on the phone lines, etc., however you're placing your orders. Now this review, do I have to talk over it? Or is it just done for us?
No, you have to talk.
Okay,
while I change the table.
I'm on it. Here we go then. Right, grab your pens and papers. Maybe you're on the website. Here come your item numbers. Where we started, the rose patio, 4 different colours, the red, the yellow, the pink and the white. They come to you as bare roots. You put them in the ground, you put them in the pots, whatever you'd rather. £50 saving when you're using that code, but you grab the item number in your basket. Top left of your screen, 530199. How beautiful is that? What are you going to plant them in? Maybe it's going to be these. After all, they could be going in your pots you've already got, could be going in the ground, of course, but a lot of people are adding this in the same basket, and this is a classic example of the offer code coming into its own. The item number, by the way, for your Tuscanies, is 130278. But then, with that code, rather than $11.99, you will get another one for free. So if you put your quantity at 2, we will send you 4. If you put your quantity to 3, you'll get 6, and so on and so on. With the code UGTV0224. More or less the same size as the heavy duty pots, but obviously much more appealing with that lovely Tuscan finish. 130278. And what you're gonna put in there, of course you want to be popping in your compost. Okay, your hardies are also on the show. Look at these geraniums. Another buy one, get one free. I love that little red banner when it pops up. That is $9.99, 580005. You get 5 bare roots, obviously multiple flowers within there. What are they, Stuart? £1 each, because you're getting buy one, get one free, so you're going to get 10 of the roots. 580005. Astilbes. That beautiful plum. This is that one that I thought was a little bit like Gypsophilia. Of course, maybe you've seen something different. Another buy one, get one free. Even the RRP here is exceptional. Maybe you're going to order one thing today. Maybe you're popping on thinking, I love these ideas. A little bit shorter. They're not skyscrapers, are they? But they really do hold their own. Excellent. 580058. You use that code, you'll get sent 100 more bulbs as well of the Narcissus. But if you want to get hold of these, 580058, you will be sent 10 with the code. What are they going to be accompanied by? Are you going to dress your garden with peonies? Maybe it's for a wedding coming up. Maybe it's going to be for an occasion. Maybe you're going to deadhead them and then obviously lasting year after year. But you know what? Just as a really global favourite, iconic in shape and in size, you're getting the 3, by the way, so the red, the pink and the white. But you're going to get 6 with the buy one, get one free with the code. Your item number 580004. White, red and pink. Now the Agapanthus, Africanus, blue. Phew, said that all right. This was that one, really striking and tall. Like, remember Bex was describing these like fireworks, aren't they? Mid-explosion. Really, they feel really exotic. I think they're really, really different as well. Very, very striking. Really like eye-catching, I think, in your garden. And a third off, $9.99. 580023 is your item number. $14.99. It should be. It's $9.99 today, and with that code, another 100 bulbs on the way for you with the Narcissus. Let's continue on. Ceanothus thysiphilorus. The Californian lilac. I love how open YouGarden are. Too many were ordered, much more than was meant or proposed. So therefore they're like, oh gosh, we're overran. Let's make sure they go out to you guys quicker. $6.99 is the price now. If you want to multi-order that, go for it. Up your quantities. 510006. This is the one in Bex's mum and dad's garden, about 5 years old. But look at the potential. Gosh, wow, that covers up an area that maybe you don't want to be seeing anymore. Maybe it's a trellis, maybe it's a brick wall, but that in the ground, how striking is that? It does come in a 2-litre pot, by the way. 510886. Gladioli. 200 bulbs for the price of 100. Brilliant advice from Bex here to plant them in clump, maybe in groups of 20, maybe 25, maybe 30. Tall and thin, but multiple heads on each one of those. And just the flower arranging, that sort of ripple effect going through. Absolutely glorious. 630002. Speaking of height, speaking of colour, the skyscraper lilies, they must be one of the all-time favourites, one of the all-time bestsellers, which makes me think that people are getting the results that are proposed to you on the screen. You're thinking, I want some more of those. I want to buy them as a present to somebody else. Maybe someone's just got their own, a new house. Maybe their first time, homeowners or anything like that at all. Maybe it's maybe with the grandchildren now, you're going to plant them with those, and then they're going to be taller than them. £26 saving, 25 bulbs through the 5 varieties, and you're getting 5 of each. Maybe you're going to plant them in clusters of colour, do 1 bulb of each there, so you get a full variety. Completely up to you, of course, but the height is outstanding. 630326 to get your skyscraper lilies. Great saving, $13.95 your total price. Speaking of savings, $9.99. This is the one that you just saw us shorn out in the gardens here at YouGarden, showing you how particularly in the colder months the colour changes reflecting its environment. Really striking, very easy to look after as well. These lovely deep red colours, almost like fire tones, aren't they? 510759, under £10 today. That is better than 50% off. And the price has gone down. The P&P goes down when you use that code, bottom of the screen, YGTB0224. That activates the extra 100, that activates the extra saving. That, if your basket, whatever's going in there, gets to £40 or over each transaction, that will be free, P&P. Maybe the Obsessor is going to be in there too. 510759. A couple more than we straight back to, I assure you. Just gone 11:30. Thank you so much for joining us. You just spied this, that beautiful, beautiful poppy, the Patty's Plum, $7.99. That is 99p of half price. 580059. Beautiful. And a lot of you are asking for a reminder of that item number 4, the professional grade premium compost. This is it. This is it, 100 litres, so 2 times 50-litre bags. You haven't got to go collect it. You haven't got to put it in the back of the car, put it on the back of your bike. I was almost going to say 100125. I don't know. We've all been shopping and put like a bag on each handle, right, to balance yourself out. Always a disaster, isn't it? 100125. You don't worry about lugging it around. It'll be delivered to your door.
God, that does take me back, trying to balance things when you're on a bike and then it gets caught in the spokes and it's dangerous, isn't it?
It is.
Don't do it.
It's like a passage of life, that.
Yeah, right.
Just pop into the shop for your mum and like, can you get this?
Trying to balance the bike.
There's milk in one side and bread in the other side, and you're like, no. Off we go. Never mind. Any other bike stories? We'd love to hear from them. Just gone 11:30 this Sunday morning. We are live. Thank you so much for joining us. Really exciting. Bex, what a show, by the way. Such variety.
So many things for you. We've got a mixture. We've got perennial plants. We've got shrubs. We've got bare roots. We've got pots as well.
We've got hanging baskets.
Should we come over here?
Shall I? Yeah, I went too far.
We'd like to move, Stu. We're going. Yeah, the Knox hanging basket.
You should have just edged me along. Just walk at me. I'd have moved.
Just shove you out the way.
Go.
The Knox hanging basket, this one's been a real popular one this week, and this is because what we've got here is an incredible deal on some beautiful pots.
It goes together, yeah.
Yeah, where the little bits are here, look.
Don't just shove it in.
No, put it on that side. And they sort of clip into place as well.
I see.
You can hear the little clip.
I didn't plug.
Yeah, there you go. There's a sticker in the way on that side. So what you can do with these...
You restuck that sticker, didn't you?
I did restick that sticker.
Sorry,
Thanks for that.
I'm not going to put it in then.
What we did with this one, in actual fact, if you were watching during the week, is we've actually potted this with some of our free gift, with our Narcissus short mixed bulbs.
Wow.
So we put, in fact, that's what the sticker tells us. On the 11th of January, we planted this up with 16 bulbs because we're basically showing that these are going to be absolutely fine. They're going to grow. But this is what we can do with these. So you can just have it as a pot on its own if you want to. It's beautiful as that. Look at the gorgeous design on here. They are made of plastic, but remember that these are the frost-resistant, UV stabilised, lightweight plastic that looks absolutely gorgeous. That looks like some kind of brushed metal, doesn't it?
Do I need a liner or something like that?
No.
That's clever for a hanging basket.
No, you don't need that at all. Okay, so these do have the drainage holes in the bottom, slightly raised drainage holes as well. So if you are using it as a pot, that's great because it gives more space for that to come out. And obviously you've got the channels coming out on the sides as well. As a hanging basket, absolutely fine. You don't need any liners. Obviously it's got the drainage coming through there. Some people do, and I do this. I do like to add some extra materials into the bottom here. I have a bag of gravel, basically. So I add a couple of inches worth of gravel in the bottom and then put my soil on the top there. In fact, what some people do is use their broken terracotta pots, which is essentially what happens to your terracotta pots. When you break them,
well, I'm glad you're
you
putting
smash
them
them
to
up
use.
into pieces, don't you, and put them in the bottom here to help with your drainage. So you can do that if you want to. Or, you can use these as the hangers, as we have shown you. So these clips come off very easily, and they go back on very easily as well. So if you want to use them as hanging baskets... It's a proper big hook at the top as well, isn't it? It's a really nice hook.
Right, just like thread a needle.
Yeah, but also this is a non-twist hanging thing. So if it's blowing in the breeze, it will always right itself.
Rewrites.
It doesn't get tangled up. It doesn't get tangled up like some chain hanging baskets can.
Yeah.
This has been specifically designed so you don't get any of that thing happening. So you can use it as a hanging basket, or you can use it as a pot, as we are with our daffodils. They simply click on and click off very, very easily, and it's just an amazing price on some beautiful looking pots.
It's only $4.99. Great point, that, Stu. If you're, I'll stop waving and look at you for a second. For example, there was an item on the show. Was it the Struch that is like £3 shy of £40? This is the most affordable item we've been to so far. That'll tip you over £40, therefore activating free P&P with the code on the bottom of the screen. And with that code, you get 100 extra bulbs you're just talking about, and you're going to get 2 pots, not 1.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. And do you know what? If you just want a couple of really beautiful displays of daffodils, in spring, place your order for these at £4.99.
Yeah.
I mean, you will pay the postage, but even still, the savings and the price that you'll get on these is absolutely amazing. So £4.99, you'll get a pair of these. Put your code in YGTV0224 to get your free bag of bulbs. We put 16 in there, which I think is about right.
Okay.
So 16 in each, that's 32. You've still got 68 bulbs left to plant out. And that order will have cost you £4.99 plus a bit of postage.
Yeah,
and you'll have 2
good point.
Beautiful pots. Perhaps you're thinking of a Mother's Day gift. How wonderful.
It's in March, isn't it?
They might start coming up by Mother's Day, but you could plant these up, get yourself a bit of compost, and it doesn't take much compost in there. Plant them up, put the bulbs in, and give them as a Mother's Day gift.
That's a really
then your
sweet
mother
idea.
or mother-in-law will then have those every year for many years.
Love that. Always remind them of you, won't it? There you go. 130502. Well done, everybody checking out your baskets. Can we talk all things Bollywood, please? I like you follow the instruction.
I do. I do as I'm told.
Yeah, we keep ourselves entertained, don't we?
I like Bollywood. I love it. I love Bhangra dancing. Do you remember that DVD? We used to work on that shopping channel, Idleworld, in its previous home. We both used to work there, didn't we?
When it was good.
You can't say that.
I can't say that.
Anyway, yeah.
We love you guys who are still there.
When we worked there, we used to do a DVD called Bhangra Size. And
I don't remember this.
Do you not remember this?
No.
Maybe it was before
How
you were
long ago are we thinking?
Oh. I was a producer.
I was there in
going
2010.
back a while. And
I joined 2009. When did you join?
2004. It was a Bhangra-sized
Man and
DVD,
boy.
so it was an exercise DVD, which was very much based on Bollywood, dance moves.
Is that one of the moves? You just done it, you never lose it, do you?
There was one of these moves.
Yeah.
It was one of the moves, and it was brilliant. I loved it.
The classic moves, like I can't do it. Like obviously, there's like screwing in the light bulb. I've got bayonets, so It's just in.
That's it.
And I'm like...
Anyway, I digress. I'm so sorry. Bollywood. What we've got is a rhododendron
It's okay what we're doing, by the way.
with a little bit of a difference. Okay?
Wow. Already, by the way, without looking at that picture, this is beautiful.
Well, this is the difference that you're getting with this particular variety of rhododendron. Okay, so we love rhododendrons for a couple of reasons. We love that they're evergreen. We like that they like a bit of a shady spot. They don't need full sun. But we like that evergreen, glossy foliage that we get on here. And then we absolutely adore the beautiful flowers that come. However, with this one, if we just talk about the foliage for a second, what we've got on here is a gorgeous variegation to the leaves on there. But it's not just the green and cream. Let me point this bit out to you as well. Can you see the gorgeous pinks that we're getting on here? Some of them are quite vibrant pinks and then some peachy colours as well. It's an incredible foliage plant just in its own right. It's incredibly well established as well. In fact, we took a walk the other day. We were looking at all the different plants in the nursery. As far as the rhododendrons are concerned, this is the one that is looking at its best right now. This is the standout rhododendron on the nursery floor at the moment. So the foliage is incredible and it is
the
evergreen.
branches are like shots of pink going through.
I know.
Isn't it?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Insane. Wow.
I just think it's really beautiful just as a foliage plant. But then what's going to top this off, what's going to make it even more magical, that in spring, and just imagine, because this is a well-established plant, can I just show you the size we're talking about here, because I'm hiding some of it behind there. This is big, really well established. In April, May time, the flower display that you are going to get from this is, look at that.
Wow.
Those, again, a bit like that pap of a Patty's plum, you know, we were talking about how it looked like a silk flower. This is what I think of with rhododendron. I just think that they look unreal because they are so beautiful. It looks like a made silk flower because they are glossy and beautiful, and the plant gets absolutely covered in them. So you can barely even see the foliage at times in spring.
The staging of the foliage is really striking in its own right, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. And listen, well, you can go into, and I've done it myself. I did it a couple of years ago. I walked into a garden centre in April, May time. The rhododendron was in full bloom and it is the most beautiful thing. And I walked out having spent, I think, £40 on a rhododendron plant because it was at its most gorgeous. And that's where people can spend a lot of money. And I was very happy with it. However, this is the time to get hold of it because in just a few months, we're mid-January now. In April time, just a few months from now, you're going to get the most glorious display of flowers coming from here. And at $29.99, with a saving of £15 nearly on this, it will be incredible. Now, this is one that's going to want a bit more of an ericaceous compost, okay? So you do need to invest in an ericaceous. It will live happily, it will live fine in your standard compost, in the premium professional compost, it will live fine, but it just won't give you the display of flowers that you want to get from it. So it is very much advisable to get yourself some ericaceous compost, and it's on our website. Sunny spot if you can, a little bit of shade it'll cope with.
Perfect. There you go, $29.99. Just over a tenner away from free P&P, from all the magic still happening. 510717. Now then, we're continuing on.
The viburnum.
Viburnum. That's it. I stopped mid because I wasn't sure what I was reading. I love things like this. Like, say again, it's already staked. It comes in the pot, right? It's all ready to go. But we've got flowers. We've got little flowers.
We got flowers, we got foliage, we got fragrance. It is absolutely glorious. And your viburnum is, so viburnum is known as a border plant. It's a wonderful border plant to have in your mixed borders and things. You have evergreen foliage on there. You get flowers, you get fragrance, and it happens over the winter months. We started bringing this particular one as the standard to our YGTV viewers back in, I think it was at the end of November time when we started bringing it, and it was in full bloom then, and it is still in full bloom now. Look, you've got flowers, you've got buds waiting to open. This isn't done yet. This has still got a couple of months worth of...
There's interest. Where do you look? Like, just down there, and like even the bits that... Are these all flowers waiting to go?
Yeah, those are the buds waiting to open. So the kind of burgundy-coloured buds that you can see on there, those are waiting to open. And then what you get is this display over here, where you get a mixture on the same flower head. So you've got buds, you've got flowers, they're pink, they're white. But the fragrance, Dan, it is... Oh, it's
incredible.
gorgeous. It's one of the most beautifully fragrant winter flowering plants that you can have in your garden. So sort of November, December time, it bursts into bloom and it stays like this. It keeps giving to you these flowers all the way through till probably about March time. After that, you've got glorious, luscious evergreen foliage waiting for it to do exactly the same job for you again all the way through the winter months next year. Now, it is grafted onto that rootstock as well. Okay, it is very, very important. Again, this is not topiary. You can't just create this from a viburnum bush. This is skilled craftsmanship or craftspersonship that has gone into creating this. And I always point this out, and it's quite difficult to see. But okay, so the way that they've done it is absolutely incredible. You've got the V shape here, but if you look around this side, you've got the V shape coming here. And the same on this side, there's the V shape coming up here. So what you've got is a real uniform.
Is that
creation.
Triple grafted or
it's
not?
Not triple grafted, but I think it's the way that it's been pruned and trained.
Okay.
So you've got the grafting process first, and then you've got the pruning and training to create the wonderful symmetry, excuse me, at the bases here, which then creates the beautiful symmetry that you get going on around here.
Maybe in order to.
This
is going to be
such a lot of work.
Like where your roses might go as a variety, like by the door, something like that. Maybe lining somewhere, maybe just a one-off there. But of course, you can multi-order if you want to. $24.99 for each, rather than $39.99. That's £15 off. You know what the sale? When it's in the room. For example, in this room, you can smell it. It's not overpowering, though. It's like a little, like, what is that? And then obviously when you get closer, it's really subtle, but
As you brush past it, you get that lovely smell, don't you?
Yeah.
And I think, as you were saying, if you've got the pair and you put them either side of a doorway, as you came in and out of the door,
brushing past,
you would get that gorgeous smell. Oh, it's beautiful.
Angelic. Here we
beautiful.
go. 510191. Dash that way.
Okay, let's go. We're going to talk about roses, aren't we?
No running back here. Absolutely. There's still tons more to come, by the way. We've got the Daphne coming up. I can see more lilies, the mixed irises. There's tons. This is why we love that you can try and, because we obviously don't want to cram everything in, do we, to every single hour. We want to do things justice and things. So thank you for sticking with us. There's always more to see as we're going through it. If you just joined, you're thinking, have I just missed out on an hour and 45? You have. We'll go back to bits and bobs. But well done for ordering, getting the best prices and the code, after all, on the screen. That is what will unlock all the goodies on the show.
That's it. It's what we call our magic key code.
Yep.
So, if you've got a buy one, get one free, or a double up deal, or free postage, or whatever it might be, that code is what unlocks all of those, as well as giving you a free gift with purchase every single time you make an order.
When you were younger, did Clark's shoes have a special shoe for girls that was like a magic key? Do you remember this?
No.
Do you remember this? No?
I remember the...
Magic key is what reminded me.
No, I remember the strap. I always wanted that pair where the strap would come to the back so you could have them as slip-on shoes. Or
oh, nice.
I don't know if that's not it.
No, they had them in the sole.
I don't remember
There was
these.
a key embedded in the, like up
Right.
not behind glass, behind probably rubber or something like that, in the sole. And the advert was like a girl going around a garden, and she had the secret key and unlocked another.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and it was like, if you order them, you were like literally
I
bee's
don't
knees.
remember those.
My sister loved them.
Loved them. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you
Well,
remember that? Have I made that up?
up.
Let us know through any medium. Shout. I think it was called Magic Key. I don't know.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look.
Yeah, have you
that
looked it
up?
up, Stu? Magic
Steps.
Steps.
There you go.
There was a key in the shoe.
Oh, I feel like I missed out.
Yeah, you did.
I don't remember
You
that.
really did.
I just wanted the pair of shoes because you'd have the strap that'd go over the top, but I always wanted the ones that would, because the strap would then go around the back of your heel, so you could have slip-on shoes.
Like a croc.
grown-up. Like a croc. No, I just felt like a grown-up.
Hey, I'm obsessed with Crocs.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a croc.
Absolutely not.
Particularly if you're gardening.
Absolutely quite right too. Nevertheless, let's continue on,
Let's
shall we?
move on, shall
Stu's
we?
looking up. I think it must have been like early 90s, maybe even 1990.
Wow.
Because my sister was about
I'm a bit older than you.
10, 11. Well, I'm sure it was around before then.
Oh, okay.
No, Bex, you're younger than me.
No. Raspberry Ripple
Covered that.
is what we're going to talk to you about next,
Yep.
because this one is just a stunner. Look at the colours on there.
This feels crazy. This feels like the sort of thing that the professionals can achieve because of all the different ways. What was that?
Oh no, absolutely. This is something that you can achieve at home yourself. Okay, this is not a specialist gardener that's needed here. There is no kind of special growing required. Roses these days have become very, very easy. I used to avoid growing roses because I thought they were really tricky. I thought that they had lots of problems. But actually, with them modern methods of breeding and things. They've made roses so simple to grow in our gardens. I mean, I started with 1 and I've now got 9 in various forms in my garden because I love them so much. And this, I think, will be a glorious addition to anybody's garden because of the mixture of colours that you've got going on here. Now, this is called, what causes this is something called the jumping gene.
Okay.
And it creates this instability, basically, in a good way, within the rose colours that are created. And this is what makes each and every rose that's created on this rose bush completely individual, because they're all going to be very different from each other. So you get a mixture of this lovely raspberry ripple shades on these roses. It's a floribunda, so it flowers in abundance. You get multiple repeat flowering season from this, right the way through from about May all the way through to October. Though with climate change, who knows when you'll get roses. I've still got roses, even now. Weird. They shouldn't be in flower, but I've got one on my Arthur Bell rose at home. There is a rose on there. Weird. But yeah, normal flowering season is about May to October, but multiples of them and clusters of flowers here as well.
When do you know when to deadhead?
Well, when the flower starts to look a bit old and tired, you can tell once it just starts to go over. You know, a few of the petals start to fall off.
Like me. Just a little bit. Is he still?
No.
He was once a rose.
He was once all right now. A bit crinkly around the edges.
Yeah.
She says. Once the rose just starts to look a bit tired, then you just take a nice sharp pair of secateurs. It's key, sharp pair of secateurs, because if you squash the ends, that's where you can introduce diseases in. So nice sharp cut, and just trim those off, throw them away. Yeah, just the heads.
At an angle or just straight?
I tend to cut those. I'm not too fussy about those. I just cut them off.
Okay.
But when I'm pruning, that's when I do it at an angle, and I'm going to be pruning sort of January, February time on my rose bushes, which is a really simple job to do. So once the rose starts looking a bit tired, just cut the dead flower off. Chuck it away, and then it will encourage more blooms to come through.
That's a great Mother's Day gift. This could be a great Mother's Day gift. But things like on the website, you're going to find, like, I remember purchasing my mum a new fork and spade, is that the right word?
Yes.
For digging and planting, because mum grows her own, absolutely. But got like some metal ones with a wooden handle, etc., etc. Maybe it's going to be some new secateurs. Lovely, especially like if you've had, because we all keep stuff, right? Garage is full of old saws. Don't throw that away. That's got one more cut in it. Like something you got. That's a lovely. More of that story is, you can get it on this website.
Yes.
YouGarden.com. You can find all of these things. Just search in the search engine at the top. Use that code though, and even by purchasing some secateurs, you're going to get 100 bulbs. Absolutely. And please don't feel like you have to just shop what we've got. There's so many things on the website. Just make sure you always enter that code so you get your free gift. And sometimes it unlocks deals that we didn't even know were there. Yeah, good point. Oh, it's buy one get 5. Why am I doing all these slips?
Sometimes it's quite incredible. You're like, well, that's not supposed to be there, but let's do it anyway.
Say no one. Press check out. 530250 for the rose side of things. Now, gardenia, here we go, the pinwheel. Really good price on this one, and I'm not sure why, because this is not one that really needs any massive saving on it. The gardenia. Okay, so we know gardenia as an indoor plant. But this one isn't. This one is an outdoor. This is part of a series of the world's first hardy outdoor gardenias, and this is hardy down to -10. Wow.
So that means it's winter hardy. It comes with our lifetime guarantee. The gorgeous thing about gardenia, a couple of things really: fragrance and evergreen foliage. So you get gorgeous, evergreen, luscious, shiny foliage on here. I do love that glossy evergreen foliage. There's something about it. I think it feels healthy. It looks healthy. So you've got the foliage on there. You've got interest all year round. You haven't got a dead-looking plant. It's not just twigs over the winter. You have that green foliage. But in the summertime, June, July, August, and into September, you are going to get these beautiful pinwheel flowers. And you were saying, actually, Dan, I'm really glad you pointed it out, because both Sean and I have been talking about it. The centre of those flowers is just unreal. It looks like somebody's taken a needle and thread and sewn something around the centre. Bound. It reminds me of like macrame or something like that, which is just the most beautiful way of. There you go. Yeah, look at that. It doesn't look real, does it? But it's really, really interesting and really, really pretty. But it's the fragrance that you're going to get from these flowers that it's going to delight you more than anything. Gardenia is used a lot in some really high-end perfumes. There's one high-end perfume that I want to get, but it's too expensive. But it's a gardenia. It's a gardenia fragrance, and it is glorious.
the ones I know.
None of those.
None of them, obviously.
It's Gucci Flora, if you must
Oh!
know. Gucci Flora, that's
the
the
other
one I
half
want,
live.
and it's the Gardenia one. But it's £130 a bottle,
Tell you what,
and that is too much money for me.
It's just been Christmas. I've never smelled so good. Like, you get the new
Get all the
leaks.
smellies,
Yeah,
don't you?
absolutely. Get some
all
new.
the smellies.
Whichever one's buy one, get one in Tesco.
But yeah, that Gardenia fragrance, and they need thousands and thousands and thousands of these petals in order to create that fragrance. It's incredible, honestly. But you can have that beautiful Gardenia fragrance in your garden.
So, it arrives in the pot.
It does.
Is that the pot?
Yeah, that is the pot. That's exactly how it will. Well, obviously packaged, but yes, that's how it will arrive.
So is that living outside?
It can live outside.
Can
yes,
it live
absolutely.
inside?
It sort of can, but you know, it's tricky with outdoor plants to try and keep
Let's
them
pop it
indoors.
outside.
Let's pop it outside. It is winter
Leaving
hardy.
it in the
you haven't got
pot
any
or
problem.
out the pot and in the garden?
You can do whatever
in a bigger pot?
whatever you want with this.
I'm asking
to
lots
be
of
honest
questions
with
and not letting you answer.
No, it's fine. So I've got a couple of plants that I still haven't planted that have been living in their pots outdoors on the outdoor table, and they've been sitting there for a good. Well, they were bought before Christmas, so they've been sitting there for a while, and I still haven't planted them out yet.
Okay.
So they can sit for a while, no problem. You could keep this in a pot quite happily. I mean, I wouldn't go for a massive pot just yet. I'd go for
Maybe
a slightly smaller
my
pot.
Knox?
Yeah, you could probably put it in the Knox. It'll live in there for a
good
little while.
size?
Grab
I'm going
it,
to bring it over. Why not?
You could put it in the Knox and it will live in there. I wouldn't put it as a hanger.
yeah,
I would
ignore the
take
hanging side of things,
bits
but they're
off.
on there.
But yeah, that could go quite happily in the Knox. That would be a lovely size for that to go into. So you could keep it in a pot. Obviously, as it grows, you're going to want to transfer it into slightly bigger pots, over time. This is going to, it doesn't get massive. It only gets to about 2 feet high, maybe 2 feet spread. It forms a really nice shrub shape. And actually, I think this is beautiful as a pot plant because particularly when the fragrance comes, when those flowers are there, you will want to move that pot to wherever you are in the garden because you're going to want to take advantage of that smell. But it will work beautifully as a border plant as well. With it only reaching about 2 feet high, I'm probably going to say mid-border. But yeah, it's up to you. You can put where you want to.
You mentioned $6.99, one of the four
know,
items
great
on the
price
show.
on that.
So of yours is 511364. Well done, everybody getting hold of that. The iris, again, this whole table is really spectacular, isn't it?
It's a
To
good
add
table.
some colour, something really positive and refreshing in your garden. I love your term of, was it set the dream? Start the dream.
Start the dream in January.
Start the dream in January. Was that it? I loved it so much I can't remember it anymore.
The dream starts in
The
January.
dream starts in January, absolutely, because you see pictures and we watch telly of gardening shows and stuff, and you're
Well,
like,
the thing is-
oh, beautiful. This row here makes it beautiful.
Christmas is done now. You know, we have a period of time where we're very much focused on Christmas, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
And then New Year comes and we're into January and we're all a bit like, oh, what do we do now? And this is where you start thinking about your spring garden, your summer garden. I mean, actually, thinking about spring garden, we should have been thinking a couple of months ago. But, you know,
But we do that in gardening world, right? We really plan ahead.
But this is where the dream starts, and we really start thinking about those warmer months coming. We're starting to see those beautiful green shoots coming out the ground. You know, our daffodils are starting to come up, our tulips are starting to come up. It's exciting times right now. So yes, this is where we start dreaming about those warmer months and what we're going to bring into our garden. And you're right, this table gives us some gorgeous fragrance, colour, summer flowers.
Ooh, the words I see on the screen, double up deal. I've seen 100 and get one free. What does double up deal mean?
Okay, so double up means that you put 2 in your basket.
So I haven't had to do that previously. It's just happened.
Buy one, get one free. You put 1 in your basket. We automatically put the second one in when you put the code in, YGTV0224. But with a double up deal, what we're offering you is you can buy 1 on its own for a price, but if you double up, we will give you 2 for a slightly reduced price.
Okie dokie.
So put 2 in your basket. I say slightly reduced.
So this is $17.99, so it would be £35 for 2.
Yeah.
It's 2 for $19.99.
Yeah, I know. Big reduced price.
It's kind of worth it, right?
It's definitely worth it.
You save that £2 if you want to. But I think it's going to be worth it, isn't
I
it?
do think it'll be worth it.
So I'll then get 200 bulbs.
Well, just like I was saying with the gladioli, your iris do not want to be planted individually because, again, these grow slender. So not as tall as your gladioli, a couple of feet in height. So nice, decent size from the flowers here. But on their own, they grow very slender. They will look very lonely. So this is, again, another one you're going to want to plant in multiples, 25, 30 of them in a group together. So to get 200 of them on that double up deal means that you will get, if we did 30, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. So 5 and a bit. Maybe 6 collections.
I'm not sure what Massive just done. What have you just done? Are you dividing 100?
30
Okay.
multiplied to get into the 200.
Oh.
So it's like 5 and a bit.
Right, yep.
So you get 5 groups.
Yep.
It's my maths anyway. So you'll get 5 groups of those around your garden. You can put them into borders quite happily. You'll have a gorgeous summer display. June, July time is when your irises come up. Or get yourself a gorgeous pot and put a whole load of them all into a pot together and just have an iris pot filled with a beautiful mix of colours as well. Because I just love the colour mix in here. That deep indigo blue, the royal blue, the lilacs, the whites, the yellows, the bi-colours, the single colours. You're getting a lot going on there.
It's really identifiable, isn't it? It's iconic, much like an orchid is. You know an orchid. A lot of people just know an iris.
Yeah, I said this a couple of times. Like, you don't look at an iris and think, what is it? It's an iris, and you know it's an iris. You can't mix it up with another flower. It's beautiful. Here
we go. You can get hold of yours. So let's make sure you get 200. You put the quantities of 2. You haven't got to put the quantities of 200. You'll get tons. Quantities of 2. 630366. But as Bex perfectly points out, the code at the bottom, YGTB0224, gets you that offer. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Joining us here. We are halfway through our 2 hours in extravaganza for you. Tons on the show. But Bex, just remind me again. If you've been watching since the start, I know I'm preaching too, but that code unlocks everything.
Absolutely,
the potential is huge.
Yeah, it's the code, it's the magic key. It gives you all of the deals. So whether it's so you get free postage if you get your order to over £40, you have to enter that code in order to activate the free postage. If you spend under £40, please remember you only ever pay 1 postage cost. Whatever is the most expensive postage in your basket, $4.99, $6.99, you'll only pay it once. But if you've got a double up deal, a buy one get one free, the code will unlock that for you. You also get a free gift with every single purchase, which is your bag of 100 short mixed daffodils, your narcissi, and every single time you place an order, we will enter that into your basket for you. So if you place multiple orders today, if you place 2, 3, 4 orders, you will get that many bags of these bulbs as well.
That is a unique element to YouGarden TV.
It absolutely
That is unique. Not only the price points and the double ups and the buy one get ones. If you're shopping elsewhere, you will not get the chance to use that code. That's why you go direct.
And we have a discount club as well,
yes,
which we do urge you to join. We have over 40,000 members of our discount club, and it costs just £5 to join the club. It is the auto renewal one, but you can cancel the auto renewal at any time. But what that unlocks, what that gives you is 10% discount off every single time you place a plant or accessory order. So if you think about how many orders you place across the year, that £5, you will earn that back and more very, very quickly. You also get 5% off your outdoor living and gifts orders. The only we can't give you 10% on those just because we work on smaller margins. It's just not possible to give a 10%, but still 5% on all of those. We get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to use throughout the year. So basically £5 every 3 months you get a voucher to use, which is great. It's free basically it's free money to you. And you get exclusive offers, competitions and expert advice. Plus your auto renewal membership will always auto renew at £5 every single year. So even if we decide to put the price back up to, £20 or £25 or whatever, yours will always automatically renew at £5. So it's well worth joining the club.
It's a nice idea. I think it's worth it, isn't it?
But
nevertheless, the 100 there is what's free with that code. Now, I love the variety. You were saying about how much space you've got. Maybe it's also what you want. Of course, you've got the skyscrapers, so big, outstanding lilies up here. If you don't want that, that's not your bag, or maybe you want the variety of. This is where our carpet lilies come in, right?
Yeah, I really like the idea of the carpet lilies because, I love lilies anyway. I love the colours, the mixture, the fragrance, the heights. There's nothing, I think, that there isn't to love about a lily. But what I really enjoy about these is that they're the carpet lilies. So these are...
It's really bothering me, by the way, that this is on the wrong.
Straighten it because it annoys me as well. Thank you.
I don't know why. I don't know why it's like that. Because that goes right in.
And then that side doesn't.
But the other side doesn't.
No, so you have to lift this one.
Yeah.
I much prefer it when it... There you go.
I mean, we could have just addressed that before we came live to it. I appreciate that, friends at home.
Sorry.
But here we are.
But there you go. It's nice and straight now.
Yep.
Right, so the carpet lilies stay nice and short. So we are only talking 30 centimetres in height.
Great.
So these don't need staking. They're not going to blow over in the wind. And I know that can be a frustration for certain people. They don't like staking things. And, that's I don't mind. But I know, we all garden differently. Some people get annoyed about that.
Strokes, absolutely.
You do not need to worry about that with your carpet. with your carpet lilies, because they stay that lovely short stature. So if you're putting these at the front of a border, absolutely beautiful. And do put these at the front of a border. If you put them in the middle of the back, they will disappear behind other plants. You have got the flame mix in here as well. So the yellows, the oranges, the reds, what a gorgeous complementary colour mix that you are getting. Planted in a pot all together on their own, that will give you just a glorious display in the summertime.
Oh, is it Tuscany pots we've got on?
With the black ones,
yeah.
Mind you, 10 bulbs, you definitely want the full 20 in that Tuscany, because it's a big pot, yeah.
Okay.
But you definitely want to put all of them in there, otherwise, again, they will look lost in the middle. But yeah, all together in a right-sized pot, they will look absolutely beautiful. Or dotted around your borders, but in groups in your borders. Don't do what I did. That's mine.
Yeah.
I grew that last year. But for some reason, I separated the bulbs and I planted them individually. They look a little bit lost, planted as individuals.
But look at that, though, in its own right.
Look at the colour. Isn't it gorgeous? I mean,
Even the pollen is a different colour.
It was a lovely sunny day, but look how the shine on those petals. Yeah. It was beautiful and such a bright red colour, absolutely glorious. And of course, they do come back for you year after year. So, that lily is going to come back. It's going to pop up again this year, and it's going to look absolutely beautiful.
Bex mentioned 20 bulbs because it is a double up deal.
Yes,
therefore, you could get 10 bulbs for $9.99 or 2 lots. So 20 bulbs for $14.98. It's like buy one, get one half price if you choose to do so with the code. Use offer code at the bottom of the screen, 650059. Daphne is next.
Yeah, okay, so I've got this one at home, actually. I need to get it planted out. I do love
the size of the leaves
Daphne. Well,
even before it... Look what we've got coming through here.
Yeah, you've got some buds coming through.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, those are definite flower buds ready, aren't they? They're going to start popping up. Who are you going for, me or... Hang on.
He's gone for you.
Look, yes. Now, the thing with this Daphne, and you'll be able to see it down here, actually, you can start seeing the buds forming all the way down.
Oh, yeah,
They're not massive,
yeah.
but can you see it? Down the base of the leaves there, you can start seeing the buds forming down here. And this is actually what sets this particular Daphne apart from other Daphnes. Because with your Daphne Perfume Princess, what happens with this one is that it will flower along the length of the stem.
Okay.
Now, with other Daphnes, they tend to flower towards the end of the stem. But this one flowers along the length of the stem, which means more flowers, first of all.
Yeah.
Plus the flowers that you get from the Daphne Perfume Princess, they can be up to 4 times larger than other varieties. So more flowers, bigger flowers equals much bigger, better, bolder fragrance, because this is one of the most glorious things about the Daphne. It's probably one of the most fragrant shrubs in the world.
Wow.
Bold statement, I'm sticking to it.
Go for it.
It does give a gorgeous fragrance. So again, this is one that I think you're going to want to think about where you plant it. Don't plant it right down the end of the garden where you very rarely go, because you're not going to get the fragrance from it. You want it somewhere where you're going to really, really appreciate it. Absolutely brilliant to keep in pots. It'll reach a nice size. We're talking 4 foot high, 4 foot spread at its maximum.
With pot safe, so it's in a 13 centimetre pot. Is that pot designed to live in forever, or are you going to repot it? And has that pot then been picked because it's the best for this plant to be transported?
It's the best for this size at where it's at right now.
Okay.
So it can live in this pot for a little while.
Okay.
But yeah, you're going to want to plant it out. You wouldn't want to go too much bigger with the pot.
Okay.
I'd probably go, so if that's a 13 centimetre pot, I might go up to a 30 centimetre pot to plant it in.
Yep.
And that will live in that 30 centimetre pot probably for a few years, to be honest with you.
Yep.
Anything you put in a pot, you can ultimately restrict the size of it. I don't know whether it'd go to 4 foot by 4 foot in a pot. If you want the maximum out of it, you want to plant it out into a border somewhere, but it'll still grow to a really decent size in a pot as well. You'll probably still get 3 feet height and spread out of it. And I like the idea of these fragrant plants being kept in pots, because I like moving things around the garden. I like, if I'm sitting over here, that I can have it there in the evening, or maybe if I'm sitting over here for lunch, I can move it over here and I can get that lovely fragrance from it.
Maybe mobility isn't your strong point anymore, and you've got a balcony or just a patio, and it's pots that you rely on to have your blooms and your colour and that interaction with nature, and obviously the perfume that goes alongside. So it can stay in a pot if you want it to.
Absolutely, that's the whole point
Yep.
of what we're trying to say, is that you can keep it in a pot, you can plant it out into borders. I have I'm working on my borders, but I'm a big fan of pots because I like being able to move things around my garden. I also like the fact that if I ever leave my house, I can take my plants with me.
What's in the car?
And you can't just...
You mean moving house?
No, not yet.
Oh.
But if I ever do move house...
I thought you meant like just popping to the shops when you started saying that. I'm going to M&S, I'm going to Debenhams, I'm going to buy a gilet.
I'm taking my beautiful
Daphne's
fragrant
coming with
plant
me.
with me.
Well, that'd be a dream,
if
wouldn't
I
it?
ever move house,
Good
I want to
point.
be able to take the majority of my plants with me. And
That's always tricky when you're selling somewhere and like
It
they
is.
buy it and they're like, I've actually bought everything, so
and I
everything's
bought
in the
what I bought,
ground.
Yeah,
So
you
if
can't
someone-
start digging all the plants
You've
up,
got to dig up
can
the
you?
plants.
Unless you tell them you're digging the plants up.
Yeah, that's why when we left Basta, we put a tree in a pot.
Did you?
Yeah,
I'm having that.
and that came with. Had that before we went on the market. There we go, that's a tree. Then you've got to move a tree. That was annoying. We live and learn. No, Daphne's on the screen, 511038. Let's continue on this. It's all about options and ideas and choices, which this whole table does as well. Some best sellers already this week, and we're all in very much good luck and good company with that. Geraniums first of all. It's funny what you talk. This has been mentioned a lot when we haven't been stood in front of the geranium, so it shows how maybe it works so well with other flowers.
Yeah, definitely. Geraniums in your mixed borders and things look absolutely beautiful, because what you get with this particular collection is a lovely mixture of colours going on, first of all. I mean, beautiful, beautiful mix going on here. But the reason I love geraniums in my garden is that these are an incredibly hard-working plant, okay? So what you get from these is fragrance, you get glorious colours, but what happens with these is that they spread. They're fantastic ground cover. They only reach about 30 centimetres, about a foot in height, but they can double that in their spread. So as ground cover, as filling in the gaps, as making sure that weeds don't grow, this is one of the best plants to put there, because then you've also got a beautiful long flowering season. So they normally start around May time, but they just keep giving. They don't know when to stop all the way through to October time.
I think it's really the different. So it feels like a proper like wildflower meadow, doesn't it? With the different, not just different colours being all very naturally together, but like different sized petals, even different, like the whole overgrown thing. So like every single one of them looks so different. And I love how just nature takes hold of that.
Yeah, and it definitely gives you a bit of a cottage garden feel with the geraniums as well. They don't mind a little bit of shade either. So these are really good plants. I mean, they'll cope with full sun quite happily, but they also will cope with a bit of shade. So I've got some geraniums under planting some of the shrubs in my garden where they don't get as much sunshine. And they do beautifully there. They might not get as many flowers as the ones in full sun, but they still give me lots of flowers. They give me plenty of flowers. I certainly am, and I'm not complaining at all. They are beautiful, but they do stop those weeds from growing.
Good point.
Stop me from having to go around and doing all of that weeding. Year after year, they'll give you so many flowers as well. You know, you get lovely sort of mounds of foliage that get topped with these beautiful flowers on here, and it just does it year after year. They die down underground. They are herbaceous, so they disappear over the winter months, but then they just spring back up for you every single year, and it's really incredible that they do that.
You can see in the description there, buy one, get one free in the red strap in the white box on your screen. It's not like double ups, this does it automatically when you use the promo code. So rather than 5, you're going to get another box in there, another bag in there of 10 bulbs for your geraniums. 580005, but cannot emphasise enough. That code, YGTV0224. You know what, maybe if it was only a code, but when you got to £40, gave you free P&P, that's incentive enough I need to put a £4.99 set of pots in my basket to get that free P&P. The fact is you'll then get another 5 of these and you get another 100 of the Narcissus bulbs. That code is just the key, as you said, the magic key to shopping here at YouGarden, 580005. Shall we continue on?
Yes, shall we do some Astilbes?
Astilbe.
Beautiful Astilbe plum bouquet mix that we're talking about here. Gorgeous colour mix that we've got going on with the Astilbes. Lilacs and pinks and reds and creams. In fact, Sean was telling me, so he planted these in his new garden, because you know he built his house, didn't he?
Did.
And it's only about 3 or 4 years old, something like that. So these were one of the first plants that he put in there, but he didn't didn't get this gorgeous colour mix. He only got, I think it was the cream and the pink.
Yeah.
And he's a bit jealous because he quite likes this mix going on here. So yes, it's a beautiful colour mix that we're getting with this particular bouquet mix. You are getting the buy one, get one free, so you're going to get 10 bare root plants. You will get a display this year, but please bear in mind with bare roots, what happens is they spend their first year getting established and they'll get bigger and better for you.
Okay.
But bare roots is an incredibly inexpensive way of shopping. It's the gardener's way of getting the most value, because with a bare root, what you're not doing is paying for the pot, the compost, the time it's taken to grow it on, all the rest of it. You are buying it in its bare root form, and that's how it comes to you. These are nice, these are big ones as well. Did I open these?
If not, we can open. Let's open the next one or the previous one.
Yeah, so these are nice big ones that you plant out. You've got all the instructions on the front here. You do want to do something with your bare roots as soon as possible. Please don't leave them in the bags. You want to get these planted out as soon as you can. But you will get displays from these this year. June, July time, wonderful summer flowering plant. Gorgeous fragrance that the pollinators absolutely adore. The bees, the butterflies. This is one that they love. And you get lovely foliage on here. It's a bit fern-like, the foliage, and I know, you know, it's all about the flowers here as well, but once those flowers aren't there, you need some interest from the foliage, and that is what you get with this one. As I said, incredibly fragrant, but what we do have is something easy to grow, something very hardy and incredibly robust that will come back for you year after year, and is a beautiful complementary colour mix.
Even here should be £20, $12.99, 580-058. Congratulations if you're checking out your baskets this Sunday afternoon to get all of these home with that code, etc., etc. The peonies, we said this before, like maybe you're thinking like a statement. I think a peony for a Mother's Day present could be the roses, but could easily be peonies.
Easily could be the peonies, and you're getting a lovely colour mix going on here as well with the bare roots that we have here, the white, the red, the beautiful pink as well. I think the pink is my favourite, but all three of those working together will be absolutely glorious. What I often say about peonies is that their flowering season is brief but highly anticipated.
Okay.
And sometimes, do you know what, there is a brief flowering, you know, it's the same with magnolias, for example, but it doesn't stop us from having them in our gardens because they are gorgeous when they make their appearance. And with these, they are big, they are blousy, they are beautiful, they are, you know, massive as well. The flowers that you get from your peony, they are big. They can be a good 6 inches, if not more, in diameter. And just so many petals on here, just petal after petal, layer after layer. Bold, bright, vivid colours. They definitely give you impact. They are definitely low maintenance.
Good.
In fact, they're much more low maintenance than their appearance suggests. Their appearance would suggest that they are a bit of a diva, wouldn't they?
Bit high maintenance,
Bit high maintenance, but actually they really aren't. They might.
It feels like a peony wouldn't go to Lidl. It wants to go to Waitrose.
Yeah, you're right.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
But actually, no, it's happy enough with Lidl.
It is very, very happy. It's not a diva at all. Now, they can get nice and tall, but, you know, probably a metre in height, so a really nice height on there, and lots of foliage as well. Multiple flowers per plant once it gets established too, and beautifully scented as well.
Well, if you want to get hold of yours, buy one, get one free with the code. So you're going to be getting 6 bare roots, so 2 of the pink, 2 of the red, 2 of the white, 580004. That's completely up to you. If you don't want to do that, don't use the code, but let's use the code.
Yeah, let's use the code.
Absolutely use the code. Thank you so much for watching. But I know a lot of you are watching on the website, YouGarden.com. You can watch there, and of course, rewind, etc. YouTube as well, if that's easier for you. And also Facebook, that's where I watch. I know that's where you do a lot of interacting.
Yes, absolutely.
By Instagram for yourself as well. You can, of course, comment. We're here for another 2 hours. Maybe there's something you want to see. Maybe we didn't quite cover what you were hoping we were going to cover about planting or a shady spot, or is it indoor, is it outdoor? What works best with this? That's exactly why we're here for live. That's exactly what these shows do. But you can, of course, comment on Facebook. Stu, who's next door, is monitoring that. And away we go. By the way, have you heard from Stu for a little while?
No, he hasn't said anything for ages. Oh, there he is.
It's the sort of thing in our world.
He's probably eating lunch.
Quite don't blame him.
Oh, he had his lunch ages ago, apparently.
Emily, by the way, who's my other half, was saying, she was like, 4 hours? Wow, that's a long stint. I was like, yeah, but there's lots to see. It's Sunday after all. She was like, oh, can you have a bite to eat in the middle?
No.
And she's watching Shopping Telly forever. And I'm like, no. And then she was like, I'll take a can of Coke. I was like, oh, no, I'm fine. I'm going to get a coffee on the way. And she was like, no, you can have it in the middle. I'm like, have you lost your head? Like, imagine if we just sat here and opened a can and started drinking. Yeah. You carry on, Bex. Open a can of Coke. I was like, no, we don't stop.
But it flies by.
Yeah, it does.
So honestly, we often get to the end of these 3 and 4 hour shows and we're like, it went so quickly. And because we're talking about nice things. We are always starving when we stop though, and also desperate for a wee.
Yeah. That's why I had the emergency banana just before I came on air.
Oh, was that
Not
what
to
it
stop the
was?
wheeze,
Okay.
but to stop the hunger.
Stop the hunger pains.
Okay. Good.
Moving on.
Yes, Agapanthus.
Oh, yes. The beautiful star burst firework display.
I love this. We've got VT of this, haven't we? Like in situ, where
Oh,
like
I
it's
love
just extraordinary.
I love an Agapanthus.
Look at that. Where is that, do you think?
I don't know. It feels like it's south coast somewhere, doesn't it?
It does.
Looks like Southampton or
I haven't spent much time down there.
Portsmouth or
You spent a lot of time down there?
Brighton. No, not really. It's a long way from us, isn't it?
It is a
We're
long
right
way
in the
from
middle of Lincolnshire here. That's quite a bit of a drive
I feel
for
like
us.
we're just geographically listing places that are lower than us.
We're more Norfolk, aren't we? That's
Yeah, that could be
that's our
Wells
area.
with the
Could
ships
be
and the boat
Wells
ships,
by the
boats.
sea, couldn't it?
Who knows?
Wells next the sea,
Next
isn't
to sea.
it? Next to sea.
Yeah.
Holt.
You're just saying what you're saying.
I wasn't going to do the line.
Holt, Mundley, Yarmouth,
Where else have I
Hemsby.
been?
Up top there, Sandringham.
Oh, Sandringham's there, of course.
Yeah.
Beautiful flowers
Well,
you
else
get
up there,
there.
Hunstanton.
Hunstanton, that's what I was thinking of. Sunny Honey.
Yeah, that's right.
Like going to
Burnham
Sunny
Market. You may know these places. We're just literally naming the
down-
Norfolk coast.
Where's Downham Market?
In the
That's
middle
not
of
coast,
Norfolk.
is it? Is it?
It's more towards Suffolk.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know.
My husband makes me go to the Peak. Not makes me, and I love it. I do love it.
Yeah.
But I always used to go coast. I was like, holiday is beach
Yep.
for me. Doesn't matter which beach, but we have to go to a coast. Now he's really turned me on to going to
Has he? To where?
going to the Peak District. I love going
Yeah.
hiking and walking. So as
you
far
go
away from
west
the
rather
coast
than
as
east,
possible.
yeah.
It's beautiful though.
But there's more hills over there.
I love it.
So you're either going for the sea or going for the hills.
Yeah, I'm going
That's
for
why
the
we're lucky in
hills.
the British Isles, aren't we? Because we've got a bit of both.
Bit of both. That's it.
Both freezing cold. Wherever you're
Always
going,
cold, no matter
wherever
what.
you're going, pop a gilet on, yeah? Okay. Oh,
All
yeah,
right,
okay.
so yeah,
Oh, very good. Stu's brought it back.
Agapanthus. Sorry, Agapanthus. Yes, we are getting 5 bare roots here. Buy one, get one free. So you're actually going to get 10 bare roots included in here. That's how they come to you in their bags. All instructions on there. Now, what I will tell you about Agapanthus is you will get some of the most beautiful displays. And this is the Africanus blue. So this is the nice tall variety. You can get shorter varieties, and maybe you need some shorter varieties for your borders and things. But this one being the taller variety, reaching probably 90 centimetres, a metre in height, and I just love the Agapanthus flowers. I think they are.
It feels really exotic, that
Yeah,
picture
they're
there.
exotic. Well,
Yeah.
so they come from Africa. They're known as the African lily.
That
That
makes
is
sense.
their original home. So yes, exotic for sure. They definitely want a sunny spot. Coming from Africa, you would think that, wouldn't you?
Yep.
But they grow beautifully here, by the way. They're not one that you need to worry about. They are winter hardy, surprisingly, coming from Africa.
Yeah, good point, okay.
You wouldn't think that you'd think that these need extra protection, and they're winter hardy. You don't need to worry about these. But the biggest tip, the top tip I can give you is that their roots need to be hugged.
Aha!
You need to restrict those roots. So they work beautifully as a pot plant for that reason. Don't go too big with the pot. Keep it nice and compact. They really want to feel like they're being restricted. But that doesn't stop you from being able to plant out into borders. You can bury the pot. You can line the hole with stone, which will make it feel like it's being restricted. Or you can plant it into a really full border, because then it'll feel restricted by the other plants as well.
Okay.
So there's lots of tips in order to make those roots feel restricted. I didn't know anything about Agapanthus when I first planted mine years ago. I saw it, loved it, bought it, planted it. Still hasn't flowered because I've put it into quite an empty border. I keep meaning to dig it up, and it's fine.
Do you know where it
Get
is?
foliage. Yeah, I know where it is.
Okay.
The foliage is there and it looks great, but I still haven't got a flower from it. And the reason I haven't got a flower from that one is
Okay.
because the roots do not feel restricted. I've got a couple of other Agapanthus that are in nice tight pots. They'll be absolutely fine. But this year I will be digging up that Agapanthus and putting it somewhere where it feels like it's being restricted, so that I get the gorgeous flowers.
And I guess all the pictures there, you saw them all in clusters, right? So just
Yeah.
keep them close together as well.
Oh, yeah, you could plant these, and they look beautiful actually planted together, like in a beautiful display all together. That looks absolutely stunning. But I think Agapanthus actually can work wonderfully on its own. It's not one that needs to be, like we were saying with gladioli and the iris, they need to be planted in clumps in order to look good. I don't think that's necessary with your Agapanthus, because you will, as it matures and establishes, you'll get multiple flower heads from each particular plant. So it's not one that needs to be planted together, but if you want to, you can.
Interesting what Stu was saying there, reflecting on when you said about the carpet lilies, putting them at the front of the borders because they got lost. These could be at the back, right by the
these need
fence.
to go.
Because it's all like cascade.
You get lots of beautiful foliage at the bottom, nice, neat, gorgeous foliage at the bottom,
Yep.
but the flowers get really tall.
Well, you ain't 5 roots, you're going to get another 5 by using the code at the bottom of the screen. So your item number 580023. Make sure that item number goes in your basket, because then we know what you're after. The only item number you don't need is when you put the code in is for the bulbs, after all the Narcissus bulbs, because 100 of those, because no matter who you are, we are popping those in as well.
Yeah, we're going to put them in, whether you want them or not.
Exactly.
They're going in.
580023. You know what we've forgotten over here, team?
Struch.
Struch. Should we Struch next?
Yeah, by all means, let's do it. I think it's really important at this time of year. It's under there.
Where?
Keep going. On the pot. I think it's really important to talk about Struch at this time of year, in actual fact, because Struch is going to be an amazing thing for you to have in your garden now, because we are getting some colder evenings, aren't we? Nighttime, it's getting a bit frosty. And there are some plants in our gardens that need an extra duvet. You know how I've got an extra blanket I get out for when it's a really cold night. That goes over the top of me, not my husband, because he doesn't need it.
No, he's hardy.
He's hardy.
He's in a pot.
But sometimes I need...
to take him around with you when you want it.
I need an extra blanket. Well, some of our plants need that as well. And in actual fact, and I once heard Peter McDermott, our head gardener, say this, and I think it's a great thing, we should just get in the habit of mulching everything.
Okay.
I think it's a really good practice to get into. It helps to look after those plants. It just gives them that extra layer of protection, that extra duvet, that just extra bit of warmth so that they aren't affected by the cold weather. But the beautiful thing about Struch, and why we recommend this over what you were saying earlier, like bark chippings and things like that, is that this has multiple uses. It works beautifully as a mulch.
That's so presentable, isn't it?
But that looks so gorgeous. It really makes your borders uniform, and just it elevates them slightly, gives them a bit more of a designer edge to them. It just looks so much neater. But it also works beautifully as a weed suppressant. So you go around, you do your weeding, and then you put this down, and look, reduces weed growth by up to 95%. Like, it's incredible how much it can reduce the weeds coming through. It will retain the moisture around your plants as well, which is really important, particularly in the drier summer months.
Good point.
We don't want to have to keep watering all the time.
Oh,
obviously,
okay.
it's environmentally conscious.
Keep things bits and bobs and warm and that. But can you overheat a plant then? Because in the summer it's going to be on, but it's just sort of the nutrients do their bit. No,
I mean, obviously plants can suffer in that year where we had the 40 plus.
Yeah.
That was difficult for a lot of plants. But you can't overheat it by the use of Struch. No.
Okay. Don't keep too much heat in the. Oh yeah, that's a different beast, isn't it?
Yeah.
But like in the ground, in the soil.
You're not going to cause any problems with that at all. You've got water retention, weed suppressant, looks neat. Slugs and snails.
Slugs and snails.
This is a biggie. This is a really biggie. Okay, there is something. It's mineralised straw. It's made of, and there's something in that they just don't like. They really do not like it, so they'll slither up to it. They'll go, I don't like that.
Slither up.
They'll slither off somewhere else. So, hostas. They love hostas. Hostas is like a banquet to them. It's like a feast.
Okay, delicious.
If you want to stop them eating your hostas, because we love hostas for the big, beautiful foliage that we get from them and the glorious colours. And I planted hostas a few years ago, destroyed within 2 days, completely gone, slugs and snails. But I discovered Struch, and last year I grew hostas in pots, and I put Struch around the top of the pots, and my hostas all summer long, all season long, looked absolutely beautiful.
Is there one? Are slugs worse than snails? Because I feel like we go slugs and snails, but we chuck them in the same basket. And one might be doing one injustice.
Do you know, I don't know the answer to that, honestly.
No.
I think they're... Well, look, we need them in our gardens, and actually they're great food source for like hedgehogs and things.
Yeah, so they are.
We want the whole plethora.
Imagine eating slugs.
We want the whole plethora of the animal kingdom going on, because it's really good for us to have that ecosystem in our gardens. We just don't want them to eat our plants. They love the fresh growth from delphiniums. They like lettuces. They like, all of these various different things. Well, if you put a bit of Struch around the base of those plants, you still have the slugs and snails in your garden. You just won't get them eating your plants.
So they'll do their bit where they're meant to be. Keep them in line. 100149. That's the 2 bags, by the way, 2 9-kilogram bags. You are saving £16 off. So well done, everybody. Let's continue on thinking about eating slugs on that.
Right. I don't want to think about that.
If you were going to go on I'm a Celebrity,
for
a start, would you go on it?
Yeah, totally.
I thought you would.
I'd love to.
You're pretty adventurous.
I think it'd be great fun. I'm not a celebrity enough to do it, but it'd be great if one day I become a celebrity.
You're more accepted than some people I've seen on their backs, so well done. Would you be alright with like an eating challenge?
It'd probably be my worst one.
Yeah?
Yeah, it'd be my
Eating
worst.
or drinking, which is worse?
Yeah, both.
Yeah?
Both.
Not having any of it?
I could probably do the drinking.
No
Chug,
way.
chug, chug.
Really?
Oh, I don't know. They're both disgusting,
They're
aren't
like,
they?
you sure you want to do it? You can always say I'm a celebrity and you're like, finished!
I could do all of the other ones, and I'd, with gusto, I would do all of the other challenges. But the eating and drinking, that'd be a struggle. How about you? Would you be able to?
I'd be drinking, I think I'd be okay, but the eating one.
It's
But then I don't
it's
mind
that
it.
eyeball one that they do.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it used to be, is it?
I just want to meet Ant and Dec.
Have you ever met either?
I saw them once. They came to the Peterborough Truck Fest.
Did they?
Many, many years ago.
Wow.
I was about 16 at the time, so I'm going back.
Were they PJ and Duncan?
Yeah, I think they were PJ. They were just coming out of the back of PJ and Duncan.
Yeah.
And I saw them there, and they drove past, and no Dec.
Oh.
I love him.
Yeah.
He waved at me. He probably waved at me, and I was like, that's all I could do. I loved him back then.
I love them now. I think they seem like great lads.
Oh, I love them now, of course. But I was
you
a
were more a
teenager back
Dec
then.
girl than an Ant girl.
I was a Dec. I'm still a Dec. He's cute, isn't he?
Yeah, he's cute. They're both handsome. Morning, chaps.
Yeah, they're watching, aren't they? Morning, Ant and Dec.
You never know. Back in our shopping telly days, the list of customers, like
Well, you never know.
crazy numbers, crazy people. You know some of those names that are on that list?
No.
Yes, you do.
No. Oh, you're going to have to tell me later. We're not allowed to say it.
Can I not?
GDPR, we're not allowed
Oh,
to
no,
tell
when
them.
this list came out, I did not look came out, but like, when
I
we...
never heard this.
This was way before GDPR and all that stuff you meant to like look after people's data.
Right.
People who just generally shopped on channels we worked on.
Oh, really?
Just
I,
general shopping.
I know none of this. You're going to have to tell me
Oh,
afterwards.
I will. No, you want to know, don't you? Absolutely you want to know. Oh, just think like the biggest
Go on.
pop stars in the world, if UK based, they'd shopped with us.
Really?
Yeah, not Elton.
Not Elton John.
No.
Take that.
No, if you say it, I'll nod.
Any Spice Girls?
Not that I know of.
Oh my God.
But female, American, lived in Scotland for a bit.
Madonna? No way!
She was on the list. Absolutely, I'm not making it up.
My
One more
God.
for you.
Go on.
Maybe this one's a lie. Mick Jagger.
Really?
Yeah. Because thinking about it, like, they don't want to go out and about, and it's easy shopping.
Oh, I suppose so.
Haven't got to go out. You don't
Oh,
ever
what?
see Madonna in Debenhams,
Good morning, Ant and Dec, if you're watching.
so they could be. And join with our regulars as well. Thank you so much. You're in good company.
You absolutely are.
No guarantees they're watching right now, but they might be.
They might be. Oh, now I'm nervous. No, I'm joking.
Oh, that could be a time.
I'm
Hi, Dec.
totally
Well, I'd
joking.
have worn a different gilet if I'd known he'd been watching.
All right, let's take a little look at our... I think this is the most popular one today so far. Wow. Okay, so we know why, don't we?
The
Ceanothus.
price.
The price is absolutely incredible. £6.99. There is no reason why this should be £6.99. Honestly, at $14.99, well-established plant, Ceanothus in a 2-litre pot, we should be bringing this to you at $12.99 or maybe even $9.99 if we're feeling uber generous. The only reason it's down at this price is somebody over-ordered. Somebody put an extra zero on the order and we ended up with way more than we needed. So
Yep.
we need to clear some space. We need to get rid of it. There is nothing wrong with this at all. In fact, there is everything right
Quite
with
right too.
this. I adore Ceanothus. It's one of the most standout plants in your border. Come springtime, April, May time, once this comes into bloom, when you get these beautiful pom-pom colours on here.
Where's this, Bex?
That's my mum and dad's garden.
Yeah.
My mum spends so much time
Is it
out
mum
there.
more gardener than dad, or?
Yeah, mum's more gardener than dad. Yeah,
Yeah?
definitely. She spends so much time out there and she loves spending her time out there. You know, they're both retired and so they find things a little bit more difficult than they used to, but it really keeps them active, young and healthy, and I think that's a really important thing to do
Absolutely,
for all
keeps you
of
mobile.
us. Keeps you mobile for sure. Now, they're saying, you know, they reckon, my dad was saying he reckons this is about 5 years old. I mean, don't quote him on that because,
Okay.
you know, who knows? But he reckons it's about 5 years old, and it is incredible. So as a border plant, as something to put into your borders, this is great. If you've got a fence you want to cover up,
Oh, well,
fantastic.
Where your mum and dad have it stops next door looking in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've put it, so I planted 2 new ones just last year, and I put them in the border there because I want them to cover up that fence.
Yep.
You know, it's boring, it's plain, it's ugly. And I'm going to cover them up with a beautiful Ceanothus, the Californian lilac, the most standout plant in the border at that time of year. It has the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, proven performer in our UK gardens. Not one you need to worry about. You can prune it to shape if you want to. It can get really big. It can get 1.5 meters height. It can get 2 meters spread, and that's what I've planted it for. That's what I want it to do. But if you've got a smaller space and you don't want it to get it that big, you can prune it, trim it back. It's really quite robust, this. Or you can keep it in a pot as well. Sean was telling us about his mum. She's probably watching him now, isn't she? Not us. Good morning, Carol, though, if you're watching this back at any point. She had a Ceanothus in a pot for years. Restricts the size of it by growing it in a pot. I believe they planted it out in a border and it's really taken off. It's gone boom and really grown massively now.
Beautiful.
So it's entirely up to you how you use this. It is robust, it is evergreen, it is beautiful, and in the springtime, wowza.
Well, $6.99. So rather than hoping it's going to be on offer from $14.99 down to $12 or whatever, 510-886. Well, everybody checking out your baskets. We're going to move on to this little ditty. I think you should hold it. I'm a little bit scared of it.
Why are you scared of it? It's not going to eat you. Feed me, Seymour.
Well, yeah, if you lift that out in your parents' garden,
there you go, it'd be huge.
Next door never looking.
Well, the beautiful thing about this is it doesn't get massive, actually. But this is one of the bigger ones that you can get on the market. It is the jumbo Venus flytrap. And, you know, if you've been out and about and you've been having a little look, I was in a garden centre just the other day and I saw some Venus flytraps and they were so small. Yeah. And they're quite expensive. You don't get a lot for your money, but that's not the case here on YouGarden TV. This is the jumbo flytrap, loads of them, plus the flytraps themselves can reach about 1 inch in diameter. Yeah, I love this bit, look.
Oh, its eyes open and shut.
Snap.
Yum, 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 yum.
Snap. It's such a fun little thing, this. So it's a house plant. It's one you're going to keep on your windowsill. It will naturally just eat the flies and the things that fly around in your home. So as the flies and things buzz around, they land inside the trap, just like we're showing you here. It touches it 2 or 3 times and then it activates the trap. The trap will close. It will then digest the fly in there. It will just close for about 10 to 12 days. Digest the fly and then it'll reopen ready to catch another one. Are there any closed traps? Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3. There's a few closed traps on here, so it must have caught some stuff while it's been about.
Going over the edge, yeah, they're really up front.
So yes, that's how it gets its feed. You don't need to feed your Venus flytrap, it feeds itself. You do need to water it though. Now it naturally goes into dormancy over winter period, so it's currently in a bit of a dormant state right now. What you do want to do is bottom water this. So you want to get one of those trays, a saucer, and sit it in the dish. You don't water from the top. Also, do not use tap water. It's really important to use rainwater on this one.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they don't like the chlorine. So use rainwater, a water butt or a bucket. I've got loads of buckets outside that are filled with water at the moment. So you want to do that basically. During the summer months, you want to keep the tray underneath completely wet, always completely wet. During the winter months, you wait for it to dry out and then you top it back up. And that's it basically. Leave it to do its thing. Get a control of your fly problem in your house, but with a Venus flytrap.
I think just for the hilarity of it, or just for the novelty element of it.
See that one? It's ready. It's ready to catch something. And that one wants something to land.
That one at the back there in that that looks like you waiting for Deck to go past at Peterborough Truck Fest, and then she was like, "I'll have your Deck. Get back here. Not you, Ant.
No, just Deck, please."
There she goes.
Yeah, it's good. Get yourself a fly trap.
800-155 snap. 9.99, but even with the code. And maybe you're not getting to £40 for free P&P. Even with the code, you'll get 100 bulbs.
Yes, you will.
Include with that as well. So, everybody, 800-155. Keep going to compost.
Oh, it's compost time. Oh, shall we show them the knocks first?
I'd never seen the knocks before coming here this morning. Very excited about these. In fact, I've also never seen pots that can be hybrid hanging baskets.
Yeah.
Or pots.
Well, this is great. So, you know, if you do... I've just dropped that. If you did your summer baskets, for example, and you were going to use these these for your summer baskets, great. But then after the summer, you could plant some winter bedding in here.
Okay.
You just take the hangers off and you could use them as winter bedding pots as well. So it's just providing that bit of versatility for you. And then when you want to add these on, you can just see the little grooves around the side.
Yep, spy them. I didn't spy them first time round.
Just click into place like so. So you have got the versatility of use with these, just as a pot on its own. And these we potted up just the other day. We put some of our free short narcissi in there. 16 bulbs went into that pot. That's about as many as we think you should put in those. So we're gonna keep an eye on those. You found a fly? No, we found a fly. He's trying to catch the fly for the Venus flytrap. He's gonna try it.
Oh, there it is.
He wants to.
There's loads of them in here. Have I got a fly? Please, 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 please. Is there one in there?
It's a load of dirt on your hand. I don't know.
Oh.
He's determined to find something to feed
I want
the
to feed
Venus
it.
flytrap.
It's slim pickings at the moment, isn't it?
So you can use these as a pot, but happily, or you can use them as the hanging basket. The wonderful thing, and the reason we keep telling you about these, is that there is £4.99.
Yep.
And it's a buy one get one free, so it's £2.50 per pot, basically, for something that's going to last you many, many years. Plastic, but UV stabilised, frost resistant, so it's not going to have the same sort of problems as ceramic and terracotta can have, because obviously hot summer, cold winters, they expand and contract.
And you drop this, it's
that's where
fine.
they crack and break. Yeah, if you drop a ceramic one on the floor, it cracks and breaks. That shouldn't happen with these. And also it makes them a bit more lightweight, so easier for you to move around your garden. Less stress on the hanging bracket, which, by the way, is also anti-twist. And they look beautiful too.
Ta-da. Yes, they do,
good
indeed.
things to
And
go
it's not
for
too
with
big,
that.
like some baskets, hanging baskets are huge, aren't they? A bit more manageable,
Yeah.
a bit touch smaller, and that's the whole point. 130502. Easy fill baskets, by the way, you know, with the clipping system where you put the bulbs in and things.
I love those.
They'll be back for you well in time for when they're meant to be used. 100125. Ian said he bought the Venus flytrap a couple of weeks ago and grandkids love it.
Yeah, I'm
Absolutely.
not surprised. That's definitely a plant to have to get your kids excited and interested, isn't
Very
it? Because
cool.
how cool is that?
Amanda's just joined as well. Good afternoon,
morning,
Amanda. Everyone watching
No,
us.
good afternoon, you're right.
It is
sorry.
afternoon, yeah. And Penny. Hello, Penny. Whether you're watching on the phone lines, you could try on your handset. On YouTube, on the website. I watch through Facebook. Just look for YouGarden. And by the way, it's always worth following YouGarden on Facebook, or maybe it's on Instagram, for example. Particularly you and Sean.
Yeah.
Really say what's coming up and give us lots of little tips of like your own garden. You share so much with photographs all the time, Bex, and I always appreciate that. It's really interesting seeing that you very much practice what you preach between, well, I haven't planted that yet, but I have planted this now, and I've learned this. That's what gardening's all about, sharing. Proper community, isn't it?
Well, do you know what? It took me a long time to discover the love of gardening, and now I think, God, I wish I'd been into it so many years ago.
Yeah.
But now, I've come to it a bit later in life, but I absolutely adore it. It's my happy place. It's where I go if I'm feeling a bit sad and miserable, or stressed out, or the kids are doing my head in.
You're doing my head in.
Oh God, they're doing my head in. I go out in the garden and I love them.
I know you do.
But they do my head in.
That's boys for you.
It's boys, yeah. It's my happy place, and I love being out there.
Hey, you know who else has shopped on Ideal World?
Who?
TV presenter, BAFTA nominee, host of the Royal Variety,
I still don't know.
Peter Simon.
Oh, of course. He used to be a presenter there.
Yes, he was. That's a very,
There you
how
go,
did I forget
there
that?
you
Yes, he
go.
was. Yes, he is. Yes, he is still.
He is still, isn't he?
He is still.
He's
They're doing very well
hilarious.
down there. Hi, team.
Hi, team.
Anyway, compost.
Yes, the most, even still now, it is the most popular item on YouGarden, and has been for a long, long time.
Now, it could be for a number of reasons. I was about to ask why, but maybe it is because of it's like any of the other items we were talking about, and the odd exception that this goes alongside it, so it's given the best chance for every single plant you're talking about. Maybe it's just because of the quality on its own. Maybe it's flowers that you've been gifted or you've purchased from somewhere else when you were out at a garden centre. Of course, still purchase from garden centres, don't say not, because we want to keep that industry going. But then you can look after them in this. But I think the 5-star review after 5-star review would be the multiple ordered. If it didn't do exactly as it claims, you'd order once and never come back.
Well, I think it's because we get a lot of repeat custom. Once you've shopped with YouGarden, you realise what a good process it is, the quality of the plants that we provide you. So we get a lot of repeat customers.
Yep.
People have tried this themselves and they've done their own little experiments. In fact, do you remember there was a guy, I think his name was Dave, and he
Sound made up.
genuinely, I think it was Dave, the guy who did the daffodils. Or was it Roger? Wow, why do I think Dave? Anyway.
What life are you talking about?
There was a man
YouGarden
called...
life?
No, Ideal World
Okay.
Life. So there's a man who bought compost and he did his own experiment and he took some narcissus, some daffodil bulbs.
Yeah.
Now you think daffodils can grow anywhere and they grow brilliantly anywhere. So for it to work like this with daffodil bulbs was incredible. And what he did was he grew some daffs on this side in standard compost.
Yep.
And then he grew some daffs this side in our compost and he took pictures of them.
Yeah.
And the difference between the two was absolutely
Wow.
incredible. So our side, loads of daffodils. The other side, just a few daffodils. And it was incredible. We used to use the picture all the time when we were on the previous channel.
Isn't it amazing how like that sort of thing, like with anything, like in life, like something like what we eat, the quality you eat, and a colourful palette, and gives you the best possible chance. The same things, right? Same people, the same bulbs.
Yeah.
And over here, does its bit, but imagine what it could be. We've all got that potential.
Absolutely.
Like eating yourself some
Absolutely. We
compost.
always talk about eating the rainbow, don't we, as human
Yeah.
beings? We need to eat
Skittles.
the rainbow. Well, this is like, not Skittles.
Oh no, not Skittles.
All the good stuff, not your sugar addiction. No, we are talking about giving your plants the absolute best start in life, a mixture of scientifically backed, incredible ingredients that are really going to help your plants. We've got in here 3 different types of peat, black and white peat. Now, we have reduced the quantity of that over the years. Obviously, there are environmental concerns, and what we do is we use the minimum amount for the maximum results. We've also got composted wood fibre in here. Now, we didn't touch on this before, but this is what gives this. Can you see the texture as I'm running my hands through it? As I ball it up and then release it, can you see this beautiful, light, airy, fluffy, gorgeous texture? Now, this is vitally important when it comes to root growth and development. Without this texture, it means that roots can't get in there and breathe and grow and spread, and that is what is important. If we can get strong, healthy root structure, what we get essentially is bigger, better, healthier plants. I cannot say it more simply than that. We can show you on the picture here. So we did our own experiment, grown in our compost, grown in a standard compost. Above ground, both plants look absolutely fine, don't they?
Yep.
But as they grow and get bigger and establish, which one's going to be bigger and better? Which one is going to give you more flowers? Which one's going to give you longer lasting flowers? Which one's going to give you more bumper crops of fruit? Which one is going to be able to deal with the differing weather conditions that we have? You know, global warming, all the rest of it, we know it's having an effect on our plants. Which one is going to be able to deal with if there are any pests and diseases and things around? Of course, the one with the stronger root structure is going to be able to hopefully weather those storms much better.
The trees or the fruits and things you'll be eating, or like we're thinking of like the roses, etc. Some toilet elements for you. The reviews, whilst you're checking out your basket or just after, under the item number 100125, you can have a look there, and there's tons, and thank you always for leaving those over the years and years and years. 5-star review, and most of them are like, it's brilliant, I order it all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Some people write absolute essays on it as well, but it's all about the results that you will achieve. If you don't consider yourself to be an expert gardener, I would suggest getting hold of this compost and see some of the results that you will achieve.
326 reviews. Many times used the compost best on the market. The best compost I've used to date. Been buying for a number of years and see no reason to change. Olwyn, the gold medal of compost. Olwyn, you're watching today. We know you do. Won't use any other. Mike. Excellent compost. I get on with it very well, and all my plants grow very well in it, and will continue to buy it from them. Many thanks. Many thanks to you, Mike.
Many thanks.
Appreciate that. That was literally November just gone. There's pages, there's like 300 plus of them. Have it read yourself if you wish to, of course. But you're saving £17 and you get 2 50 litres, so it's 100 litres in total. Okie dokie. Right, we've got just over an hour left. Should we do a little pen and paper time? Lots of information coming the way.
Remind everybody. We've still got more to come as well.
Exactly, so stay tuned. A little recap for you, a little preview of what's coming up. So here we go. Get ready with your pen and paper, and these some other items on the show. First of all, the Nandina that we were talking about before. That's the one that's really, really colourful. It changes with the seasons, particularly flourishes in cold weather. So how perfect right now. This is that one, a bit of footage, maybe you're watching from the start, of Sean actually out in the growing gardens here at YouGarden, showing you all of these in the colour changing almost in front of your eyes. It's 510759. As we move on to the skyscraper lilies, don't forget when you're grabbing these item numbers, certainly use that promo code YGTV0224. Loads of freebies. There's 100 bulbs, as Bex was saying, about getting to £40, free P&P, and then lots of activating your buy one, get one. This one is saving £26 on the 25 bulbs here. 5 different varieties, 5 of each. Maybe you're gonna scatter those colors, maybe you're gonna group those colors, but what you are gonna get is super tall, 6 foot plus, grown on your lilies. 630326. The cherry tree. Actually, we might talk more about edibles in just a second with pear trees and apple trees, all sorts coming up. We haven't shown you those yet. There's a reason why it's 4 hours long. If you want the cherry side of things, it's 300175. That's exactly what you can be creating, whether you've got room in your big, lots of room to fill, or maybe a smaller garden, but you like to grow your own, to pick your own cherries and grow. It grows as big as you let it. 300175. And this Sunday, 50% off, $14.99 rather than $29. Rhododendron, the Bollywood, the sample we have in here, well, exactly what you'll receive. There's so much interest on the foliage and the leaves anyway. This is on the sort of, the pink edge, and it's two-tone, maybe with a triple tone coming in. And then when the flowers hit, the rhododendrons come through, in the pot, by the way, delivered in the pot, absolutely stunning. $29.99. With the promo code, your postage is then included, 510717. This purchase here makes you £10 shy of getting to £40 for free P&P. So what else is going to go in that transaction? Maybe it's going to be the poppies. Oh, this is nearly getting you there, isn't it? It's £8. 580059 to get Patty's plum. A really striking, rich, dark purple tone. There's a little like ombre effect going to the edge of these petals, but they're really striking, like black centre. This is more like a deep purple, almost like silhouetted centre, and really strong and hardy, growing above and beyond its friends around it. 580059 brings you that poppy. We were talking about things that are identifiable, things that are striking, things that are iconic. The Dutch iris is exactly that. 100 bulbs, multiple flowers from each bulb. Double up deal. What does that mean? When you see buy one, get one free, that's done by us. Double up deal, the control is in your pocket if you like. If you put your quantity to 2, you'll then get 2 for $19.99 rather than 2 separate purchases of £35. So to get 200 bulbs, same transaction. It's 630366 and you'll get 200 of your Dutch iris mix. Absolutely stunning, aren't they? $17.99, your postage is included. Now, these are called hanging baskets. But actually, they are pots as well, or maybe just a basket if you like. That hanging side of things is detachable. It's got the 3-way touch point, contact point if you like, so it'll keep nice and sturdy. If it spins round because of what they're made of, like a plastic, they don't, like chains, like can wrap round, can't they? These self-right if you like. A big hook on top, making it very, very easy. It means you can have a front, it can be any front after all, you can spin it yourself, but means it stays where you want it to. This is a buy one, get one free, which means with that code, we will pop another basket in there for you at 130508. So if you put your quantity to 2, you will receive 4. They are $4.99 each, or $4.99 for 2 with the buy one, get one. The gardenia, the pinwheel, how beautiful, almost like that tide, that bound centre. It's almost like 3 flowers in one, this, isn't it? It's big as well. Looking on the hand there compared to what maybe you think a gardenia is going to be. But that pinwheel finish, 511364. Not forgetting this is all about the fragrance, so keep it in pots if you want. Of course, pop it in the ground as well. But as Bex was saying, moving it around, absolutely beautiful. And it's only $6.99. You've got a £3 saving this Sunday, $6.99 to get hold of your gardenia, 511364. If you want something different, want something striking, the Raspberry Ripple Rose is exactly it. Postage is included down to $14.99, so a $5 off with the code YGTV0224. You can see it on the bottom of the screen all the time. A wonderful, really rare species, isn't it? Beautiful, and of course every single one's going to be different. So it could be completely rippled, could be a majority of the peachy cream tones in there. It might be really shots of dark red with only a touch of, but very, very interesting. It's a bare root rose after all, so pop it where you want, and then you grow it on. 5302 50. Sticking with the roses, if you want to get exactly what Bex has purchased previously, you go for the Patio Standard Collection. This can live in the pots. This could be living in those Tuscany pots. These could be living in your heavy-duty pots. A huge saving. Each of these 4 should be $19.99. You're getting 4 for $29.96, and then you will get the red and the yellow and the pink and the white. We've got other poppies and roses coming up on the show, so stay tuned if you love that side of things. 530199, almost like your lollipop roses. The geranium, by the way, very, very quickly, if you want to get hold of those, they're coming just a second. 580005, buy one, get one free, so let's make sure you get 10 of those, not just 5 of those, for the same price of $9.99. And still be really beautiful. This is one of my personal favourites on the show. It's very, very different. Feels really, really full, doesn't it? Really thick blooms here for you, but lots of interest. 580058. That's another buy one, get one with a monetary saving as well. So there's lots of different promotions against that one item number. Maybe that is going to tip you over £40. That will activate free P&P by using the offer code. Speaking of buy one, get one free, the peonies, one of the most popular items in this last 12 months, 580004. I know I go quick. You can get all of your item numbers on the YouGarden website, yougarden.com. But I know a lot of you are scribbling these down, or maybe you're watching on Facebook, maybe you're watching on the website whilst typing in your orders. For you to get your peonies home, well in time for Mother's Day, well in time for Valentine's Day, but you get the 3 bare roots through the cream or white, the red you just saw, and the pink, 580004. One more buy one, get one free on the Agapanthus. So if you'd rather get hold of this, that explosion, that firework of almost like lilac, aqua, blues, purples, really striking tones, turquoise, 580023 to get hold of yours. And if we want to put these somewhere, the Tuscany planters, where are they? Oh, there's one. Here we go, we're going to show you live in just a second. Basically, you know the heavy duty pots? Just like that size there, but really beautiful, that Tuscan finish to it in the black. Buy one, get one, so you get £1 off anyway, but you can get 2 for that price, 130278, if you want to get hold of those. Can we see these live, Rebecca?
Yes, you can.
Thank you so much. There's a tree in the way, we don't mind that.
Well, I should have got, where's my...
Should we stand over here? What are you looking for?
I was just looking for
heavy duty.
the comparison between our heavy.
Should we stand here?
Yes, by all means.
Sorry, Stu. We're going to just.
The comparison
not hiding behind trees for you.
with our heavy duty pots. And this is important to get across because we are talking about something that is of a similar size. So this is one of our heavy duty plots. And these are brilliant, and I highly recommend them. We've got a pack of 4 of them. They are absolutely fantastic. These are commercial growing pots, and they are brilliant. I've currently got stuff growing in mine. They're brilliant for growing your fruit trees and all sorts of things in. But the reason I'm talking to you about these now is look at the size of that compared to the size of our Tuscany Roman planter in black. So we are talking a very, very similar size. However, which one looks prettier?
Yeah, you're here all day, aren't you?
Yeah. Every day of the week and then twice on Sundays.
Yep.
This one is
and
the
most
beautiful.
Speaking of twice on Sundays, you do get 2 on a Sunday. Good news.
I did slip into a fellow presenter's saying there, didn't I? But it's funny, it's great.
Who said that?
Mike Mason.
Does he?
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Mike Mason.
Every day of the week, twice on Sundays. I love him. Yeah, it's beautiful. I love the design. I love the swags and tails design here, and then the more geometric design down the bottom.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful, and it is a similar size. The only difference, really, between the two is, obviously, you've got the extra drainage holes on the heavy-duty pot, and this is what really makes them a commercial growing pot. You still have the drainage holes here, and a good amount of them, slightly raised as well, but that's the difference between the two as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the quality of, growing within them. But if you just want something a bit prettier, this is the one for you to go for. I'm still going to do a big sell for you on your heavy duty pots because I highly recommend them, but this is an amazing beauty when it comes to a black pot for your garden. Plus, price is incredible. They're normally $12.99 each. In fact, it says $12.99 on the sticker there.
Yep.
Upside down, but let's do that.
It's still $12.99, however you're looking at it. Yep.
Yeah, so it's $12.99. We've taken £1 off, but then we've also added it into our buy one get one free deal. So add one into your basket, enter the code YGTV0224, and we will automatically enter the second one into your basket for you.
I know we're talking about compost, about purchasing that and having to get it home when you go to a garden centre or wherever. Even something like this.
Yeah, even though they're lightweight, they're big.
You're not walking around the high street.
Just walk around holding that.
With these two, aren't they? You're going back to the car, or you're doing something else, or you're giving up, or you're not going to bother.
Well, it's the beauty of shopping with us, isn't it?
Yeah. Delivering
straight
to your door. Quite right, too. Let's get hold of both. 130278. You will get two for £1 less than one. Thank you, Bex.
My pleasure.
And you get your free bulbs as well, after all, with the code. Away we go. Just over an hour left of the show. YGTV 0224.
3 hours gone already.
Normally we're stopping now.
I mean, my tummy's rumbling, but I'm all good.
Have you got lunch planned?
Nope.
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 Ooh, we're going over here.
My husband's at home, so hopefully he'll have something delicious for me when I get home.
Does he cook?
He won't. He does. He's a good cook.
Yeah?
He is. I'm better, but...
Something warm, maybe?
Depends whether he's been shopping or not.
It does depend.
I did leave him with no food in the house, so that is my fault.
You got nothing. Then you come home like, I'm so hungry.
You were working till 1 o'clock in the morning. Now you've got to go shopping. I'm a great wife, honest.
You are.
Honest. He's so lucky to have me.
There, your Tuscan pots. Let's move on before we get all in trouble. Now, we haven't shown you this in the last 3 hours. Your patio potato.
Right, and this is the time to get hold of your potatoes. Okay, so this is the busiest time for YouGarden when it comes to potatoes, seed, your seed potatoes, your patio growing kit, and all the rest of it.
Yep.
And the reason it now is the time is that the potatoes need to be chitted before you can plant them out.
Okay.
And the chitting process of the potatoes takes a good 5, 6, potentially 7 weeks. What are you doing? You're trying to catch flies again.
Carry on.
Right,
I think it's the same one, The
wonderful, wonderful thing about this collection is, okay, if you think about the traditional way of growing potatoes, there is a lot of digging involved in that process. You've got to prepare the soil, you've got to dig the soil, you've got to put them in, then you've got to dig them up when you're getting them out. Honestly, it's back-breaking work. Mm-hmm. Now, what we have developed here for you is a patio growing kit. So that means that first of all, we've taken out all of that digging. Woohoo!
Yay!
Number 2, you do not need a big garden. You do not need a big space in order to grow potatoes. You can grow them in pots. I have done it. It's easy, and you get some fantastic potatoes. I see on the picture,
right? That's a heavy-duty pot.
Indeed. Well, you get those included in the deal.
What?
So you're getting 3 heavy-duty... Can we just bring up the price of 4 heavy-duty pots, Stu? Can we just show that? So if you were to buy a pack of 4 heavy-duty pots, they are $19.99. Brilliant value for money, by the way. Absolute great price for 4 pots that you will use every time you're out in the garden.
Okay.
Highly recommend
£5 a pot,
item
basically.
Number. However, so remember, $19.99. So you're going to get 3.
So £15 of my value.
Yeah.
Is in the pots alone.
Just the pots alone, and you get that included in the deal. You get 3 different types of potatoes. So these are your seed potatoes. You're getting 3 different varieties. I'll run through those for you in a second.
Okay.
And you're getting a bag of the potato fertilizer included here. So value for money is incredible.
Wow.
We've taken out all of the digging that is normally involved in growing potatoes, because you can, even if you've just got a patio, even if you've got a balcony or a terrace, you can grow potatoes yourself, because we're providing pretty much everything. You just need some compost to go with it.
Yep. Oh, well, we're in luck on this show. By the way, very warm welcome to everybody joining us, maybe for the first time.
Good morning.
Maybe you've just found us
good afternoon.
Direct. Yeah, good morning. Where are you in the world? Good afternoon. Welcome. You are watching direct YouGarden TV as well. I know, you look at the prices thinking, they're lower than I thought.
Yeah, and do you know what? We're live every single Wednesday, Thursday and Sunday from 10 a.m. We always have amazing savings and offers for you. There's an amazing code on the screen there that you can see, YGTV0224. That unlocks all the deals and savings that you can get from shopping direct with us at YouGarden. You also get a free gift when you shop direct with us at YouGarden TV. Every single time you place an order, you will be able to enter the code, and we will automatically put a free gift into that order for you.
This, 100 of them.
Woohoo!
with that code. You don't get that anywhere else, do you?
No, and listen, we know it's getting towards the end of the season where you'll be able to plant these out, but it's not over yet. Get these planted as soon as you get them. You will get beautiful displays this year from those, and they will come back for you year after year after year. We also have a discount club. Please stick around, have a listen, because you can save 10% off every single order by joining our club. We'll tell you more about it in a little while.
So welcome.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. We were in the middle of talking about spuds there, weren't we?
So this is an amazing collection because you get the pots included, you get the 3 different types of potatoes, and you get the potato fertiliser, and it's an amazing price. We're taking out all of the digging, and you can grow in a very small area because you just don't have to have as much space as you would traditionally need. What you get with this collection is successional cropping, which is great. Okay, so you get 3 different varieties. You plant them all at the same time, but what you get is successional cropping. The first one that we're ready for you is the Pentland Javelin. That's your new potato variety. Yeah. They're ready about 12 weeks after you first plant them out. I love a new potato smothered in butter.
Is it sort of new potatoes you put in potato salad?
Oh, yeah, well, you can do. I mean, we've got a salad potato actually as one of them, but you could use your new potatoes, absolutely.
Okay, no, I'll save those for slathered in butter on a roast or something.
Slathered in butter, slathered. They've got to be slathered.
Dip it in.
It's great.
Grab your potato by the finger.
Hungry.
Dip it in butter.
That is the first one that's going to crop for you. The second one that will crop is your Charlotte variety.
Yes.
That is your traditional sort of salad potato. Eat them hot or cold. Absolutely gorgeous. And the third one is your Desiree, or Desiree, I don't know how you pronounce it. I'm going Desiree potato.
Okay.
Magically versatile. They're the red-skinned ones.
Okay.
And they're beautiful. They're great for everything, really. Chipping, roasting, mashing. They've got a really creamy texture to them. I do love those ones. Absolutely gorgeous. And
What? Did you hear that?
I heard him say skin on mash.
Skin on?
Yeah, I've done it before. It's quite nice.
What do you do?
I don't often. I like the skin off, but I have had skin on mash before. All you have to do is scrub them to get them nice and clean, boil them up, and then mash them.
I'm
and you
not
have
sure
the skin.
about that. What do you think?
You like a creamy, smooth mash, don't you?
Potato. What's it called? Rice.
Ricer.
Yeah. That.
No, I don't mind at all. All right, so the Desiree have the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit as well, so they are proven performers in our gardens. So successional cropping, no digging, growing in small spaces. These are the highlights for you. Very, very easy to do. This isn't step one. First step is you need to chit your potatoes. Take your 3 different varieties, they are labelled in their bags, stand them into egg cartons, empty egg cartons. Put them on a windowsill, somewhere nice and light and warm. There is a debate about whether you put them somewhere warm or somewhere dark. Put them somewhere warm. What you want to get is the primary shoots. It's really important. You need the primary shoots on there. The primary shoots are what's going to give you the best, biggest, healthiest crops.
Okay.
You don't want to knock those primary shoots on because then you get secondary shoots. The secondary shoots will still provide crops, but they won't be as big and healthy as your primary shoots.
Okay.
So this is where some knowledge comes
the science
in.
bit. Concentrate.
I'm not going to go too far into it. So put them on a windowsill in your egg boxes. Chit them. And by chitting, I mean allow them to grow those shoots. We want to get as many shoots on them as possible. That process can take 6-7 weeks.
Okay.
That's why you need to get hold of your potato kit now, because you need that amount of time for them to chit before you then plant them out.
Okay.
Once you've done that chitting process, this is the next step. Put some of our premium professional compost, and we do highly recommend premium professional compost. Put some of that into the bottom of your heavy duty pot, then place your chitted seed potatoes into the compost. Be careful not to knock off any of those primary shoots.
Okay.
Bury those potatoes, just cover them with compost, and then sprinkle in some of your potato fertiliser. There is instructions on the bag as to how much to use. I just take a handful and sprinkle it in.
Okay.
Then you're going to wait for some green growth. When the green growth comes, be really mean. Bury the green growth. That feels like it's wrong. It feels alien.
So you're not pushing it down. You're putting more compost on top.
More compost on top. Sprinkle some more fertiliser in. Keep following that process. Green growth, berry, fertiliser. Green growth, berry, fertiliser. Until you get to the top of the pot. At this point, and obviously water throughout. Once you get to the top of the pot, that is when you drench it. You drench them with water. Potatoes need water. There is a lot of water in your potatoes, so you do need to really water well. And then you're just going to allow the green growth to just keep growing, keep watering, keep feeding, keep doing what you need to do. The general rule when it comes to cropping your potatoes is that once the foliage starts to just kind of look a bit tired, once the flowers that form, you get these little white flowers, once they start to go over, general rule is that that's when your potatoes are ready for cropping.
Okay.
Normally I'll have a little dig round, pull one out, go, oh yeah, that's good. And
That'll
that's
do.
when that'll do. And so what I do at that point is, this is where the no digging comes in. What you can do is put a tarpaulin down, tip your tub over.
Yeah.
And just tip it out into a tarpaulin. Yeah. Or take the tub, tip it into another tub, and then dig around in there and start harvesting your potatoes. That is how easy this is.
Oh.
It's incredible as well. I love the whole grow your own thing. I love it as an adult human being.
As a human.
As a human, I love it. But also as a mum of 2 boys, you know.
Growing lads.
One of them wasn't interested, but the other one got so into it.
Yeah.
And it's lovely to take them on that journey. So I just think if you've got kids, if you're an auntie or an uncle or a grandparent, you know, it's wonderful to take kids on that journey so that they can see where food comes from. It doesn't just come from Tesco or Waitrose or Asda or wherever. You know, it's great to show them that you can grow it yourself.
With my Barney, who's 4, he needs to know that toys don't grow on trees.
Toys do not grow on trees, do they?
Already, he has a new toys pick. It's just been Christmas. It's just been Christmas.
What you need to do is hide some.
Yeah.
Put some away. And then bring them back out 2 months later because they feel like it's new toys.
Well, fortunately,
it's incredible how that works.
He very much said what he wanted, and we wrote that to Santa and everything. And then on Christmas Eve, very much changed what he wanted, and then didn't understand why he didn't get what he wanted.
Yeah, because you changed your mind too late, mate.
Even though, let's go on. Santa's done it.
He doesn't have time to.
But he's like, what? but I want Super Dino Thunder. That's what I want. You know. You've all been there. 350007 though to grow your own potatoes hassle-free.
Please have a go at this. And if you've already, if you've had the kit in the past and you're thinking, well, I don't need the pots anymore, we do a refill pack on the website as well. So you can just buy the seed potatoes on their own on the website. So have a little look. Just remember to enter our code when you place the order.
Quick heads up, by the way. I know a lot of you are joining us having just watched Sean over on QVC. Thank you so much.
How did he do?
He wasn't wearing a gilet.
He wasn't
just
wearing
in.
a gilet.
Oh, he dresses up for the South, doesn't he?
It's not as cold at QVC.
No, they've probably got.
They've actually got heating.
Yeah, probably have.
Did he do well? Was it good? Oh, please let us know.
There's lots of chat in the Facebook group. But I was saying that's like welcome if you maybe you thought, I haven't heard of YouGarden, and you're a regular QVC viewer. You got the best prices direct with us on this occasion, and that code at the bottom, YGTV0224, gets you free P&P over 40, 100 extra bulbs as well, and then something like buy one get one free and double ups. But that is across the website. So if you are going to order some hard goods, or maybe it's going to be a feed, or stuff you see in the background of here, or garden furniture, whatever. If you've just joined us for the first time, having a little shop around whilst watching us on the website, use that code with any purchase, and you'll then get free P&P over 40, and you'll still get the bulbs.
Yeah, and we are here every
every
single week. Our current broadcasting hours are Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, starting from 10 a.m. So Wednesday and Thursday is 10 to 1. Sunday we do our extravaganza where we are
twice on a Sunday
from 10 till 2. So we do 4 hours. Yeah. And then hopefully we'll be doing more once we get into February. Who knows? We'll see. Oh, and we've got an extra special show coming up this week. I'm not going to be a part of it, unfortunately. But the head gardener is coming to join. He's going to come and have a play in the potting shed. Our wonderful Peter McDermott. You might know him. He often has been on shows in the past. Yep. He's so brainy when it comes to plants.
So brainy up there.
So brainy.
I like
he knows
that.
his stuff. He's been in horticulture and the business since he was 2. A long time, so he's got a lot of knowledge, and he's coming to do a special show on Wednesday afternoon at 3 p.m. and it's going to be all about bare root fruit trees. Cool. Which is a really good segue. Are we going to do it? No? Or can we? As we've just talked about it. We've got...
Here we go. Yeah, the boys.
There's my youngest.
What, a boy?
A boy. The other one sticks his head in somewhere at some point, I think. But yeah, there he is digging around. So we emptied we actually grew ours in bags. And he's digging around in the pot that we've emptied it out into.
Are they your slippers?
Finding those potatoes. No, those are my mother-in-law's slippers. Ah. There's the other one's head that came in.
There it was.
But yeah, look, and these are the, excuse me, the red-skinned ones, aren't they? So these are the Desirees. And look, he had a great time. It was lovely for him to get out there and get his hands dirty and get away from the screen. Long hair? He has, yeah, he's still got his long hair.
Great, isn't it?
It's wonderful, do you know? He says he wants long hair because he wants to be different. And I celebrate that.
No better reason.
That's wonderful. My other son's like, you should cut your hair off. You should look like a boy. And he's like, no, because I want to be different.
Good lad.
I like it.
They're both good boys, your boys.
Yeah, they're all right.
They're very good.
They're all right.
Right, there you go. You want some spuds at home? Off you go. 35080. Because it's something brand new to do for the first ever time, or with the little ones, what would you rather do? Oh, okay, Stu, I'll ask that question. Are you ready for witchcraft? Because it's Bex's witching hour.
I'm a good witch.
What is it? What's he talking about?
He's talking about this because Stu just thinks this is complete witchcraft, and it's incredible because what you've got on here is a duo fruit pear tree. So on this one tree right here,
Duo fruit pear tree,
we are going to be
okay.
able to grow 2 varieties of pear.
On the one tree?
side, we will get the Concord
Behave.
pear growing. On the other side, we will get the Conference pear growing. Weird, right?
Right.
I know, it feels very, very odd. This is what I'm talking about.
Look
2
at
types
those.
of pear on one tree. It's absolutely incredible. So yes, you will get 2 different varieties. If I line it up, look, it looks like they're growing on there. That's what it's going to look like for you. So right now it's a bare root. This is how it's going to come to you. Just like our other bare roots, it comes packaged. Oh my word, I've got it tied up with the
Have your eye out.
viburnum.
Yep.
It comes packaged for you like this. It's wrapped around the roots here. This is not a dead tree, by the way. All you have to do, I don't know if my nails are strong enough. There we go. I've done my scratch test here. Can you see, look?
Yep.
Green underneath. They are alive. They are just dormant right now. They're fast asleep. So what you're going to do is you're going to wake them up by unwrapping the root. Soak that for a good couple of hours, even overnight. Give it a really good drink. And then you're going to plant it, just like we have in this pot here. And we highly recommend going for our heavy-duty pots, because these are the commercial growing pots. In fact, here's the process, look. Unwrap it, soak it in a bucket of water. This is Henry, apparently. He's our nursery manager, so he knows quite a lot about plants.
Yeah.
So as you can see, he's soaking those bare roots, good couple of hours, overnight if you want to, and then he's taking our premium professional compost.
In a heavy-duty pot.
Into the heavy-duty pot.
Practice what we preach, don't we?
Absolutely. And then he's taking some kind of feed, some kind of fertiliser. I think that's bloodfish and bone, isn't it? We recommend, well, do you know what? Do whatever you want. Bloodfish and bone if you like, but we like the mycorrhizal fungi. Add that in.
Okay.
And then you're going to take your bare root and plant it. This is how simple it is. Backfill that hole with the premium professional compost. Obviously, firm that in. Make sure that you press that premium professional compost down, because what you don't want is any air pockets around the roots.
Okay.
If you've got air pockets, when you water it, the water will gather there and then it will rot the roots. That's why you firm the soil down when you're planting anything out. There, he's pointing out the grafting section. Now, you want to make sure that the graft, the union, is a good few inches above the soil surface.
Rightio.
That's how simple this is. Then you're going to water it and you're going to look after it. And then this year, what you will get is Concord pear growing on one side, Conference pear growing on the other.
So we're not.
Go on.
Sorry, we're not growing it on in the pot to then go in the ground.
No, you can grow it in this pot and it will live its life happily in this pot.
But it'll be happy enough in this pot.
You can grow it in the ground if you want to. The point of this is, so to get 2 varieties on one tree, we are talking about being able to save space.
See Sean there picking some?
Modern gardens, we don't have as much space as we used to have, do we? They do tend to put houses close together. We don't have as much garden and growing space. So this is a very clever way of being able to grow 2 varieties on one tree. In actual fact, I was looking up on this. It was Louis XIV.
Was it?
And his palace in Versailles. And the gardens there are amazing. I want to go and visit. It's on my bucket list.
Okay.
So you should see the way that they grow these.
On your heavy-duty bucket list?
It's not on the heavy-duty bucket list, but it's on a bucket list. So the cordons that they have where they cut and they get the growth coming off and they grow them in candelabra shapes and all sorts. And it was back in the 1600s that he actually set people the task to it's incredible. It's incredible history and
I've no idea if that's true. I've no doubt it is, of course it is, I'm joking. You're like, I've researched it.
I did look it up, I promise. But it's incredible, and I want to go there and visit it so that I can see it.
Yeah, amazing.
I'm totally going to go one day.
I like how, obviously we've displayed it and we lifted it up a bit so you guys can see. But if you're not so good, like, in a border and, like, let's say mobility-wise, you could have this raised up in the pot and then you could be sat maybe in a wheelchair or something like that, or in a higher bed, And then you can access all these things, so you can put it up yourself. You haven't got to be down on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the heavy-duty pots, obviously, if you do need to move it around, you have the handles there. I'm not going to say it's incredibly lightweight, but with 2 of you, you'd be able to move that quite happily and move it around your garden. It will live in here for a long, long time. Also, the wonderful V shape means that you can train it to grow up a wall or up a fence. Up a fence.
Up a friend.
Friends.
Just stand there, please.
Up a fence.
Up a friend.
So it means that you're really making the most of any space that you have in your garden. So if you are limited on space, this is the way to be able to get fruit growing in your garden.
That is spectacular, isn't it? On the
spectacular.
one tree,
I love
growing
it.
your own pears for cooking, for eating,
Really
whatever
clever.
you fancy. 300064. This could be the year that you're like, I want to grow my own this year. Whether it's
Yeah.
potatoes, whether it's, I know we've got apples later
Just
on, maybe.
a little
or,
bit of grow your own. It's
Yeah.
exciting. And nothing tastes as good, I promise you, as when you've grown it yourself.
And even just for, not just for like eating, but like saving, going to the shop or whatever, just the fun of, the joy of in your garden, having different, like loads of flowers over there and on the beds down there, but actually have something like this, architecturally is very different.
Yeah, and it's beautiful. Obviously, you get the blossom on there, it invites the pollinators into your garden, but you get something really productive. And actually, you shouldn't be worried about getting a glut of pears all in one go, because you can actually keep pears for a long time. They can be stored if you pick them before they're fresh. If you keep them in the fridge, it virtually stops the ripening process.
Okay.
So what I would do is leave some on the tree to ripen by itself. I would take some off and keep them in a fruit bowl somewhere, and I put some in the fridge because, as I say, that stops the ripening process, unless you put bananas or tomatoes in there, because that obviously encourages the ripening process. But then you can store and keep them so that you're not having to, pears again for tea tonight.
Quite right too. Eat it. We haven't been to the shop.
Eat it.
Dad hasn't been to the shop, has he? Right. 300064 to get hold of those, and anything else you're after, of course, on the website here. YouGarden.com is where you can find them all. Thank you for joining us. We've only got 40 minutes left. That is all. Plenty of time for you to check out, or even after the hour, of course, press check out. But don't forget that promo code YGTV0224. It changes every week, right?
It changes every week, yes.
So the last chance for using that code today to get hold of your daffodils or your narcissus, after all, to get to £40, free P&P, lots of other incentives, buy one, get one free, etc. Right, Kojo no Mai?
Kojo no Mai, or as Stuart says, Kojo no Mai.
Quite, yeah, you've got to say
You have to say it like an angry Japanese man, apparently. Kojo no Mai.
Okay, we'll do whatever you say. There's so much interest. I know the picture's the most interesting part, but even as is right now delivered to you, the wonky angles, and it's quite angular and quite like, well, very architectural and structural in its own right. There's tons of interest here.
I love this. I absolutely adore this. As it's a deciduous plant, and as you can see, there are no leaves on here. But look at the zigzag nature that you've got going on with the bare branches. And at every zigzag point, you can see a lovely little bloom, a little bud that is starting to colour up. It's starting to go pink, and it's going to turn a lovely maroony burgundy colour. And from those buds sort of dance around those zigzag branches, and from every single one of those is going to burst the most beautiful, the most captivating, the most glorious cherry blossom.
Wow.
This is a true feature plant in your garden, and in actual fact, my good friends are going to be getting married in May. And I'm thinking this might be their wedding gift. I might get them.
Where is the wedding? What is it in this country?
It's in this country,
Which
yes.
county is it in? Have you been invited?
I've been invited
to
civil service.
Lovely.
They've both been married before.
Okay.
But yeah, they're going to go.
Oh my.
Yes, but I think plants as a gift, and something something like this that's a real feature, that's going to be really beautiful, that's going to come back every single year. I just love the idea of giving this as a gift. Do you know what they live together for already? They don't need any of that stuff. But to have a plant, and every time they look at this, that it'll remind them of their wedding and that I bought it for them. And
me. Remind you.
It reminds
of
you
me.
of me, which is what I want, basically.
Absolutely quite right too.
But it is gorgeous, gorgeous, and it's a slow growing.
What's that weird angular, spiky, weird-looking thing in the corner?
It's spiky.
Oh, Bex.
That's what it is. It's because it's spiky. There's no spikes. There's no prickles on here, by the way. It's a lovely, slow-growing bush as well. Okay, so it can get to 2.5 meters height and spread, but it's going to take at least 10 years to get there.
Okay.
So I bought one last year, and it was a little one in a 9-centimeter pot, like this big, only about this tall, and it's probably only, as far as the growth is concerned, if we compare it, it's only got to about here.
Okay.
So you can see how well established this is. I'm going to suggest this is at least 3 years old, if not a little bit more.
Look at the
So
blossom
smaller
there,
gardens, fantastic, because you're going to be able to take this plant on that journey, and it's not going to get unruly and take over. But just look at that beautiful blossom. You know, the blossom season is nearly upon us, when those beautiful cherry blossom trees are captivating. It is magical. magical. In fact, I want to go over for that blossom thing that happens over in Japan. It's just supposed to be the
Blossom
most
Festival, isn't it?
magical time of year. This is also known as the Fuji cherry because apparently it was discovered on a path up to Mount Fuji.
Okay.
It's definitely got a bonsai-like feel to it.
Good point.
I'm a big fan of bonsai. I love my acers. I know they're not classically bonsai. You can grow them as bonsais, but just slow growing, statuesque. It's got that kind of bonsai feel to it. It's just perfectly formed, and the flowers that you'll get on here will just be incredible.
There's probably a theory behind of like how quite harsh the tree is compared to how soft the blossom is.
Oh yeah.
There's a real lovely meeting there, isn't there?
I like that. Yeah, absolutely. A definite contrast between the zigzag, angular branches
and then complete opposite
these
with like a
beautiful,
soft falling,
peaceful. It's also known as the flight of the butterflies as well, because obviously once you get the the blossom on there, and it looks like butterflies and things, doesn't it? So I'm totally with you on that one.
Thanks. Here we go.
Well, it has the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, so please feel like you can shop with confidence because they've tested it, trialled it, and said it's a proven performer in our UK gardens. They have also given it the Royal Horticultural Society Perfect for Pollinators. So it's blossom. Of course, pollinators are going to absolutely adore it. It is winter hardy, comes with our lifetime guarantee as well. So again, another reason to shop with us, and that lifetime guarantee is what you get from shopping direct with us here at YouGarden. Anything that we tell you is a winter hardy plant means that we will replace it for you free of charge if it fails to thrive in your garden, which shows you the confidence that we've got in the plants that we bring you, because if we were having to replace our plants on a regular basis like that, we wouldn't be in business for very long.
That's true.
We wouldn't.
That's true.
But yes, we do have absolute confidence in the quality of the plants that we provide you. But if it fails to thrive after you've looked after it properly, we will replace it free of charge. All you have to do is cover any postage cost to get that out to you.
Every element of the delivery is covered with the packaging itself, which is unique to that plant. You get tracking emails as well, telling you it's been picked, it's been packed, it's been dispatched, it'll be there on this date, and away you go. 150014 to get you the £10 saving here. It comes in the plant. And not forgetting that code, which runs out at the end of play today. There'll be another code tomorrow. But YGTV0224 will get you 100 free bulbs of the daffodils. And hopefully if you get to £40, which I hope you do, free P&P. Even if it's your Struch, even if it's your compost, even if it's your garden furniture, even if it's a lawnmower, even if it's a tractor. Don't know if they sell tractors. Free.
Don't think we sell tractors.
No, but lots of machines and stuff. Yeah, machinery. Yeah. Nevertheless, here we go. Code NMI is 510014. Congratulations, everybody. Are we this way?
He said camera left. Where are we going to?
That's that way.
Oh, Sid, we are going to this.
I've still never.
I get confused.
Oh my gosh.
Because he said, but that means that way to me.
It's the camera left.
Yeah, I know, which is right to me.
Here we go.
But it's right to me.
This is something that we hear a lot in our ears, and what you see is different to what we are. So when he says camera left, he means that way, because your point of view is left.
I have to think opposite.
But we're like, all right, camera left. That's exactly how it should be. And I will never get used to that.
No, never.
Every time they're like camera left, I literally turn around and go, let's go this way.
You have to do the
In
thing.
my head I do. Yeah.
No, I do as well.
They should write it on the wall. You should do like over here, camera left that way, camera over there. People like Sean Ryan is a professional. He'll be on what's going on.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
Have children been in here?
Every time.
Run them every time.
Should we talk?
Anyway, there's a lovely story behind this, isn't there?
There is a lovely, lovely story behind this. Yes, absolutely. But our amazing Sean Ryan is going to tell us all about it.
Greg Wallace, who you can see behind me, one of my absolute favourites on there. What an incredible gentleman. One thing you might not know is he has got a son. Him and his wife, Anne-Marie, have got a son called Sid. They got married a few years ago, and Anne-Marie gave birth to the beautiful Sid, who we can see right now. Sid is non-verbal and autistic, and what Greg and his wife have done is they've decided to have a rose named after Sid. So this is called Little Sid. And with every sale of this rose, £5 will be donated to the incredible charity Ambitious About Autism. So with every single purchase of this rose, £5 will go to this amazing charity. The rose itself is beautiful. It's a true, what I would call a raspberry red. You're going to get an amazing amount of roses all the way through summer into autumn. This is a true repeat flower. Now, in terms of fragrance, quite a delicate fragrance, so nothing overpowering, but a really nice, delicate fragrance. The roses, aren't they gorgeous though? So raspberry in terms of colour, true raspberry red. You'll probably notice that the centres are slightly darker on some of the roses as well. And they really do contrast beautifully to the dark green glossy foliage. Now, it is a rose that you can very easily grow in a pot because it's quite a compact variety. It's not going to grow too big and too unwieldy. It's quite, say, compact. But obviously, it will grow beautifully in beds and borders as well. It arrives as a bare root, and if you've never planted a bare root, it's really easy. So when it arrives, ideally plant it as soon as possible. If you can't plant it straight away, just keep it in a cool, dark place, but ideally plant it within the first week. Before you plant it though, give it a really good drink. This will be thirsty. It's kind of like in a dormant state right now, so dunk it in a really big bucket of water for at least an hour, 2 hours. You could even leave it overnight. It wouldn't do it any harm. And then get planting. Now, if it's going to go in the ground, dig a really nice sized hole. So probably about twice the depth of the roots there and about twice the width at least. And make sure that the soil in the bottom of the hole is also really well worked over. Make sure it's nice and loose so the new roots can actually really easily get in there as well. What I like to use is root grow mycorrhizal. I love to use a bit of that when I'm planting most of my shrubs and roses. Or if you've got something like blood, fish and bone, that's what I used to use when I was gardening as a child and as a teenager, then you can, of course, use that as well. If you have got some of our premium professional compost, you can always throw a bit of that into the rooting hole as well. And backfill and just make sure it stays well watered for the first few months of its life. Even if you're planting this in the depths of winter, where you probably think it's going to be nice and wet, sometimes things can dry out in winter when it's really windy, so just make sure it does stay nice and watered. And that is pretty much it. You will then be able to enjoy this rose year after year. There's gorgeous red roses that will be there all throughout the summer. But also, isn't it great to think that with every single rose that you buy from YouGarden, when it comes to Little Sid, £5 goes to Ambitious About Autism, helping families with autistic children. So it's got a lovely message, delightful rose. And I know that Greg Wallace and his wife Anne-Marie, although they've said in their press release that bringing Sid up is challenging, they've also said just how amazing and rewarding it is. And I know they're very proud both of Sid and this incredible rose called Little Sid. Thank you, Sean. So your item there are 540266. What a wonderful purchase that is, including that £5 donation.
It is, it's beautiful.
We must continue on. Now, sorry it's taken us 3.5 hours to get to a soft caress, but better late than never. Mahonia.
Yeah, Mahonia, yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Bracteata.
This reminds me of the blossom, actually. That kind of vibe.
The blossom? What,
yeah.
Do you mean the flowers?
No, I mean the leaves.
Oh.
Feels a bit Japanesey.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
No, you can disagree.
No, well, I think it's a fern.
Thoroughly disagree if you want to.
It's sort of a it's sort of a bamboo-y style, but I quite like the fact that it's a fern-like foliage that you've got on here. So it's very holiday sort of feel to it.
Yeah, it is.
And I really, really do like that. And it is evergreen. As you can see, we're in the middle of January, so you've still got that beautiful fern-like foliage on here. So there's two really good reasons to go for this Mahonia. Now, people at home, they might know Mahonia as being a familiar border plant that gets really big. And it's wonderful if you have it as a big border plant. But that one also has really big spikes on it, really big prickles on it. Now, that's great if you want it as a deterrent, maybe. I was telling you a story about how my dad used to plant prickly bushes in the front garden to stop people doing their hedge diving on the way home from the pubs and stuff.
Classic.
Hilarious. Used to love watching them out the window. But maybe you don't want all of those prickly things in your garden. Maybe you've got little kids, I've obviously been careful about what I planted in the garden with having... My kids are a bit older now and dogs and things, but you don't want them to get all the prickles. Or maybe you just don't like it when you're doing the gardening and you're pruning and stuff,
Absolutely.
and you get scratches and spikes.
Yep.
This Mahonia has been bred to be more compact and spine-free.
It looks like it's still got them on on the leaves, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
but it really hasn't. Like, you can see how I can run my hands all the way through this and it's absolutely fine. You would not be able to do this with a normal Mahonia. You really would cut your hands up. So what the breeders have done, and it's an incredibly clever process that they follow, but they've bred out some of the things that people wouldn't have a Mahonia in their garden for.
Okay.
So height and size and those spines, those spikes. So you've got the first spine-free and compact Mahonia here. You also get these beautiful sprays of butter yellow flowers, followed by blueberries in there as well. That attract birds and things in the colder months. It was winner of the Plant of the Year at Chelsea in previous years, which is a really, really important accolade, and that's because of the clever breeding that happened. Why are you laughing at me?
Previous years. It's not the future, is it?
Shut your face, you. It won in 2033.
In the
we
past.
just didn't know.
It was either going to be 50-50, the future or the past, and you went for the past, and you're quite right too. It could be again.
I just forgot what year.
That's
I don't know
okay.
what year it was.
You can't remember everything.
But it was a winner in a previous year.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you've got is a superb specimen that you could keep in a container. This would be wonderful as a plant in a pot, but also this is wonderful in a border as well. As far as size, we're only talking about 1 metre by 1 metre, so 3-4 feet maximum height and spread, whereas a typical Mahonia can do at least double that. It is a lover of the sun, but it will cope in a little bit of part shade as well. So ideal spot would be full sun, but if you haven't got full sun spot for it, part shade would be absolutely fine.
So it's 510949. Remember what year it is yet?
2013, I think.
Good knowledge, well done. 19.99 is your saving right now, £15 off. Let's continue on though. Oriental poppy collection. Yeah,
so we brought you the beautiful Patty's plum earlier, which was that gorgeous... What did you see then? Did you see another fly?
No, I didn't actually. I don't know what I saw, but I definitely double-toed, didn't I?
You did a double take out the corner of your eye.
I was looking for the plum, and then I realised...
It's not out.
It's not out anymore. So I was like, wait, it wasn't there, come back.
So yeah, we had the gorgeous purple colour of the Patty's plum, but what we've got here is a collection of Oriental poppies. So you're getting 5 bare roots included in here, and I love the colours. I like the more muted colours that you're getting with those pastel pinks and that beautiful white, but then you're getting some of those brighter reds and things included in there as well. Remember that the Oriental poppies, the flowers can last for up to 6 weeks. They give you a gorgeous cottage garden feel. You get multiple poppies on here as well. So once these get established, you can get 20, 30 flowers on each of these. Large flowered poppies that you get with those characteristic black spots or almost black spots in the centre. Gorgeous mix of shades in there as well. They may need a little bit of support. Sometimes poppies do need a little bit of support, particularly if you have them in a more open area. If you've got them in a more sheltered area, maybe they won't need as much support at all. But I think these planted in groups together, you know, with that mixture of colours that you get, will be really, really pretty. June, July time is when you'll get the flowers coming from these. Well, here we go. It's got of yours, 580007. The P&P is included if you use the code, as well as your free gift. The offer code's on the bottom of the screen, YGTV200224. That's the first time I've got it wrong. Won't be the last, probably. Nevertheless, there you go. And again, it repeats all on the website. You can get hold of yours, whether you're checking out as you're going. Use the code every single time. Or of course, if it's one big order, you'll then get over £40 maybe, free P&P with the code as well. Lots of different lilies on the show, right? You've got the carpet lilies, you've got the skyscraper lilies. This is the most affordable lily. And the King Charles. Good point, Stu. Yeah, so this is absolutely the most affordable lily collection that we've got on here. You are getting 25 bulbs, wonderful mixture of colour. But here's a couple of reasons why you might go for the Asiatic lily over and above some of the others that we bring you. Asiatic lilies are early bloomers. So if you just think between Asiatic and Oriental lilies, and you love lilies, this is a way of you being able to extend your lily flowering season. Because if you've only got Oriental lilies, they'll come for you late summer. But if you plant your Asiatics, they'll come for you early summer.
Nice.
So as your Asiatics start to go over, your Orientals will start to come into bloom.
That's
so this
nice.
is a great way of being able to extend that lily flowering season. The other reason you might want to go for Asiatics over your Oriental lilies is they have no fragrance whatsoever.
Ah, now you were telling me about this. That could be a real plus for a lot of people.
It can be a real plus. I personally adore the smell of lilies. I think they're beautiful, but I do appreciate there are certain people out there that cannot stand the smell of lilies because they can be quite a strong scent. Personally love them, but yeah, if you don't like it, that's a real barrier to you having them. So maybe you love the form, the shape, the colours of the Asiatic lilies, but you just don't like the smell of lilies in general. This is the collection to go for.
And great colours in here, aren't they? Wow, really unique, like rare colours here. 650074. Phew, 25 bowls in there. $6.99. What was that?
There's lots of things on the floor.
There
There's
is.
plants and things.
Most
on
of
the
your
floor.
belongings around this end.
Yeah.
Keep coming with us.
Come all the way around.
I'm going.
This is our potting shed, by the way.
Yeah, isn't it lovely? All sorts of
Lovely
stuff around here,
here.
getting our steps up.
We are
Closing our
situated
rings.
in the nursery as well, by the way, in the middle of Lincolnshire, just outside the door, just over there. That is the nursery. So this isn't a, fancy TV studio or anything. We are.
It is a fancy TV studio.
It's not. That's where we are right now. Just up that path on the left. That's where we are.
What did this used to be before it became the potting shed?
I think it was a training room or something.
Training room for trains.
For trains, yeah.
Good.
Fitted the trains in here.
The well-known Lincolnshire Railways. But nevertheless, exactly, it's really inspiring actually coming in, meeting the team who work at YouGarden, or even way before YouGarden TV started. It's really exciting. Goodness me, so many people are experts in plants,
Yeah,
aren't they?
there's loads of them, honestly. I mean, everyone who works in like finance and HR and places like that, they've actually got various qualifications in horticulture and things. So it's quite exciting. What was I going to say? Was I going to trip over something?
No, you said it right.
Good. I was going to trip up though, wasn't I?
Anyway, you're in very good company, and thank you for choosing to watch us. I know a lot of you watch via Facebook, on YouTube, on the website yougarden.com, on QVC. Lots of you look in different ways, but thank you so much for watching. And of course, you can shop as you watch, or you can shop after the hour. Away we go. Right, we're going to recap, but live this time. Kicking off first of all in front of us here.
Yeah, the Ceanothus has been one of our most popular ones, and certainly today it has proven to be incredibly popular, and that is because this is just a stonker of a plant. It is amazing. Now, first of all, let's talk about that price, because this is a ridiculous price for this pot. It's in a 2-litre pot, so this is a really nicely established Ceanothus at £6.99 with a usual of £14.99. Now, normally on a deal, this would be £12.99, or if we were feeling really generous, maybe £9.99. The only reason we've dropped this to £6.99 is somebody placed an order for too many. We have way too many of them. It can. I think somebody put an extra 0 on the end or something or other. We just got way too many of them. We need to clear some space. So we're just doing an amazing deal on it for you.
Well,
so
you can take advantage of that at home right now. Multi-order it.
advantage.
Why not? It's saving £8. You can order 2 for the same price. This is in your mum and dad's room. Look at the potential.
Yeah.
510
just in a few years.
Exactly.
That's what it'll look like in springtime. It's evergreen, it's luscious, it's beautiful, but in spring you get those beautiful pom-pom flowers. Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit and Winter Hardy, so lifetime guarantee from us.
Here we go. Let's move on to the Agapanthus. So maybe you have colours is what borders your house or different areas of your garden. That one and then this, the blue, could be perfect together.
Oh my word, absolutely. Yes, it's gorgeous, this one. The Agapanthus africanus blue. So you're getting 10 bare roots included in here because this is a buy one, get one free. And the africanus is the taller variety of Agapanthus, reaching up to 1 metre in height once it gets going. You get multiple spikes of flowers coming up from each one of these as well. So it's not just one flower per bare root. You will get multiples once this gets established. It's known as the African lily because it originates from Africa. It does want a good sunny spot, please. It wants as much sun as you can possibly give it. But it definitely adds a bit of a Mediterranean touch, a bit of a holiday feel. It's a real head turner. It can last you a lifetime with proper care. All I tell you about Agapanthus is please keep the roots restricted. It just won't flower. I did it a few years ago, planted one, didn't restrict the roots, it still hasn't flowered to this day. So make sure that those roots stay nice and restricted by either planting it in a pot or planting it into a full border or burying the pot in the border. However you want to do it, just make sure it feels like its roots are getting a bit of a hug.
It's 580023. Whether you've shopped with YouGarden for a million years or maybe you're brand new today, use the code. The code at the bottom of the screen, the ending 0224. Thank you, Bex. Perfect. You will then get double, so you'll get 10 rather than the 5. 580023. Let's continue on then to peonies. And I love this. Maybe you've heard of the name Agapanthus, but actually didn't realise what it looked like. I bet you know peony. I bet you know peony. And to grow your own, just like the professionals do, and to achieve that finish at home, that's what YouGarden does.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. And we're bringing you a lot of bare roots. Your peony collection is a bare root as well. This is the very good way. This is the clever way of buying plants for your garden when it comes to managing your budget. Because if we brought you a peony in a pot, you know, just one on its own in a pot, you would be paying a lot more for it. And actually, when it comes to peonies, this is the best way to plant them because peonies do not like to be moved. This is one that actually put them in their forever home right from the beginning because they tend to sulk if you move them. Sometimes you have to move them and it can't be helped, but they tend to sulk if you move them. They just don't like it. They don't like being disturbed. So they might just go, no, I'm not going to flower for you this year. So if you think about if you bought a peony in a pot and you are technically moving it by taking it out of the pot and planting it somewhere, it might just sulk a little bit for you. Okay. So actually buying it as a bare root.
That's reassuring to know if you've done that. You think not all's lost if you happen to move it.
Yeah.
If you move house or whatever.
It'll be fine, don't worry, but they just don't like it. Whereas if you plant it as a bare root, you're putting it in its forever home right from the beginning of the process, so you don't have that problem here. Now, in the first year, I'm not going to lie, you'll get a few flowers. 1, 2, maybe 3 if you're lucky. But in subsequent years, oh my word, you will get so many flowers from these. They will be absolutely beautiful. They're big, they're blousy, they're gorgeous. They've got so many petals included on them, and you're getting a wonderful collection in here. The red, the white, the beautiful pink, twice.
This whole counter is all about that buy one, get one, isn't it? So if you want to go for your hardy peonies, 580004. Bravo, everybody checking out your baskets. Not forgetting joining the clubs, get more money off. We'll talk about that in just a second or two. But first, let's keep recapping for you onto the Astilbe. One of my favourites, I mentioned it when we were reviewing before. I wasn't aware of Astilbes, but just having, and this is what's so exciting about, you don't have to know anything. You don't have previous experience, have been part of the Astilbe club, and then then you get to access these. I would love to have that in my garden. Beautiful.
Yeah, they're quite unusual as well, aren't they, as a flowering plant. Stuart, our technical director, he's always talking about them as being very coral-like. They look like coral, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Great description.
You know, above the ground. Beautiful mix of colours included in here, but what we keep telling you about these is they're quite a valuable one because their perfect position is going to be dappled shade and a moist spot. So Sean was telling us about his garden. It goes on a bit of a slope. So what he's got is these down the bottom of the slope. So naturally, obviously, all the water goes down the bottom there. But he's got trees down that end as well, so quite shady, dappled shade area. So they are in the absolute perfect spot there. But that can be a tricky spot for planting things. Not everything likes that kind of environment, but your Astilbes are going to absolutely thrive in that environment. They are also clump forming as well, which we love a clump forming plant because then once they form those clumps, we get to divide them and we get free plants. We get free plants to spread out in the rest of our garden. But you must divide them every 3 to 4 years in order to maintain their vigour and keep getting that beautiful flowering display. Highly scented, highly beautiful. Bring the pollinators into your garden. Hardy, robust, easy to grow. There's nothing not to like about this one.
Speaking of free plants, buy one, get one free. So that means you're buying 5, so you get 5 for free, right?
That's it. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get more for our money. 580058. Bravo. Then finally, the geraniums, of which I think just the variety. It feels really wild, these geraniums, not just all the different colours. Sometimes you're buying a total collection of pinks or of yellows, etc. All the different shades in here. Brilliant for springtime.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, and these do start sort of late spring, early summer, but these just keep going for you all the way through the summer months, and they transition you into the winter, into the autumn period as well. Such a long flowering season from your geraniums, and just ridiculously easy to grow. Once you plant these bare roots, you'll get a wonderful display this year, but these come back for you year after year after year, and they are so easy. Very little maintenance from you is required. Yes, you can deadhead them if you want to encourage more blooms to come through. I didn't deadhead mine once last year, and I still got loads of flowers. I'm not recommending it though. Please do deadhead, and it will encourage even more to come through. But the wonderful thing about geraniums is they're so versatile. They can go into pots, they can go into borders.
Good point.
They don't mind full sun. They can cope with part shade, so underplanting around shrubs and things is wonderful. Plus, they don't really mind wet or dry, so they're incredibly versatile, hard-working, excellent ground cover to suppress weeds coming through. So if you've got a gap in your borders, get yourself this collection here. Fill those gaps with your geraniums to stop those weeds coming in.
A lot of people order plants for gifts for other people, right? So if you're not sure what somebody else's garden is, because you're very familiar with your own, but somebody else's.
Oh yeah, this would be great. Any garden. Yep. Absolutely any garden. And do you know what? It doesn't matter if it's a border or whether it's a pot, you will get a beautiful display.
So 580005. We want you to save even more. So at checkout, you will see about the club. You can join the club as well. There's more to see even in the last 15 minutes of this show, so stay tuned. But YouGarden does have a discount club. Auto renews, where we sort of push you towards, it's only £5, should be 20, only £5. Then every year it will automatically renew. Add it in checkout on this one right now, and then it'll be another £5 next year, another £5 next year. You could go for the one-off year membership of £10, brilliant, you'll still save even more. But you could cancel the £5 one after a year. FYI, just saying. You still get your £20 worth of vouchers, £5 quarterly, and even more exclusive offers, competitions, etc., etc. But the most point is, the 10% saving, even on your compost, for example, even on your larger items, can have up to 10%, maybe 5% on your garden furniture, etc. There is tons more to shop for across YouGarden.com. Let's just save even more, and why not do it the cheapest way? £5 auto renewal yearly subscription. And even if that discount club next year, the year after, goes back up to it's £20, it's £20, it's £20, we'll stay at £5, because when you renewed, yours was only £5. A lot of you are asking for a reminder of the item number of that professional premium compost. 100 litres with a monetary saving as well, £17 off. This is that item number 100125. As you can see there, maybe it's going to be for house plants, maybe it's going to be for a smaller potted plant, maybe it's going to be in the larger Tuscany pots, maybe it's going to be in the heavy duty pots, maybe it's going to be in the earth with your current soil in your garden. Give it the best fighting chance to get the greatest blooms ever. 100125. You get 50 litres and another 50 litres, so 100 litres there for £24.98. Even though it is the best selling, even though there are 300 plus 5-star reviews on it, you're still got £17 off. 100125. And not forgetting that code that I was just referring to, UGTV0224. That is the code that gets you 100 bulbs of daffs for free, and free P&P when you get to 40, and all the other buy one get ones as well. Lot to go for.
Loads to go.
Where are we up to now? Oh, I wrote almost like where we started.
Almost back where we did start with this, didn't we?
Yeah, so it is back where we started. Almost.
Okay, so the Rose Patio Standard collection, I have this collection, but this definitely represents probably the biggest saving that you can get from the show today, because it's a massive, massive saving. And I love this, particularly when you think, okay, so it's a £50 saving, but then for the number of years that you will have these in your garden.
Good point.
So I often do whenever I buy something like an item of clothing, if it's an expensive item of clothing, what I think of is price per wear.
Right.
Right, so there's a really expensive belt I bought. Haven't got it on today, but I wear it most days.
Yeah.
Really expensive belt I bought, but I've literally worn it nearly every day for like 4 years.
Yeah.
So when I think about the price per wear, I'm right down, like...
This gilet, nearly 10 years old.
There you go.
Pre-beard, this gilet.
Pre-beard.
Yeah.
That's how we date.
That's how I distinguish what time was when.
But this is what I'm talking about with this particular collection. So you've got a massive saving on here, but when you think how long these are going to be in your garden for, this is where the value really is going to be absolutely incredible. This is how they come to you. You get 4 bare root roses. They are all individually labelled, so you know which colour is going to be which. That might be important if you're colour coding certain areas of your garden. So you do know which one is going to be which. All you're going to do is unwrap those roots, soak those roots for a good few hours, add a little bit of bloodfish and bones, some of our mycorrhizal fungi into whatever planting hole you're putting these in, and you are good to go. This is what mine looked like at this time last year, but in their first season, take a little look at what happened.
Oh,
so that's
the first
just
season.
one of them. Yeah, that was just earlier on. I was going to say this year, but obviously it's last year now. So I think that was about May, June time? June, probably. Look at how many flowers are on there. Clusters of beautiful roses. But check out the buds. Look at that shot there. Look how many buds there are just waiting to burst into bloom. Repeat flowering throughout the entire season. And please bear in mind, this is exactly what they looked like when I planted them out in around, it was about this time in January that I planted these into pots. And I had the most gorgeous displays of 4 different roses, 4 different colours throughout the entire season. They look very much like this again now, but they're going to look like that video we just showed you again this year and for many, many years to come.
Whether it's going in the earth, whether it's going in pots, etc.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to plant them out into the ground, absolutely, you can totally do that. It'll create a gorgeous kind of sense of height and structure and architecture into any borders that you want to plant these in, and they will look beautiful. But I do think these very much lend themselves to being planted into pots, which is what I did with mine. And we have what we think is the best pots for them to go into, because we've just got a great deal going on with these. So these are our Tuscany pots. Now, the reason I think these are fantastic is there's a real good depth to them. Okay, and that's really important if you're planting out any of our standards. So the standard roses, as we were talking about, or maybe you're going for our standard rosemary or anything like that. Because you want height to the pot. Because what happens is when you get a windy day, if you haven't got the height to the pot, it blows over.
Easy, good point.
So I've done it myself, you see. This is why I'm telling you, because I went for a shorter pot and it blows over all the time. So what I need to do is repot into a deeper pot, and that's exactly what you're getting with this one. It's beautiful as well. You've got the gorgeous swags and tails, the lovely geometric design going on here.
It's not coloured, right? It's not like white.
No, that's just the light
distressing on there or something. It's just the light, which is beautiful. And these swags at the top are fab, aren't they?
It's pretty, isn't it? And it is made of plastic. But please, as I say to you every time, I used to be a pot snob, and I would never buy plastic pots because, do you know what? Years ago they used to look really ugly. But modern methods of engineering and things like that, you don't have that horrible seam down here anymore.
Yeah, good point.
They look fantastic. You wouldn't know they were plastic from a distance at all. Even close up, you wouldn't know they were plastic. But the benefits of these plastic pots are that they are UV stabilised, frost resistant. They don't get cracked and damaged because of the changing temperatures. If you knock them, they don't crack and break. And also, they are much lighter weight, obviously.
That, for me, for the terracotta side, do I mean terracotta? Yes, I do, don't they?
Yes,
side of things, they're mega heavy, aren't they? Or the second they tip over and chip or smash or whatever.
And then they end up being the bits that you smash and put in the bottom to add for drainage. Now,
so funny.
That's a very expensive way of adding drainage to the bottom of your pots, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But listen, for example, I saw your roses there in a terracotta pot. If you've got them, plant them in that if you want to.
Absolutely.
But if you haven't and you want them lighter weight, as you say, or maybe you're going for the plum tree, etc., get hold of these. Absolutely divine, aren't they? And you're going to get 2. So they should be $12.99 for 1. You're getting 2 for $11.99 with what? Guess what? The promo code. Boom.
Done it.
130278. Whatever you're going to be popping in them, absolutely divine. Both of those. Hey, we're going that way. Camera left.
Couple more favourites.
Here we go. The skyscraper lilies are amongst the most popular lilies. Go on. Go on.
The camera's not playing.
We'll go over here.
Hello. Hi.
It's giving up the ghost, camera 2.
Camera 2 doesn't want to play anymore.
No, it's fine now. I'll do it. All right, come on, Stu. Oh, he's just...
No, he's moved it now.
What is going on? Chaos. Carnage.
So one of our most popular items, and has been for many, many years, is the skyscraper lilies. You
definitely
might have
just
heard
caught a
them
fly.
You might have heard of them as tree lilies in the past, and that is because these can reach some absolutely incredible heights. They almost look like trees, the plants that you get from these. Really beautiful, strong stems on here that once it gets established, you can have 20, 30 blooms at the top of these. It looks like a lily tree, and it is absolutely incredible. Now, in the first year, I'm not going to suggest that you will get 6 feet out of these, which is the height that these can grow to. First year, you might get 4 feet out of them. But then next year...
Well, 4 feet is crazy impressive for a flower, isn't it?
Crazy
Wow.
impressive. And look at how many flowers are on the top of this. So if you think you've got 25 of these bulbs, each one of those bulbs has the potential of creating that display right there.
Mm-hmm.
How beautiful would that be?
I think it's extraordinary, especially with like grandchildren and things. Just so well, or just on. I know talking about like because we've both got kids, like the side of things, but actually. Just for you at home, you and your other half, for example, just the fun of, the anticipation of, the structure of, and then when you have enjoy your garden, which of course so many of you do, a drink out in the evening or something, and then the talking point with friends and things.
Well, also, the fragrance that you will get from these will be absolutely incredible as well. They've got a real heavy, heady lily fragrance, which, as I say, I absolutely adore. And if you think these out in your garden on a beautiful summer's evening, that fragrance just floating on the air is going to be just glorious. And they will come back for you every single year as well, okay? So these are perennial. They will come back year after year. Full sun position if you can. They definitely want a lot of sun. They'll cope in a bit of shade. I grew a lot of lilies last year. Some were in a bit of shade, some were in a bit of sun. They all did fantastically. But if you can, the best place is going to be in that full sun position. Beautiful, big 6-inch diameter blooms that you get on here, and 5 different varieties. Saltarello is the apricot, Amarossi is the wine red, Manissa is the yellow, Rabina is the pink, and Matisse is the cream-edged red. And they all come in their separate bags, all labelled, so you know which one is which.
That's extraordinary saving. I think
extraordinary.
I know you were talking about when we were saving £50 earlier on, but actually, as far as percentage-wise goes, I think this might be.
It is brilliant, and also please do your research. Have a little look at what else is out there as far as tree lilies, tall lilies, these sorts of things are concerned. Because I was having a look yesterday, and I am amazed by our price.
So there you go, $13.95. What was that? 56p a bulb.
56p a bulb, yeah.
Amazing, isn't it? And then let's get another 100 bulbs in there, shall we? Yes. Let's put the promo code in. Whatever you're ordering. Even if you don't get over the £40 for free P&P, every single item that's $6.99, put in UGTV0224, you'll get 100 bulbs for free.
Indeed.
As you can spy right there of your narcissus. Let's talk about more bulbs, shall we? Another 100 of our gladioli, of which this sprinkled along with your daffodils. Beautiful.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. I mean, obviously you're getting a summer flowering one with your gladioli, so we're talking June, July, August time, which is when these are going to spring into life for you. And I love that we're giving you a buy one, get one free here, because actually you're going to get 200 bulbs, which on initial thoughts you might think, whoa, 200, that's way too many.
Yeah.
But actually, if you think about how you're going to plant these, because they are tall but slender, you want to pack these in together.
It's kind of the point, like with daffodils, if you just got one growing, you'd be like, what?
It's a bit lonely
They're
on its own.
meant to be like a field
Groups.
of.
You want them in groups, and that's definitely what you want from your gladioli. So if I was planting out gladioli, which I'm quite tempted to do actually, if I was planting out gladioli, I'd probably have 30 bulbs together.
Yep.
And then you get 30 of those tall, beautiful, slender spikes of flowers coming out the ground. In that, I mean, it's just divine, that sweet shop confection of colour that you're getting here. I just think it's absolutely beautiful. They work really well as a cut flower as well. So getting 200 bulbs here, if you love cut flowers, you love bringing them indoors, you've got more than enough to plant outside to keep that display outside, but then also you've got that wonderful amount so that you can bring some indoors as cut flowers as well, and they are long lasting. Bees absolutely adore these as well. You can well imagine, can't you, a little bee bottom just
doing what?
A little bee bottom, just kind of wiggling.
Just
you know,
wiggling
when they
away
get
in.
inside the flower and you can see their little bottom going like that. I think it's
rubbing
wonderful.
their legs around, getting it all
Love
over them.
it. Just getting covered in that pollen.
It's like that kid out of, was it Matilda, gets covered in chocolate. He's
Yes.
like, I'm sorry, the bee's like, I'm sorry, that's
sorry.
all over me. So then all of a sudden you think, well, 100 actually, maybe I need more.
Maybe
you will.
I need more.
You're going to get 200 because you're going to put the code in, you'll get double for nothing more, 630002, depending on you using the code. Should we bee wiggle this way?
Yes, let's do a bee wiggle.
I like your idea. That's the most ridiculous one. I thought the
bee wiggle
Bollywood one was
going
going to
over
be. We've only got like a minute left, but how exciting that I've been trying to feed it all
people
day.
Loving this. Oh, I'm
Can't see any
really
flies.
excited. Dan's been trying to catch a fly for
You don't
4
have to hunt
hours
out the
now.
flies, by the way. I just want you to see it, like, capture. It does it for you. Like, if they land on there,
Snap, snap.
it does feed itself.
Snap, snap. Snap, snap. Right, so yes, this is your Venus flytrap. It's your jumbo Venus flytrap. If you've been out in the garden centres, you will see Venus flytraps out there, but they are much smaller. The pots that you get are much smaller.
Yep.
The traps are not as big either, and the price can be quite hefty in comparison to what we have here. This is the jumbo, so it's bigger, and also the traps themselves can reach an inch in diameter.
Wow.
They're big, but these are so exciting, so interesting, because these are carnivorous plants. As flies and things in your home start buzzing around, if it lands inside the trap, touches it 2 or 3 times, it activates.
It tickles the hairs, doesn't it?
Yeah,
There's
it tickles the little
hairs in there.
hairs inside. The trap will close, trapping the fly in there, and then it will digest the fly. That is how this feeds itself. You do not need to feed this. We often talk about feeding your plants and how it's important to. Don't feed this one.
Feeds itself.
Just water it, yeah, because it will feed itself. It's a bottom waterer, so never water from the top. You want to put this in. You want to put this into a tray or a saucer.
Ah, I didn't realise that. Okay.
And then you want to fill the tray with water. In the winter, you let the tray entirely dry out before you re-water. In the summer, you want to keep it moist constantly. That's kind of it. Oh, and make sure you're using rainwater, not tap water, because
Good
they do
point.
not like the chlorine. That will probably kill them, which is what I did to my previous Venus flytrap. But those are the only tips for success. Honestly, leave it to do its thing. Please don't try and activate the traps, because what it will do is it will expend its energy on eating something that isn't there.
Yep.
So that's really important not to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe do it once when you get it home, because the kids will be fascinated and you'll want to do it. But don't do that. Let it do its own thing.
Be a grown-up about it, all right?
Be a grown-up.
That's literally what it feels like saying.
Be a grown-up.
Come on. Okay, 800 155. So on the website, when you're checking out your basket, this is where you go to pop in that code. But before the code, so geraniums are in there, for example, Agapanthus I can see there, gladioli, so we love all the colour. Your price is what? $54.94. Great stuff. But you get the code. Saving £12 with your P&P, saving £12 as well. YG TV 0224. Apply. There's zero delivery cost. It's £82.95 your total saving, and £20 has come off that price down to £41.95. You're spending less, but getting more. Your lilacs. Yeah, lilacs are cheaper. I thought you said that wrong. You've got 100 more.
Californian lilac, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
You've got like more roots, you've got more bulbs, and you'll also get another 100 in your narcissus as well.
I like that basket. That's a great basket.
It's always,
that.
always worth it to press check out on YouGarden TV, YouGarden.com. Thank you for all watching, by the way, on the website or on YouTube, on Facebook, etc. And Bex, how do we? I know you follow YouGarden on all the social medias, but you and Sean particularly, how do I follow you?
Oh, bless you. Thank you. Yeah,
is it Bare Root Bex?
I'm going to change my name to Bare Root Bex. This is Sean's handles, by the way. He's on Facebook and on Instagram. He's a bit better on Facebook than he is on Instagram. But if you can watch him on either, I'm going to get him on Instagram more. That's my mission for this year. And it's my mission. So that you can see him on there. We give you hints and tips, and we let you know about shows, and we let you know when we're at QVC doing various shows. I'm there 3 times this week.
Yay!
So I'll let you know on there. And mine, hopefully, will be coming up in a minute. I am Rebecca Bex Edwards on Facebook, or Bex Edwards My Garden on Instagram. So please give us a little follow, because, as I say, we like to share our garden journeys, and we also tell you stuff about the shows going on here.
You do indeed.
How have you found it? Has it been fun?
I loved it. I always love it here. You are so kind, as is Stu over there as well. And you guys at home, I always comment and watch when it's live. But it's lovely to come in here every now and again when you manage to kick and turf Sean out. But thank you. So you guys will be back on Wednesday. There's that special show on Wednesday as well.
Yeah, Wednesday 10 to 1, and then our head gardener will be here with Sean in the afternoon. We're doing a bare root fruit special from 3 o'clock.
Super, Bex. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Now is your time to press check out and make sure. Oh, a kiss and a wave, and I'm going to helicopter out of here. That's how we do it here on YouGarden. Cheerio.